All right, welcome back, True Seeker. It is a Sunday, October 8th, 2023. And what's really important about today is that it's the day leaving 84 days left in the year. It's the 281st day of the calendar year, the day leaving 84 days again in the year. And there's an infamous book out there, 1984, written by George Orwell. If you don't know about George Orwell, that was his pen name. His real name was Eric Blair, and he was a member of the Fabian Society. And the Fabian Society was established in 1884. 1884. And 84 is a very special number to a certain, or I shouldn't say a certain, to secret societies, essentially. Certain secret societies, not all secret societies, but some. And they have a lot to do with the founding of this nation, these specific secret societies. Freemasonry, Jesuitism. Again, the Jesuits made modern Freemasonry. And that's why Freemasonry is based in the Bible. And the Jesuits are of the Catholic Church, Jesuit priests. The Jesuits considered the military and intelligence order of the Pope. And again, there's so many Jesuit characters that are part of our society, just fictional ones even, and like Jack Ryan of the Tom Clancy series, Jesuit-educated CIA agent who reveals that the Jesuits rule the world in the fictional novels. And again, as we've talked about so many times, Israel, the modern Israel, where war is declared on this day, the day leaving 84 days. My mind's. I'll get to the point. It slipped out the way I want to present. I'll just get to the point here about 84 and about what we teach on this channel. And as I show you this, think of George Orwell's 1984. Again, the premise of that book, where it's a society ruled over by screens and tyrants and authoritarians and very threatening authoritarians who are constantly censoring and changing information and rewriting history and just always at war, nonstop, over and over. And I mean, you think about Israel, right? It came out of World War II, actually came out of World War I and World War II. For people who don't know about the Balfour Declaration of November 2nd, back in the time of World War I, we'll look at that. We got to look at the Balfour Declaration. We got to go back to the roots of Israel and the Rothschild family. It's why Rothschild's name is so relevant in the conspiracy and conspiracy theory community. Again, they want to refer to everything as conspiracy theory when a lot of conspiracy seems to be being proven more and more, as we're about to do again with 84 and what's going on in this world and how things are being orchestrated. But again, in George Orwell's 1984, these people are just lied to through screens, controlled, always at war, fear, fear, fear. Don't go against the system or else, big consequences. And, you know, when I was a child growing up in the 80s and 90s, 1984 was a book they made us read in middle school and high school. And along with Brave New World, also kind of about this dystopian future. And, oh, what's the one with the children killing each other on the island that we all had to read like 3 times coming up in my generation? Lord of the Flies. How did it get to be that? Just children surviving and then becoming like wild animals on an island. How did that happen? Yeah, Aldous Huxley wrote. Anyway, look at this. 84. Again, today leaving 84 days left in the year. If you're new here, Israel, its official languages are Hebrew and English. And in Hebrew, it's understood that every letter in the alphabet is a number. Every letter is a number. Words have numerical values. The studies Gematria, coming from Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. That's an understood part of the Hebrew alphabet. In English, we were never taught any understanding that every letter was a number. We were never taught that. Not once in our 13 years of school, K to 12, pledging to the 13 stripes and learning about the 13 colonies, but not how right before the establishment of the nation with the 13 colonies, like literally how 64 days before, May 1st, 1776, the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati. And again, 64 days prior, part of their plan was to infiltrate government, education, modern Freemasonry, which is all about the chessboard symbolism. But 64 days prior, the Illuminati founded with 13 families. And again, ritual after ritual. When we remember what happened on the Jesuit order's birthday after 20 some years of war in the Middle East over 9/11, on the Jesuit order's birthday, Afghanistan's government collapsed. And they're like, oh, that's pretty much 20 some years all for naught. All the lives wasted, all the money spent, how we ended up leaving all these supplies over there to essentially arm those countries and those regions like the ones that we fought. On the exit out, we left them all this infrastructure. And the next thing you know, big wars cooking up in the world. And all the places armed to bring about, their Abrahamic Armageddon, because everybody who's in the Genesis, the Torah story. We're gonna get. Oh my God, you guys! You remember how it was 9/11 Patriot Act Patriots? 9/11 Patriot Act Patriots. If you were alive, how it was all just so obviously synced together. If you had a brain, we're gonna get to how Jerusalem equals 58 and 104. And it's the 104th NFL season with ending with Super Bowl 58, and it's the first ever Super Bowl on the Vatican's birthday, and how in Gematria Roman Catholic Church is 104. We haven't even got to the 84 piece. But again, all of the Abrahamic religions are based in the first 5 books of the Torah, the first 5 books. NFL Week 5 is what's going on right now in the NFL. Remember, 104th NFL season, Russia and the U.S. on 10-4 message received day. 10-4 message received. That's what it means. 10-4. We all got the message in Russia and the U.S. National emergency alerts. And we did a video that day, October 4th. Watch TFR from October 4th. We talked about how it was pointing to October 7th, the day of this supposed terrorist attack. And in that video, we even showed how in Gematria, October 7th equals terrorist attack. Again, if you're new here, Gematria, the practice of coding numbers into words. In English, all these things equate. Just like how in Hebrew Gematria, it's about putting words together that have logical relationships. And again, logical relationships and matching numerical value. And that's what we present here every day, how these astronomical, improbable things keep happening in the world to bring about chaos and destruction and stuff just like this. Again, and we've been calling things before they happen for a long time. Just did a whole, what is it, a 5-hour live stream beginning with, what do you guys think about the information I'm sharing tonight? Why aren't more people helping out get the word so we can stop this instead of trying to slander my name? And now you see more people trying to slander my name right now at this exact moment when this is breaking out, when I've been talking about this for a decade. Some of these people have been around acting like, they're the best friends of the movement. And now this is happening. And for the first time ever, they're turning their back. I mean, you guys got to wake up. We're going to talk about a lot of things in this stream, but I just need to make the point about 84. Coming back to today, leaving 84 days left in the year. We're going to go over all this stuff on the screen and why it matters that the Jesuit leader is 74 years old, but still, right here's first, October 8th, the day leaving 84 days left in the year. The leader of the Jesuit order is known as the Superior General. And the first ever Superior General in the history of the Jesuit order is its founder, Ignatius Loyola. That man died in history 84 days from his birthday. And this book right here doesn't have a cover on it, but this is how big my first book is that's written. And that's covered in here, where all of this matters and why it's so obvious. The Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church, and it's not just them, but they are the tip of the spear in terms of the flesh on this earth that is doing what is being done. People always come at me with all these sideways arguments. It's like, that's not even the point I'm making. And why are you accusatory of that? Of course, there's a spiritual component to this. But like I always say, the flesh that's carrying this out needs to be called out and stopped in their tracks by whatever means necessary. Either they surrender, or it's just like what had to happen for there to be freedom at any other time in history when people are ruled over by tyrants. They had to fight back. That was the only way out. And now you've got this. Anyway, let's go down the entire 84 list here. Again, the leader of the Jesuits is the Superior General, which equals 84. Again, Ignatius Loyola, look it up. You'll see he died 84 days from his birthday. United States of America, 84. The Catholic Church, 84. If you're new here, there are 4 base ciphers: alphabetic order, forwards and backwards with numerology. This cipher we began with, this is the numerology cipher using the alphabetic order. So if you were looking at this and trying to figure out how the letter values came up, you probably looked at things and you're like, okay, I is the 9th letter. I see why I is 9. G is the 7th letter. E is the 5th. But how are these other letters these numbers? Again, if that's the question you're asking and you're here for the first time, it's because you're taking the alphabetic order and applying numerology here. So S is the 19th letter of the alphabet. In numerology, you compress every single number to a single digit. Unless it compresses down to 22 or 11, you have the option to stop with 22 or 11. So again, 19 is 1 plus 9 is 10, because S is the 19th letter. 10 is 1 plus 0 is 1. So S becomes 1. U, the 21st letter. 2 plus 1 is 3. P, the 16th letter. 1 plus 6 is 7. So on. E, the 5th letter. R, the 18th. 1 plus 8 is 9. It's just simple mathematics. So alphabetic order numerology, the book I learned about this from, it encouraged that this was really a cipher to look into. Didn't really tell you anything, but just, hey, this is something about English maybe you didn't know before. And had that book not been published in 1926, Manly P. Hall, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, I'd probably still be in the dark as well and see that number stuff was going on in the world, but not really get it. Anyhow, United States of America, 84. The Catholic Church, 84. The U.S. federal government has had diplomatic relations with the Vatican since 1984. Does that mean that the U.S. and the Catholic Church just started working together for the first time in 1984? Or is that a symbolic ritual, kind of like an unveiling of truth? Like I always say, this country was founded in Philadelphia. A lot of the founders were weary that the Jesuit order would come out of suppression and destroy the nation being birthed at that time. Jesuits, deadly, effective, scary people. That's why people are trying to flee Europe to get away from the Catholic Church's rule over what we now call Europe. Again, if you guys didn't know that, the Catholic Church is the old government of Europe. And we'll get to that point. And what's going on right now with Israel, because isn't that what happened with Israel? They came in and started a new Jewish nation in a spiritually contested area where there's so much division and feelings and damage and history. It's like a sore wound. Like if humanity's all over the earth, right? If there's like a vulnerable spot in humanity, that's a really vulnerable spot because of all the focus there. And again, just the religion. And again, religion breeds ego in a lot of people. They think their religion's so great. Anyone who's not on the same page as them is wrong and evil and deserves to be killed. I mean, you see how it just gets to that mindset with religion because people are really about it. So again, just manipulating humanity by a code. And again, here we are on the day, leaving 84 days left in the year. We're just getting started. But the 4 ciphers are the alphabetic order without numerology, the alphabetic order with numerology, which we just did, and then just running the alphabetic order in reverse, meaning Z is 1 back to A is 26, and the reverse alphabetic order with numerology. And when you run it in reverse with numerology, State of Israel, which is the formal title of Israel, is 84. And so is the Jesuit order. And of course, the Jesuit order is also 201. And for people who doubt what I'm saying, look at the death of David Ben-Gurion. Look at his death to the anniversary of Israel. You'll see it's 201 days. Just like how Order of Illuminati equals 201. And Adam Weishaupt, who was Jewish, who was Jesuit trained, died 201 days from the anniversary of its establishment. And again, what that should reveal to you in history is that what we do know about history, it's been orchestrated all this way purposefully. Little breadcrumbs have been left. And again, why do this? Because Kabbalah. In Kabbalah, it says God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. So in Kabbalah, there's a dark half to the study known as the Klipoth, which is about using this knowledge of God for your own self-benefit. Essentially using the knowledge using God's knowledge for your own gain. And you know what? My trolls will say that's what I'm doing now because I'm making enough to sustain from sharing the work. I'm under attack that I'm using God's knowledge. It's like, okay, I'm also trying to do it in a way like it's a mutual benefit. And I know it's been that because sadly that where this knowledge has been most applied, and that was never the intention. But again, people are so money motivated in this world. People will do anything for dollars. The a lot of people have taken this knowledge because they've seen how beneficial it is in sports futures and nailing games and big parlays. And now there's literally like 1,000 people with Patreons in the world doing sports gematria and selling picks. That's the biggest thing going on right now in the world with gematria, because that's how people can pay the bills. And you know what? If you looked at that and said, well, see, that's why all this has been wrong, let's have a more long-term perspective. How many people, though, have also come in and now have the same story? Like, all I really cared about was sports gambling, but thanks, Zach, 'cause now I see what's going on in the world, and I was mad for 2 weeks, but now I want to do something about it. So maybe they come in for the wrong reasons, but because there is a very righteous component of the work, it eventually wins them over in the right direction. I'm not saying it does that for everybody. It creates all kinds of problems too. You got to look at both sides of the equation. This sports gambling thing has also brought in a lot of bad operators and people that want to compete and throw people under the bus. Like, I know who runs the troll network that harassed me 24/7, 365. He's the same guy who's gotten national media attention, gets to pose behind Trump, and who was teaching this knowledge only if you signed an NDA and paid him several $1,000s. I came along and did it for free for 5 years and put him out of commission. I shouldn't say put him out of commission, but I'm sure put a big dent in his operation. You know, he thought he had the stranglehold on the knowledge. And again, he's born into it. That's the difference between him and I. He went to Saturday school. I went to Sunday school, if you catch what I mean. But look at this 84 list, you guys, coming back to it. Again, the day leaving, 84 days left in the year. The leader of the Jesuits, Superior General, 84. Again, the first ever one died 84 days from his birthday. United States of America, 84. The Jesuits served the Catholic Church. Diplomatic relations since 84. Anthony Fauci, the Jesuit, head of NIH since 84. And man, did he go out with a bang, or was it a jab? But anyway, State of Israel, the Jesuit order, 201 and 84. David Ben-Gurion's 201 ritual. Adam Weishaupt's 201 ritual, a gazillion 201 rituals. The first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, the first to live in Suite 201, plus his birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, equals 201, like Ignatius Loyola, like Catherine the Great, who preserved the Jesuit order with 201 Jesuit priests. Look these things up. These aren't bullshit stats. Where do I get the information about the 201 Jesuit priests preserved by the order? From their own website, from their own publications. That's where I got the information from. Right from what the Jesuits report in their history book, as they write articles about Pope Francis, the first Jesuit, the first to live in Suite 201. That building is even called the Domus Sanctae Martyr, which equals 201. And again, why 201? The Holy Bible's 201. What is the Bible ultimately? It's a book of knowledge. The Bible is a book of knowledge. Is there lies and things, mistruths? I think it's most likely that way. It's been mistranslated, and powerful people have controlled the printing presses and only wanted people to know certain things. Once upon a time, the Catholic Church did not want anybody to have Bibles but the people who worked and were employed by the church and higher ranking in the church to have this authority. And there was an interest in having a society where people couldn't really read and write. So even if they got their hands on a Bible, they couldn't understand it. And again, just the way society is being dumbed down, they want to take us back to where we were. At least what we've been told in the his story books, which is a whole nother topic. But again, this 84 list, Zionism, right? When we go back and look at the Balfour Declaration, which was like the first proposal to build Israel, the Zionism code is all over it. And it's undeniable. And it's also the Catholicism code. And again, to remind you, the link with Catholicism and Judaism and Islam, again, they all are connected to the Abrahamic teachings, the first 5 books of the Torah. Again, this stuff happening in NFL Week 5. Maybe that's what I meant to say earlier about how it's NFL Week 5. It's the year of the 104th NFL season, Super Bowl 58. You know what? For all the Taylor Swifties out there, listen, this is how bad it is, you guys. I want you to understand what I'm saying. Jerusalem. Do you see how it equals 104 and 58? And the 32 and 139, look at America, 32 and 139. And again, the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry shares the motto Ad Merum de Gloriam with the Jesuits. And there's 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo. And the Son of God, the sun in the sky, the Catholic Church worshiping on Sunday. Again, there's a reason for all of this. And anyhow, coming back to it again, one more time. Jerusalem. We talked about 32, 139 in America just now, and it goes to so many other things. It goes back to the Illuminati, the founding of the country on 32 date numerology. But anyway, notice the 58 and 104. 104th NFL season, Super Bowl 58, the first ever Super Bowl that's going to end on the Vatican's birthday, right? And notice also how the first Jesuit Pope also has that 58, Pope Francis 58. Remember, we're on a calendar named after a Pope. We're on the Catholic Church's time. That's why today is October 8th, 2023. So, again, when you say, well, who could set all this up? Again, it's the Jesuits who in the 16th century were created to stop the Protestant Reformation. Martin Luther penned the 95 Theses. That was the beginning of the rebellion against the Catholic Church in Europe. He penned it on Halloween, October 31st. From him pinning the 95 Theses to the formation of the Jesuits, which is August 15th, 1534, was 201 months and 1 day later. 201 months from the pinning of the 95 Theses. And again, the Jesuit order, 201. We just talked about all this, and we hardly got into it. We didn't even talk about Beau Biden dying 201 days before the Pope's birthday at age 46, before Joe Biden was inaugurated as number 46 on the 201st day of the nation's age, 20/1. And again, how I know I feel bad for the people who watch all my videos because I got to talk about the same things as if there's always somebody new here. Look into this, you guys. The Jesuit priest, former head of Jesuit Georgetown, Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan, did the funeral for Beau Biden and the inauguration for Joe Biden. And Joe Biden's from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Hit show The Office, where one of the nation's 27 Jesuit universities is. Scranton is where that university is. Again, Joe Biden's birth town. And that show ran 201 episodes. Look it up. The Office, 201 episodes. You see the Jesuit flag again and again throughout the show. And notice also how Limestone Road is 201. If you don't know the story, what happened to Joe Biden back in 72 when he became senator-elect. His wife and daughter died in a car crash days later, fatal accident. Joe Biden Jr. survived that car crash. He ends up dying 201 days before the Pope's birthday, again at age 46, before his dad becomes number 46. When Catholic, again, you guys see how Catholic's 46? 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament, 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament. David Ben-Gurion, 145, declared Israel a nation on the 14th day of the fifth month, the 5 books of Moses, the Torah, NFL Week 5, nuclear football, the cartoon that Comedy Central put out about Trump and the nuclear football and the football season way back when, like probably back in 2015 or 2016. And remember, Trump won the 58th U.S. presidential election, right? And then he declared Jerusalem the capital. And remember how Jerusalem's 58? And so is Freemasonry. And so is secret society. And so is Rosicrucian and King James. Let me spell it right. King James was a Freemason and Rosicrucian and died unexpectedly at age 58. And Biblical's 58. And, you know, Genesis 11:9, again, the Tower of Babel, the tower that divides the world. September 11th, the 11th day of the 9th month, the towers come down. The world's more divided over the Abrahamic religions than ever at this moment in history. Because, again, it's like you got dancing Israelis as part of the story. You got Bush, the proud Christian, ready to wage the new crusades. You got supposedly Muslim terrorists going after Christians and Jews. Again, just all of this orchestrated chaos. And clearly by a biblical code. Again, 2 towers became 0 before they became 1, you know? And they did the tribute in light on March 11th, 311. The number 201 is the number 311 in base 8 counting. After 9/11, they did those massive beams in New York City starting on March 11th, another fateful day in history. And again, the number 201 in base 8 counting is 311. Event 201 was the coronavirus pandemic simulation. The pandemic was declared on March 11th. 311, one of the main sponsors of the event 201 coronavirus simulation was William Henry Gates, 201, like Bill Gates, 84 as well. And again, this 201 thing, Jewish mysticism is another big 201. In Hebrew, the word light relates to 201. light is knowledge to the occult. Funny enough, the English phrase "knowledge is power" has that 201 and 84 in it. And the Fabian Society, highly educated, you know, influential people in society. Again, George Orwell, a member who wrote 1984, the Fabian Society established in 1884. It has a lot of tracks with the Jesuits. A lot of things have been modeled after the Jesuits. And just because something's modeled after the Jesuits, I suppose, doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. People want to be modeled like the Jesuits because they're effective. People understand that this has been an order having major influence where their thing is the ends justifies the means. And then that's why people have said they're also a gang of killers and they'll do whatever it takes to achieve what they want to achieve. So I'm always presenting to you when this is what rules and is corrupt and the tyrannical force and this is how they operate. How do you win unless you don't revolt and overthrow and ensure they don't come back? Maybe you can round them all up and put them in a cage, which they've been doing to all kinds of innocent people. I mean, that's who these people are, and America hasn't spoken up. That's how it's gotten to be this bad in 2023. Who said anything for poor black communities when they started funneling in this new highly addictive, cheap form of crack or cocaine, known as crack, that everybody could afford? And then they're rolling out the drug wars at the same time with these new super long sentences for being found with any cocaine product, especially crack. And the next thing you know, the prison industrial complex has just, I mean, that was always a mainstream news story when I was growing up as a child. You just hear that in the news. They'd say that all the time, that prisons are growing at a much faster rate than our nation's school systems. And just constantly reporting that. It's like, what does that say about our society and why is that happening? And again, it's because we are being purposefully destroyed. And the destruction is the trap set. Here, you don't like the community you live in. It's dangerous. You want to escape out of there? Well, there's only one way to escape. Come try selling some of this crack and see if you can get away with it because you know that guy down the street did. Maybe you'll be him. Or maybe you'll end up like the other 5 guys who are now behind bars. And again, just how they've promoted all this music and entertainment that's corrupted us in every damn way possible. I mean, how cool has it been to listen to songs about how awesome it is to sell crack and make it out there and kill people and have the fattest stacks and the biggest wheels, the best jewelry, clothes, fashion, whatever. And it's not just that either. It's not like the corruption started with that music. You've just seen how over the years they just like pushed the boundary further and further, and now they got it to it's just like this is really bad, man. Something that I think society had the right reaction, and it shows that we do have power. About a decade ago, I thought they were getting really creepy with the children's clothing, and I'm sure it's still bad compared to how it was. But I just noticed like everything was so short, and I just noticed like I'm at Walmart, right? Not that I want to be at Walmart, but sometimes it was the only store open, and we needed some tomatoes. And that it's sad that the world's becoming like that. Everyone else is closed except for Walmart. It's the only place I can get tomatoes right now. And to think that was true in a town where there's a lot of agriculture. It's like this. We're living in the craziest. It's like that's how they got us, you guys. Like this town of Yakima with all this agriculture. If the people just knew how to work together, that town would probably be so wealthy. It's super poor, even though it has all these resources around it, because their whole system's set up that they give everything to the corporation on the cheap, and then the corporation brings it back into the community with this big profit margin. And sure, Walmart might be cheaper than everyone else, but they're still making fat stacks. How do you think they took over the world? But you guys, you follow this trail, you just see what's going on from the corporate world to the government world to the sports world. And again, I'm telling you, it's not an accident that we just had the message alert on 10-4. Oh, I didn't even get for all the Swifties who are so patient who didn't already hang up. You see how the name Swift is 58? And you see how her full name, Taylor Allison Swift, is 104? And she looks like she probably grew up in Saturday school or at least related to somebody who did. But Taylor Allison Swift, 104. You know what I mean? Has she ever been a part of the NFL season? No, she has not. And remember in the offseason, right before, like when training camp started up and people were getting fired up, they had a story about how Aaron Rodgers was at the Allison or the Taylor Swift concert dancing around. And now he's like beefing with Travis Kelsey, the girlfriend. It's like, it was crazy. I remember that day that was in the news. As someone who's here tracking news, I was like, man, CNN really wants everyone to know that Aaron Rodgers was dancing to Taylor Swift. You know, it's like, why is this so important out of all the, I'm like, man, I've never gotten a day on CNN to at least have a conversation about the same shit I'm talking about day after day. I feel like this is news. If the world doesn't know about what I'm talking about here, they need a chance to look at this for themselves. And did I even get through the list? Did I even get, can I just shut up and go through the 84 list? Again, quickly, Gematria, we've covered how it is. I just want you to see how 84 it is, what's going down today. And understand, I wrote a book about this a long, long, long time ago, 2017. And even before I wrote the book, for years, we've been talking about the same thing with 84, going all the way back to 2013. We just understood it more and more as time went on. When I first started, I didn't know to run the alphabetic order in reverse. I realized that 3 years into the study, and then we understood even more. We said there's no way this stuff's a coincidence. Again, look at it. Superior General, the leader of the Jesuits. And if I didn't say so, Jesuits in the 16th century, right after that. You know, we're talking about 30, 40, 50 years later, all these things are happening. The heliocentric models agreed to. The Gregorian calendar is established. The new calendar that understands the sun is the center of the world. Before we were on a lunar calendar, you know, a lot of the world was. I mean, there's different calendars. People have been on other things. I just mean like predominant large sexist society. They were on the Julian calendar, the lunar calendar. Now we're in the age where we're in this Gregorian calendar, named after Pope Francis. I got to tell you something about the word Gregorian too. Look at this. You see how Gregorian is 58? I can tell you about all these numbers. Really, it's all these numbers up here matter so much. But 58, calendar, 58, right? Zodiac, 58. The sky clock, right? The stars. The word star, 58. Our whole world, our whole calendar is based on the sun, which we say is the nearest star, right? That's the scientific understanding that we've all gotten in our school, that the sun is another star. It's just way closer than all the other stars that you see in the nighttime when the sun's on the other side of the earth, giving us a view of the darkness that is space. This is our understanding of the world. And funny enough, the plural, when you run the alphabetic order in reverse, stars is 58, right? Stars is 58. Biblical. A lot of people say the Bible is astrotheology. It's based on the stars. Biblical, 58, right? Here's a big star. How about Kobe Bryant? You see how his name's 58? Run it the other way. His name's also 41. 41's the 13th prime number. USA equals 41. The flag used to have 13 stripes and 13 stars. Again, USA 41. See how LA's 41 and 13? Like Kobe dead at 41. Gianna Bryant dead at 13 in LA when 41's the 13th prime. And my book in 2017 talks about how Kobe Bryant's career was defined by 41 and how all these rituals are being conducted by the Catholic Church, the Jesuits. It's an 800-page book. It's page 29 of this book, you guys, where I say who's running this and done all this is the Jesuits. I get tired of that slander that goes on everywhere now, too. People are trying to form these arguments that I never talked about the Jesuits until after COVID, which is the biggest lie. Again, page 29 of a book written in 2017, and we've been talking about it before that. Again, you know, this book didn't write itself overnight. It's about the same stuff the whole time I've been here is the point I'm making. But again, for in 2020, after I wrote about Kobe and 41 and how important it was to his career, he's going to die at age 41 on the Pope's 41st day of his age. And again, the spelling of you know, Jesus, or oh, yeah, that too. But again, just the spelling of the word crucify, the story of Jesus, how he was crucified by the Romans, capital punishment. It's got the 40 and 41 in it. And both numbers, the 40 is another piece, but again, just 41. Kobe died in the 74th NBA season. Cross is 74, like Jesus, like Jewish, like gospel. That's the story of Jesus, like how he spoke in parables. Again, like English, like Gematria. We're going to come back to how the Superior General is 74 right now. And remember what I said. Again, go watch my videos from when the Superior General turned 74. I said this is not good for Israel because Israel is also turning 75. And we know that on October 6th, 1940, at the start of World War II, the New York Times headline on October 6th, 1940, said New World Order pledged to Jews. And it was a date with 75 numerology, New World Order 75, like Catholic Church, like order itself. And now Israel's 75, and one day after the anniversary of that article, all these years later, this is what happens. You know, this war pops off with the supposed terrorist attack. And the phrase order out of chaos, that's the motto. Order out of chaos is also 75. Imagine, imagine being this organized, this well planned out to manipulate the people of the world for a plan of total control. These people work at a slow pace because they know how to manipulate humanity in generations. They have to do this thing over generations. One generation wouldn't go for it all at once. You know, if everyone, I'm not saying I came from a good generation, but just things get worse. I'm just saying, like my generation, had things not changed when we were in the 90s, people would not be tolerating things going on right now. Society got moved to a point where they now have a tolerance for so much more bullshit, and they're getting taken to a really dangerous place. But again, you guys, I mean, all this stuff is laid out in this book. Okay. We've been talking about this for a long time. It's going to be bad news when Israel turns 75. And again, you guys, Jacob, who becomes Israel in the Bible, in the Torah, the first 5 books, he dies at age 147. The terrorist attack. Look at this, you guys. Here, let's just prove it right now. Israel's anniversary establishment is May 14th, established in 1948 after the World Wars. But from the last establishment anniversary, May 14th, 2023, to October 7th, the day of the terrorist attack, see how this is 146 days later, but you could also say the 147th day of the nation's age, right? And then that means you can also say that today, the day they declare war, is 147 days later. Okay, 147 days later. Jacob, who becomes Israel in the Bible, dies at age 147. The number's not arbitrary. You see how Freemason is 147? Again, Freemasonry is known as Judaism for the Gentile because the teachings are in the Old Testament, the Torah, which is the basis of all the Abrahamic religions. So, like, you should never be any of these religions and really hate the other group. Okay. And you know what? Let the pot call the kettle black right now, because that has been my biggest mistake, because I'm so frustrated with religious people and people so indoctrinated and believe who's so much in the system. It's just like, I don't have a fuse for anybody. And people coming at me in 2023, I've been arguing about this shit since 2001. And that's the majority of my adult life now, because I was 18 in 2001 when 9/11 happened. And I've seen something's wrong and we're going to a really bad place. And I didn't know how long it was going to take to get there. But I'll tell you what, we're a lot closer now. I hope we got 19 more years, but it doesn't feel like we have that much more time until shit gets a lot worse than it is now. And if I remember to, I'm going to talk about other things that are just so interesting in the world right now. But Freemasons 147, so is the word conspiracy. And for the record, outer space is 147 and spaceships 147. And if you start to look into the history of space, you'll start to see this numbers all over when you're aware of Gematria. It will blow your mind. And does that mean that, again, understand what I'm saying? Here's what I'm saying. Again, heliocentrism, 201, right? It's also 150, like how the sun's 150 million kilometers away on average. But heliocentrism, that model agreed to in the 16th century after the Jesuits, at the time the calendar was synced up with the sun, at the time, again, English standardized as a 26-letter alphabet. And that's why we say, if you go back through the history books with this knowledge in mind, you can see how there's been this idea of this language existing in sync with the calendar, and why historical events all across the world are lining up so perfectly by this code. And, heliocentrism is also 75, right? And again, they're doing everything by a time code, by the numbers. Here we are on Sunday, war declared on Sunday. And so many people right now that are Christian, who are truth seekers, who've been listening to Alex Jones and a million other people who are considered legitimate in the truth community for bringing things to light, almost everybody has directed the conspiracy to the Rothschilds and Jewish bankers. And that's where a lot of people think they're totally awake. That's what they're seeing is the solution. And, again, there's people of every religion bankers, there's people doing all kinds of jobs, there's people driving around in cars talking bullshit all day, trying to pretend something they're not. And then when they get called out, then they just have a little hissy fit. There's all kinds of people in this world. And anyway, sorry, I lost my train of thought again, but I got to make this point too. Look at those numbers: 150, 69, 201. Okay, 16th century, everything going on. Illuminati in 1776, right before America. As this system's becoming a more well-oiled machine, it's been established now. It's over 100 years old. Some major rituals starting to unfold in the world. It's not like all this happened overnight. It's been a progression. But look at this. The word Illuminati, again, it's 150 and 69. And Order of Illuminati, again, founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt, 201, who died 201 days after the anniversary of its establishment. You see how Order of Illuminati is 105? See how Commanders is 105? The Washington Commanders got blown out by the Chicago Bears in primetime on 10-5. The nation's capital, the newly named Commanders. The Commanders were renamed right as the war was popping off. We talked about this at the beginning because Commanders equals 42 equals World War equals war. But 105. People made a lot of money off the knowledge, as we've done so many times in the last decade, from understanding the rigged system, from the news to the politics to the sports. Road teams on 10-5, who were the Chicago Bears on the road in the nation's capital. Is a bear market coming? We'll see. We'll see. Bear markets could be very severe both ways. But the Bears go into the nation's capital and make road teams 10-5 on primetime on 10-5, the date 10-5, against the appropriately renamed new team, 105. The Bears also associated with Russia. Let's not forget about that. 105 is the 14th triangular number. The Bears end a 14-game losing streak when the word end is 14. And we've taught this lesson for a gazillion times over the years. And it's also 58. And maybe we'll have a break in NFL seasons this year because just like where major sports have had to pause before or minimize the league and do it on a smaller operation, it's happened in the time of World War in this nation's history. Maybe there'll be a little break. You know what I mean? Man, what are people going to do without their football and their phones not working because, they didn't recognize what was going on in the 21st century? A plan to totally take down the nation. And we'll realize that when the day it comes how bad cell phones got us. They were handy and convenient and brought all this awesomeness into our life. But the day that the power grid went down, we realized how worthless they were. And we all wished we had an old school landline where we could still call each other. In an emergency, the people you love, do you know their number right now? Even if you could find somebody else's phone to try and call them, would you even know how to call them? Somehow you got a signal in this apocalyptic world. You finally found the signal, but now can you even remember their number? Had you grown up, when we grew up, we all knew everybody's numbers. It's funny, I can still remember my friends' numbers from like middle school and high school. I can just start reciting them. I cannot remember Sweet Lady's number because I'm now in the age of Sweet Lady's calling, answer, and I didn't even have to look at her number, right? I haven't had to punch the number in since back when we first met a long old time ago, over a decade ago now. Time flies. And again, they got society right where they want them. Just nobody knows how to work for them. Nobody knows how to work together. I should say nobody, but just like there's so little cooperation. There's so willingness to cooperate. It's like everybody's out for themselves because they all been dead wrong at some point in this system. For a lot of people, it happened back in school where bullying and just teachers can be mean and authoritarians. It's like so many people have learned to resent a lot about the world. So now they live for themselves. I feel like that's also part of the gimmick of what they did to us in our slave school training where, again, I feel like in kindergarten and first grade, you should be learning why it's important to be a good human being, why it's so important to cooperate and work together, because if society can't work together, there's no synergy. And then we're not reaching our potential. Again, but you learn to compete. You learn to have the highest grade in the class. Otherwise, you're not going to get the scholarship and you're going to be behind in the slave ship. Money's controlling your mind from a young age. You're 7 years old. You want to be Jerry Rice and do all the commercials and make the big bucks and, have the cheerleaders flirting with you. You're Jerry Rice in San Francisco. What's Rice Aroni's slogan? The San Francisco treat, right? Jerry Rice, Heinz Ward, 86 for the Steelers, the mustard team, sponsored by Heinz. And Heinz Ward, number 86, finishes his NFL career with 86 touchdowns. Then he's in that Batman movie with the real Steelers team where the stadium blows up and he's the only one that survives. The big bomb that went off and took down a chunk of the city in New York, Gotham. Okay, but yeah, I think we got. Oh my God, we did it, man. I'm so bad. I just got so much to say because I'm so damn frustrated. I still can't make it through the 84 list without going on a big old tangent. Let's try again for probably the 84th time. Today, leaving 84 days left in the year, the leader of the Jesuits, 84, United States of America, the Catholic Church, State of Israel, the Jesuit Order, Zionism, Masonry, Sunday Jesuit. How many times have we taught about the Sunday Jesuit overlap? The exact same in 3 out of the 4 ciphers. RIP to John Thompson at Georgetown, first black coach. The Jesuits love to put focus on race and keep people fighting about slavery when, per the history books, the real ones, they were the real pushers of slavery in America. Lincoln wrote about it and said that what he learned, he said Lincoln said at the beginning of the war he didn't know what was going on. But he said by the end of the war, he understood from people who'd come into his life who was pulling the strings, and he said all roads do lead to Rome and this Jesuit cabal. And then he got killed in a theater. Did it even really happen? Were the clues left? Does everyone just focus on the dramatic death and overlook, the nuggets like the Jesuits, who most Americans have never heard of, even though their universities are scattered throughout the nation and their high schools are usually top in every city? Start to look at these pro sports players, man, lots of Jesuits on the field. That school shooting with nobody in it, where there were the 2 hero cops, and then they had to tell you that they didn't tell you about one of them's education, but the one they did tell you about, the one who made the first shot to take down the shooter in the empty school, that he was from the Chicago area, known for gun violence, right? And Jesuit educated. They had to make sure you knew that. Good Jesuit Catholic boy, superhero at the Christian school, running through it with not a single soul in sight in the whole school. And you're like, wait a minute. This guy went through like every bathroom and room and office. He didn't see a single damn person, but then there's just some person supposed to stand over in the corner and they fall over after he does one on the trigger. It's like, man, if we went to Hollywood and it's just, never mind, man. But look at all this damn 84. And again, it's all biblical, right? Here we are on Sunday, the Sun Cult, the Catholic Church. Again, everybody's got to know this one. Isus hominum salvator, Jesuit motto. That's what the IHS and their logo stands for. If you don't know the Jesuit order logo, it is this, the IHS right here. It's the Jesuits. You're walking by a university, you see that on the university. You're walking by a high school, you see that on the high school. It'll be there if it's Jesuit. They're not hiding that symbol. 32 sun rays. Again, the motto shared with the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite. And Merum de Gloriam. But 274. And remember, right next to the letters IHS in the Jesuit logo is the Templar cross. You see how Isus hominum salvator is 85? So is Templar. Again, you got the Templar cross, IHS. Yesterday, the day leaving 85 days left in the year, the anniversary of the invasion of Afghanistan, where the Crusades happened with the Templars. And then again, Skull and Bones, the powerful secret society out of Bavaria that the Bushes are part of, the Bushes who had the wars in the Middle East, the biblical lands, Crusade lands. Again, Skull and Bones gets their symbolism from how the Templars bury their dead. Let's not overlook the Templars 104 either in light of the 104th NFL season and the 10-4 emergency alert. And, imagine I was doing a live stream right now on how much I love Taylor Swift, and I was doing like karaoke and singing her songs, and was like, oh, by the way, I want to make a point about this world. It's just so caught up in entertainment and materialism. And I was trying to find something actually to talk about in this live stream too. I wanted to make a point. You know how the Louis Vuitton CEO has become the richest guy in the world in the post 2020 COVID era? Have you noticed that? The Louis Vuitton guy is now the richest in the world. He even surpassed big tech. I want people to understand why these things happen. And let me scroll back through my Twitter. I want you to see a recent Snickers ad. I'm going to go from Snickers to Louis Vuitton and how it's all connected and why you should understand why this is the case and how there's a big joke with people snickering at us. I want you to understand how all this is. Hold on, I'm almost there. I didn't scroll past it, did I? Hold up. Did I scroll past the Snickers? Where is it at? Is it further back? Man, I don't. I feel like I don't even stay busy on my Twitter compared to everything else, but it is here. Man, there's been a lot of content since then. And then the Damian Lillard 56 ritual followed. Okay. That's why it's hilarious to just watch all this happen at the same time. Like the biggest star of the Blazers in my post childhood era gets shipped off in like the biggest Jesuit ritual there ever was. Anyway, if you guys have not seen this Snickers ad online, it's out there. Hoarding 56 toilet paper rolls for your costume. Okay, so you can see that. Shout out to Nor45 who's made this easier for us. They've already put it together, that dark blue Cipher, the same one where we started with all the 84s, right? If you weren't following me in the time of COVID, we were talking about just all the 56. Somehow I do not have a physical copy left in my house of my book. I feel like some just vanished from it. Like, where is my book at? I had books here. I still had like a couple that I'd gotten recently, and I was going to give them out eventually. Some signed copies, like if somebody did something awesome. But I can't find any books right now. I'm just like so weirded out by that. They evaporated. But my book, Number Games. If you never read it, you can download it for free. Just search Zachary K. Hubbard Subscribe Star. You don't have to subscribe to nothing. It's just a splash page where you can download my books for free. Or if you want to support the work, you can also you could buy one for $5 and go download the other one for free. I think that'd be a fair deal. I think I'm gonna ask my web team to just do that. Make both these books an instant download for $5. You get both for $5, or I'll keep it free also. It's been free pretty much since it came out. Anyone who wrote to me and said, I can't afford your book, can I please get it? They always got it for free. But and I got so many damn haters for doing like the right stuff with this knowledge. It's crazy. Meanwhile, and again, it's the paid for people who are trying to profit off it that are trying to slander me. They want me out of the game because I just been like, yo, it's Gematria welfare. The people need to know. But anyway, my book, this one right here, Number Games, 9/11 to Coronavirus. Huge premise in that book is how important 201 is, which we've been covering, and 56. And what I didn't understand when I wrote that book was the connection with light. In English, light is 56, and in Hebrew, it's got the 201 connection. Going with knowledge is power, like we talked about in light. But this 56 list. Again, most pure cipher. Coronavirus is 56. Toilet paper is 56. Remember, at the beginning of the pandemic, it was put out in mainstream media that coronavirus was going to cause a toilet paper shortage, and people panicked. And I found myself in a funny life predicament because when this was happening in society, it was like Sweet Lady and I are pretty efficient with toilet paper. We'll go buy one of those big packs, and we probably buy maybe one of those every 9 months. And right when we ran out is like right when this popped off. So I literally had to go find us toilet paper, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is real, man. People have bought out all the toilet paper. Now, we weren't going there in a panic. We were going there because like we literally ran out. I had to drive to every different store in the region. It ended up being at a Winco. I found some toilet paper, which is a regional chain. I think it stands for Washington, Idaho, Northern California, Oregon, maybe Colorado too. But anyway, I was like, this is crazy, man. And I was just like, this is so dumb. This just shows they can report whatever on TV. Because I was already annoyed about this, and we were already talking about the 56 stuff going on. And but look at that list: coronavirus, toilet paper, mind control, COVID vaccine, rebranded flu. That is very interesting because again, coronavirus was coined as seasonal flu in 1968. I never put that in my book. I didn't have that rebranded flu, so I think that's an interesting find. We know Regeneron was the expensive beverage that Donald Trump promoted and said he got better from when he had his supposed COVID diagnosis. And again, Donald Trump, Jesuit educated. Society of Jesus equals 56, like Anthony Fauci, who's also Jesuit educated. If you run it in reverse, Gavin Newsom's 56, and he said 56% of California. Again, Gavin Newsom, Jesuit, who's about to turn 56 years old on October 10th. And I've been telling you guys, it's a big deal when Gavin Newsom turns 56. But look how Gavin Newsom and coronavirus have the same gematria in 3 out of the 4 ciphers: 56, 142, 155. And again, read my book. I show how all of those numbers are being used. why the first coronavirus simulation was on May 15th, and then why 2 years to the day later, Trump declared Operation Warp Speed to develop the coronavirus vaccine on the same day, May 15th, 15/5 like coronavirus. Another 155 is Christianity. And from May 15th, 2018, the day of the first simulation, to March 11th. Here, let me put this up. May 15th, 2018, that's the day of the Clade X simulation, to March 11th, 2020, the day the pandemic was declared. 666 days later, right? 666, the mark, which you must have if you want to buy or sell. Mask, one letter off from mark. You had to have a mask in a lot of places if you want to go in the store. Then you had to get a jab. In Sumerian Gematria, we just multiply the alphabetic order times 6. Vaccination equates to 666. I have lost so many channels and videos for medical misinformation when all I'm sharing is this kind of stuff. How all of these numbers connect. And again, how Donald Trump declared the national emergency on Friday, March 13th, 2020. 3 plus 13 plus 20 plus 20. The date numerology 56. Trump's Jesuit education began at Fordham in 64, 56 years before 2020, the year of the pandemic. Again, Anthony Fauci, the Jesuit in high places there since 1984. His name, 56. Andrew Cuomo, who went to Fordham like Trump, the 56th governor of New York. Again, Jenny Durkin, Jesuit-educated mayor of Seattle. First case of COVID in the world outside of China in Seattle, Bill Gates' backyard, who's also Mr. 201. His wife that year, Melinda French Gates, turned to age 56 in 2020 on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday, when she comes from a family of Jesuit priests. Her name is Melinda French Gates. Paris, France equals 56, the home of the Jesuits, where Ignatius of Loyola, its founder, died in 1556. And again, the Jesuits serve the Roman Catholic Church. They're serving something that they're allowing it to become their authority and boss. And it seems that they serve something, whether they realize or not, that is evil, and at the end even takes their lives by the code that they put on the rest of the world. It's how important it is for them to do this. And again, look at Tree of Life. You know, Tree of Life is the physical model for Kabbalah, where this whole thing of letters and numbers comes from. Another big 56. Things like all-seeing eye, 56. Oh, that's the symbol of the Illuminati. The Illuminati founded just before America. How many signers on the Declaration of Independence? Is it 56? In that blue cipher, Washington, D.C., 56. The nation was founded in Philly. The Jesuits came over here and set up camp in the D.C. area. What do you think happened when the federal government went from Philadelphia, where you had founders who were worried about the Jesuits? What do you think happened between then and us moving to the Jesuit stronghold? Do you think maybe there was a takeover? Again, do you guys ever think about how weird it is that Inauguration Day is the 20th day? The 20th day of the year? Why would that be the day that they install a president? And look at the federal government's website. Inauguration of the President of the United States, 201. Joe Biden sacrificed his wife and daughter when he became senator-elect in 72. When he was age 72, he lost his son, Beau, at age 46 before he becomes number 46. But again, 201 days from the Pope's birthday. And there's so many things I just feel like So sorry, I'm not doing the best presentation, you guys, because there's just so many things that I want to branch off to and make the point of that I haven't yet, because there's so much depth to all of this. But Donald Trump last year burying his ex-wife, for example, on the 201st day of the year, July 20th, 2022. He just lost his brother a couple years before that on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday. But again, wife and daughter dead in a 201 ritual on Limestone Road. I forgot to mention, in addition to when he lost his wife and daughter on Limestone Road, the Great Pyramids of Giza, they weren't built with 201 remaining layers of stone. But if you look it up right now, if you go to the Great Pyramid of Giza, how many layers of stone remain there are 201. And remember what they told you in the history books, at least in our generation and coming up, that Napoleon used like the Sphinx and the pyramids for target practice with his cannons. And don't forget Ignatius of Loyola, who's from France, like Napoleon. His mission to become the Jesuit that he did and start that order, it began with him being shot by a cannonball on May 20th, going with Billy Cannon dying on May 20th, the day that Joe Burrow transferred from Ohio State to LSU and then recreated Billy Cannon's career. And if you've never seen my work on Joe Burrow and Billy Cannon, check it out. And what's crazy is you guys should read my book, Number Games. We got into all of it with Joe Burrow and how significant this number was for him, only for just, anyway, to try and stay focused. Again, just think about the big picture. And again, one other thing. The tangent I also wanted to go down. U.S. president, Gematria of 147. Also 150 like Illuminati, right? Also 51 like how the Illuminati was founded on May 1st. Again, 64 days before the nation. But the 147. Notice if you write out President of the United States, it's also 147. And on the White House, look at this. How many and look beyond Google. I just know it's in other sources too. How many windows on the White House? And maybe one day Google will actually change this to a false answer to mislead people and people catch on. But 147 windows. Okay? 147 windows on the White House. And if you're going to say why windows, again, think about what a window is. A picture, a vision, right? Building a world, right? In real estate, it's location, location, location. And if you have an awesome view, your house can command a huge premium because that's where really rich people want to live because they can afford to live and have breakfast and look out over the hills where nobody else can afford to live. And then you end up near other rich people who probably aren't going to rob you, but maybe they will. Make sure they're not a hedge fund manager. Anyway, and you see the 132 rooms in the White House? I used to wonder things like this once upon a time. Like, why 132 rooms in the White House? Like, again, Gematria answers questions, you guys. Look at this. United States of America. We talked about the 84. When you run it in reverse, it's 132. Okay? And look at Roman Catholic, 132. And look at Catholic Church, 132. Right? Even England is 132. And the Romans used England as an awesome military fortress because it's a big island with a lot of resources that can be fortified and defended. People have to sail there. You got an advantage of people trying to sail up on you. You got military deployed and people on lookout, But 132 is a big deal. And again, from the founding of the Illuminati to the naming of this country was September 9th, 1776, but the Illuminati, May 1st, 1776. And again, July 4th, 1776, just the founding, so we can go there first. That was 64 days later, like chess. Okay. And to, again, September 9th, it'll be 131 days later, which is the 32nd prime number, like America is 32, like Scottish is 32, like the 32 degrees the 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo. Again, another important number, the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite, the second highest degree. And the Scottish Rite, all their rites were written by Jesuits. So the span, though, from the Illuminati's establishment to the U.S.'s establishment, that's also a total span of 132 days. Now, again, the Illuminati is founded by a Jesuit who's Jewish, who's aware of this knowledge, who was raised by a Jesuit priest because he lost his parents at a young age. And you think about how many world leaders, if you look into their story, a lot of them lost a father at a young age or even parents. A lot of stories like that. And again, it's because there's a lot of Manchurians being brought up, and it's a lot easier to make somebody into something if they don't have like a strong parental influence around them. Because the person who will manipulate a young child is somebody like this, who has this mindset. Oh, this is the perfect, young, smart, handsome child. Let me mold him into this weapon against humanity. He'll be the ultimate manipulator and smooth talker. Now he'll have these people walking off a cliff in no time. That's essentially who Barack Obama was, whose birthday is 8/4. And again, I've been talking about Obama and his promised land and what's coming and, the big joke on all of us for a long time. And it's not about race. It's about understanding the way we're getting played, and who's doing it. And again, you look at the people around me who've been hanging around all this time, doing $100 super chats, but never contributing nothing. And you see how at this exact moment, see, that's what's sad. It's like the people that hang around, they're around for other reasons, and then you realize you're like, that is why he's the only guy who can afford $100 super chat, man. Nobody else can afford stuff like that. And he just won't tell us any damn thing. But right when all this is going on, he's going to go to war and do 10 hours, 12 hours of live streams in about a 36-hour period trying to tear me down while we're exposing this and how bad it's gotten with the racial propaganda, King Javier Black. Check this out, you guys. This is how all the wars being instigated, from the one in Israel to the one in Ukraine. Hey, the one in Ukraine, you guys, Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin. Again, this just popped off this just popped off in Israel on Vladimir Putin's 71st birthday. 71 days before the Pope's birthday, another big Catholic number. Catholic 71, Catholic 35 like JFK, number 35, killed at age 46 like Joe Biden, the second Catholic president in the U.S., number 46, inaugurated on the Pope's 35th day of his age, like the 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament, with Israel established on 14/5, and David Ben-Gurion, again, who's also 145, and 73 like Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism, who died on 7/3, and 80 as well. I don't want people to misinterpret the point I'm going to make. I'm not saying David Ben-Gurion's Satan. I'm also saying, here, let's make a point about this. You see how Satan's 80, you guys? You see how Baphomet's 80? You see how Baphomet's also 35? You see how Satan is 80 and 35 like Baphomet? Again, what's the story of the Knights Templar, whose cross is now in the Jesuit Order's logo? It's that they were worshiping Baphomet secretly. And in France, where the Jesuits were originally created, the king burned them at the stake for worshiping Baphomet. And they recently put out a show. If you've seen that show called, there's a show that came out in recent years about the Knights Templar and how they got burned at the stake and how the hatred came between the king. And it tells a story that they say is largely fictional. But the story that you learn about is a knight who explains that there's 65 different Knights Templar orders in all of Europe. And remember how Pandemic 65 as well, and the Event 201 pandemic simulation was on the 65th day of Bill Gates's wife's age, the Seattle couple. And in the Event 201 simulation, they simulate that 65 million people will be killed. And it'll last about 2 years, just like pretty much what happened worldwide in the stats and how long it lasted. But remember how at the beginning of the pandemic, how they had the two boats parked on both ends of the nation with the big red crosses on them, and the Templars have the Red Cross, and the Red Cross raises a lot of money off tragedies that a lot of them are orchestrated, and the Red Cross puts in their print that the majority of their money goes to their bureaucracy. Doesn't even make it to the victims, but it pays for the Red Cross infrastructure that promotes. The Red Cross does do things. It's not like they do nothing. It's just, is it an efficient way to donate? Are you getting a great return, or is the Red Cross getting a great return? Anyhow, Knights Templar. There's a lot to say about the Knights Templar Gematria too. We'll come back to it. But it's not an accident that we've gotten these shows in history. Anyway, the premise in the show is the Knights Templar, who's the... By the way, the actor who portrays him is born in 85, if you want to look him up. But the main character is born in 85. He's like a young, handsome guy, and he's training the king how to fight. And, his wife falls in love with this Templar, right? Because he's the bigger, stronger, more talented, more handsome man. And the Templars have a chastity. They're not supposed to be having sex with any woman. And again, this is like the king's right-hand man, and they're having this affair. And then he gets the queen pregnant, and the king finds out. And I don't want to ruin the whole show, but it tells the story of this. This is how the fallout came with the king and the Templars. And then it tells the narrative of the king just like falsely accused them of Baphomet and worshiping Baphomet. It was all made up as hearsay just to destroy the order because he was so outraged about a Templar impregnating his wife. And again, the show reveals like how corrupt a pope can be, how dishonest, how they can use their platform to just destroy people. Because he knows that because he knows he has the total authority. It's tyranny. If you don't bow to him and give him what he wants, he can have you killed right there too. It's like you can't win. Or you can bend over like he asked, take it up the ass, and then he'll kill you afterwards anyway just to flex his muscle. And again, that's the problem with authority that humanity hasn't learned. And that's part of my message too is again, I mean, we got to learn. You cannot allow yourself to be controlled by wealth and money and authority. You have to live out of a place of righteousness. I get up in the morning to help somebody. That's what I live for today, to help somebody and teach somebody something and help my people come up and make the world a better place and stop the evil that's going on. Like, that's living a righteous life. And it's hard to do in this world because trying to do righteous things, you might find yourself like I did. And everyone thought I was crazy. Again, real thing that I lived through in my lifetime. First job out of college. I impressed a guy in real estate, and he just bumped me so fast up the ladder that I went from supposed intern to running an office within a week that he wanted to set up in Portland, my hometown, instead of having me come up to Seattle. And I realized in no time he was having me do things that didn't seem exactly ethical, but at the same time, I saw that that's what the industry was, and I was just surprised because he was this real religious guy, and he knew I wasn't religious. I was honest with him about everything, but I said I'm not a bad person. I said I was raised Lutheran, and I think the golden rule's the thing: treat other people the way you want to be treated. I said as an employee, I absolutely bring that mindset, and if I don't, but anyway, I learned how fast this super religious guy who had explained at the beginning when I first met him how important it was to his life, he was just super corrupt, and it was all about the money at the end of the day, and just the ends justify the means. And I stayed with that job because he kept giving me more and more money to stay there because I was so productive for him, and I was making him way more than what he was paying me. I understood that's the way it was, but I was like, well, none of my friends can make this kind of money. My friends are my friends who went to the same program as me. They're all making about 40,000 a year right now, and look at me. A bad week right now is $2,000, and but I knew a part of me knew it was wrong because I was like, this industry is so corrupt, and this isn't what my life was supposed to be. My life was supposed to be again, when I went into college, my mindset was 9/11 hadn't happened when I started college. My mindset was I got this scholarship for the accounting program. I'm not crazy about accounting. That's not what I want to do with my life. But accounting's not bad for getting into the world of law. And I can put my logical mind there to work with my mathematical mind. That can be a good career path for me. So that's what I went into college with. But 9/11 happened 2 weeks into college. And when 9/11 happened, I had I knew things were wrong in the world. I was questioning a lot of things, but my worldview shifted. This was a big enough thing to shift my worldview. And then it was so clear to me how corrupt the world was and how money based it was because I realized just how people are getting controlled by money. And I felt like I was in middle school again because shortly after 9/11 in my English class in college, uh, like days after, the professor came in, and funny enough, she was from Portland, Oregon, like me. And at first, I thought we were gonna be cool because we were both from Portland. We weren't having a problem, but she brought in a new syllabus for what the semester was now going to be about. She just threw out the whole syllabus, and now we're studying the Middle East, and we're literally studying the terrorist threat of potential nations. And I got assigned Yemen. I called it Lemon, Yemen. I got assigned Yemen, and I was just so annoyed. I was like, because I just knew this whole thing was bullshit. And that's where I was. I was like, I know I'm being lied to. I don't want to start thinking of, that's how I want to adapt the world now. These people live over here are terrorist nations. Here, let me get all inspired to do that research project. How much do I have to pay for this class? This is how I felt at that moment. And I ranted in class about how bullshit it was. And like, I noticed I was down in Arizona, right? I think at where I grew up from, I would have had some people kind of on my side as students. And at first, I thought I had nobody on my side. But then, as people were in the program and as years went on, and I made more scenes along the way, but some of my professors respected me. Anyway, over time, people started to say, you know what, Zach, it is really cool how you speak out, even though I might not agree with you. I was learning to speak out at a young age because I realized it had to be done, and it was hard. It's hard as a 19-year-old to stand up in front of a room of like an auditorium of 350 people, and a lot of them are older than you and more mature, and you already know that they kind of have a chip on their shoulder for people who think like you, and say it anyway. And I had people that wanted to fight me. A fight never broke out, but just people that would want to fight and would even start acting up, and the professor would tell them to chill out. But again, you guys, I've known since then bad shit is coming. People got to wake up. And I've been trying to wake up people in different ways. And, when I was 18 and 19, I only knew so much. But again, I was making the point that with this first professor, I could have just dropped out of college right there. She wrote up an action plan and a behavior plan, and I would no longer be a disruption in class and argue with her in class. And I was just annoyed as hell. I was like, this needs to be argued about. I don't want to pay for a class where I have to research Yemen is a terrorist threat. What the hell kind of research is this? You know, the internet was like this emerging thing back then. Google, my freshman year of college, Google was the new search engine. We'd never heard of it in high school. It was Yahoo and Alta Vista. Freshman year of college, Google, this new thing. Professors bring it up. Hey, by the way, you guys, and I just look back at that too, like how everyone was spreading Google so fast. 9/11, big tech takeover, surveillance state. Hey, do you remember? You remember how they did the mass layoff at Google and they were all blindsided? That was a big national news story. All these are blown away. How they got laid off by Sundar Pichai, Mr. 201 at Jesuit Big Tech. Yeah, and again, I went to the Google campus and told them to their face about that. I talked about how they should all be ashamed of themselves for all the censorship, and you know, for all of them who aren't Americans, they got to think about why they came to this country. Why was this the place to come to get a better salary? What made America better that made you leave your country? Are you turning this country into your country? You know, I was trying to get these people to think, but then I dropped on. I said, by the way, you should look into the Jesuits in 201 and why you guys just had this big mass layoff here in the latest 201 ritual. Because that just happened shortly before we were there. And the goofy who was with me, who actually, when we were on the Google campus, he specifically asked me not to record and said, will you just let me record this one? I said, sure. Well, when that was going down, he walked away and started babbling off into the camera about God knows what. And it's like, dude, this is what we were supposed to be here to do, to confront these people and try and get a reaction when we're in the action. And then, you know, he's saying the reason he did that is because he got afraid that something bad was going to happen. And he's right. He is right. I mean, we were probably close to getting arrested because as we were getting out of there and the security was all walking on our ass and telling us to get, move on, the police were coming funneling into the parking lot as we were just getting out of there in time with our car. And I wasn't worried about getting arrested, but it was funny the way the police came funneling in as we were leaving. But yeah, that's not me trying to put people in danger. That's me confronting what needs to be confronted and saying, yo, we got to inspire more people to do this. People should be at that Google. If you guys don't know, Google has this really nice campus, and I don't want to ruin it for them. Like, I don't want to, because again, if you do things the wrong way, you can make people hate you even more, and then you'll never reach them. And I'm sure I've broken that rule plenty of times, but it's like, it is nice that at the Google campus, they have this outdoor eating area and you see all the employees working and coercing. And it's just like, this is cool. This reminds me more like a back in the day, like people actually outside and having a good time and actually talking and not staring at their phones. And it starts to make sense because like, that's what these people do for a living. They're working in their phone and on their computer all day. This is their chance to be a human being and they're making good use of it at this lunchtime. And that's why Google's smart, as the Jesuit mind controls that they are, to have this kind of thing. But at the same time, it's like, you know what? I feel like there should be somebody every day walking through. And you know what? I won't ruin the whole lunch, but I'm going to rant for 3 minutes about something I want you to hear and how what you're doing here, making all this money at this corporation that pays so well, that's so nice to work at, but all you got to do is help build the surveillance state. I want you to think about what you're doing for this experience. Is your nice lunch and your big salary and the fact that you're capable of doing what needs to be done to program the latest tech to read the face from either even further away or compile the data even faster or build the latest AI that's supposedly going to destroy humanity. Not that hasn't been foreshadowed since like what, the early 90s with even way before that, man. I'm tripping. It's just because I was born in the 80s. But I mean, in a big way since the 80s and 90s with Terminator and a lot of these other shows. I guess it goes back to the Twilight Zone as well. Anyway, this is probably the record video for skipping all over the place. And just to come back to war being declared, let's make sure we got everything here, okay? If you made it this far, congratulations. Maybe if you want to, like, I'm not sure about this guy. He sounds crazy skipping all over. If that's the way this stream's coming off, because I'm being too tangential, go watch some other videos where a lot of times it's more succinct. But man, it's just, I don't even know what to say anymore because I've covered it all so much. And I'm just so sick of watching this happen and explaining how this was going to happen. And back in, I just wish somehow there was a real Back to the Future and I could go back to 2013, right when I first learned this, and redo it without making the mistakes that have been made and just trying a whole different approach. Because, man, it just sucks to be here now. It is 10 years later. And I was saying the whole time, we don't want to make it to 2020, 19 years after 9/11. There's something about these people in 19 and the word chaos equaling 19. And again, their order out of chaos motto and 19 hijackers on 9/11. And then 19 years later, it's COVID-19, and they won't stop calling it COVID-19, even though it's 2023. And then who got the worst of it? The people that are considered to be like the most biblical of our times because of all the focus on Israel and the division and the way it is and what's happened since the world wars. And then Israel's 1,000 other wars since then. This nation just can't stay out of war. And they've always told us Israel's the biggest violator of the Geneva Conventions, which all come from like the history of World War II and the Nazis, and it's just it's such a sick joke. And by the way, Adolf Hitler is Mr. 201 as well, and the Nazis were modeled after the Jesuits, and it was just in September where we had the new revelation from the Vatican that all these years since what did they say 1942, there's been the letter to Pope Pius XII about Hitler and the warning and what needed to be done, and it was written by a Jesuit priest. They just gave us that story. We just covered that in September. It's like about the same time RFK had the assassination scare, synced up with the 56th upcoming anniversary of his father's assassination on the 5th day of the 6th month. Again, Catholic family, the Kennedys. But okay, again, why today? Why now? Why what I've been saying all year? You guys, I was out in oh my God. I can't believe how much effort we've put in and how good we've gotten this. And just that there's just not way more people helping us out at this point. But look at this. Look at this. We were at the Buffalo Tops, right? Explaining why you had the white supremacist mass shooting on Israel's 74th birthday. And we predicted there was going to be some nasty, likely, very divisive story on that day. And it came out of Buffalo, and it came 201 days from Hillary Clinton's birthday, which is interesting because she's Jesuit educated, and she cut the ribbon to open that Tops where that mass shooting happened. And then right after that, it was the Uvalde shooting with pretty much the same pattern, but 201 days from Matthew McConaughey's birthday, the movie star from that town who held up the green Converse for the victim, and green Converse are 201. And it went with that year's NBA Finals where the team with the green Converse, the Celtics, lost to the Warriors in San Francisco, where Bill Russell went to the Jesuit school in San Francisco and died right after San Francisco beat Boston in the NBA Finals in the 75th season, becoming 7-5 in finals and picking up their 75th road win all time in Boston to win it. And earlier in the year on the Pope's birthday, Boston fell to 7-5 in the season. Again, we're talking about how Israel's 75 right now, right? And that Jesuit headline from October 6, 1940. The date was 75 numerology. You can look it up. New World Order pledged to Jews. October 6, 1940, the day before this pops off. The anniversary of that day was the day before October 7th. And again, Israel's 75. We've been talking about this for a long time. Israel being 75, the Superior General being 74. And again, let's hit the 74 piece. Israel declares war. The headline reads 173 and 74. Roman Catholicism's 173 and 74. A second ago, we were talking about how Knights Templar is 173. And by the way, I know what the show's called, Nightfall. Nightfall, about how the Templars went down, the beef with the king in France. And at the beginning, the Knights Templar are divided about protecting the Jews in France. Some want to do it, and some don't. And the main character, again, who's born in 85, who reveals the 65 Templar orders in Europe in the dialogue of the show, right at the beginning, he wants to protect the Jews. Like, he's the big guy who's going to protect the Jews. So they're just, the same historical things. The Templars were down in the biblical lands and brought back all this knowledge to the church, which is now, it's been being used clearly through English in the calendar since the 16th century. Again, that's the point I keep making. And I don't get all of you guys who watch my videos and then say, so what's the point of knowing this? The point of knowing this is who needs to be stopped. I mean, I don't know how you can watch the video and not understand that. It's like, Jesus. Jesus, where are you? Speaking of Jesus, back to 74. Israel declares war, 74. Roman Catholicism, 74. You want to add on to that list? Holy Roman Empire, Roman, a lot of 74s. In the most simple cipher, all of these things are 74. Holiday. Think about this nation's birthday, 7-4. Holiday means holy day. You're supposed to keep the Sabbath day holy. On Saturday was the supposed terrorist attack. That's the holy day for the Jews. Now, on Sunday, the holy day for the Catholics who've converted Christianity to worshiping on Sunday. And I didn't even finish that point earlier either, man. I've been so bad. Look at this. I got to go back to it. Isus Hominum Salvator, 274. Again, the Roman Catholic Church has celebrated the sun's birthday in the sky on 1225 since the year 274 AD. The sun in the sky, the physical object that lights and heats the world and makes life possible. Roman, you see how it's 266 in reverse? Pope Francis is the 266th Pope, the first Jesuit. He spoke in DC in 2015 on the 266th day of the year. He was just in Paris, France this year, where the Jesuits are from, on the 266th day of the year, September 23rd. And keep in mind that day can be written 239, 23/9. That's the 52nd prime. Pope 52 weeks in the year. But Jesus Hominum Salvator also 122, like Pope Francis, like San Francisco. San Francisco named after St. Francis of Assisi, like Pope Francis. Gavin Newsom, who came up in San Francisco, like Feinstein, who just died in the very Jesuit ritual, synced up with Pelosi and Newsom. Again, you guys, you see how Society of Jesus is 187 and 56? So is Washington, D.C. Feinstein in California, Pelosi in California, Newsom in California. California's got that Gematria 52 like Pope. They're all Catholic and Jewish. The Pope wears kind of like a yarmulke. And that's not an accident that it's so close. All these religions are so close. 187 chapters. Look at Abrahamic. 187 chapters in the Torah. Abrahamic 187, 56. Light has that 56. And 79, like Society of Jesus. 79 goes with that Knights Templar. It goes with that Christianity, simulating a biblical plague. 666 days before a pandemic's declared, and people are forced into an agenda where they'll conform with the authority if they want to buy or sell. That's why all the people get mad at me because of my rants. I've also always made the same point, that the Christians are right about a lot of things. And if you're aware of this biblical knowledge and this Christian understanding of the world, you can see the games that are being played. Does that mean everything about Christianity is right? No. But knowledge is power. The Bible, a book of knowledge. It is the knowledge that the cabal is using. And here, I want to go back to the Church of Satan because, again, it comes back in everything we're talking about. Anton LaVey, its founder. Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan. You also have that former member of the church who was high in the U.S. military. Dude, okay. My mind is tripping today. Anton LaVey. It's probably because I didn't get enough sleep. Anton LaVey. I want you to see his death and the sitting pope at the time. So born April 11th, dead October 29th in 97, right before Halloween, right? April 11th, 1997, October 29th, 1997. He died 201 days after his birthday, okay? And we've established how this is very Jesuit. The Jesuit Orders 201, their founder, a million other things, stuff I didn't even cover in this, a million other things I didn't cover. Biden and Putin meeting on Pearl Harbor Day, right before Russia-Ukraine, which was 201 days into the Jesuit Ignatian year. Bill Russell, Jesuit educated, died on the very last day of the Jesuit Ignatian year after Boston lost to San Francisco, the two cities that connect his basketball career. Basketball equals 85, like Templar, like Jesus Hominum Salvator. The Jesuit school, Georgetown, lost to the Catholic school, Villanova, in the first March Madness in 85. What they did to John Thompson, who won it in 84 and died at age 78, when Jesuit and Sunday are 84 and 78. And then they renamed the court after him 666 days later. But again, the Jesuit Order 201, the long list of 201s. Oh, I know. Catholic. Sorry. I was like, come on. What's the next piece? Catholic Pope 201. And look at this. The sitting Pope at the time was Pope John Paul II. Pope John Paul II. My sister did a study abroad when she was in college, and she went all over Europe, and she got to be in very close proximity to the Pope. And sometimes I wonder if, like, that's the reason she's the way she is. Like, what kind of influence did he have on her? She's under some crazy spell. She can't see anything. But look at this. May 18th was his birthday. So, May 18th, 1998. He died 201 days after his own birthday and 201 days before the sitting popes, right? And notice how Church of Satan is 56, right? Just like Society of Jesus is, duality, right? Again, this nation's capital. There might be some good guys there, but they're definitely outweighed by the bad guys. And I'm not sure there are any good guys there. I'm not sure it's even tolerated. But yeah, I think a lot of the people that hang around this community and do what they do, again, you've heard Mark Passio say it before. I'll tell you one of the weirdest things that happened in the time I've been doing this. If you guys don't know Mark Passio, he's Jesuit educated, went to a Jesuit high school in Philadelphia, raised Roman Catholic, became a member of the Church of Satan, recruited by Anton LaVey. And if you guys don't know who Mark Passio is, again, very interesting guy, but I wonder about him. He doesn't help us out. We've tried to collaborate. I'm willing to work with anyone who will speak out against the tyranny. They might have a former past as a Satanist. If they're not about that anymore, and they're really about educating and shedding light on dark, because Mark Passio pretends to be about that. I said pretends because that's what I think now. But he does a good job pretending at times. And if he's right, he's revealed some important stuff. He says that, these members of this Church of Satan are in very powerful positions. They're all over, they're all levels. It's from your biggest politician to, your dude who's kind of living on the street. There's members all over the place. And the weirdest thing that's happened in the time I've been doing this is a gentleman took a bus out from the middle of the country to Yakima, Washington to hunt me down because he wasn't sure what to think about me. And he got a hold of my number and he asked for me to come meet him up at a hotel. And I always give people the benefit of the doubt. And I went to I corresponded with him a little bit through the phone. And I said, yeah, we can meet up and talk. And I went over to where he was staying at his hotel and knock on the door, knock on the door. No one ever answered the door, right? No one ever answered the door. And I hung around for a while because he wasn't far away, but he's like on the other side of Yakima. So it's probably like a 5.5 mile drive with the lights. Probably takes about 20 some minutes to get over there. So round trip, you're driving nearly an hour. So when he didn't answer, I wasn't like, well, I'm just going to drive back real quick. I was like, I'll hang out for 20, 30 minutes. I'm sure he'll come back. I ended up hanging around there for like an hour. He never came back. And then later that night, he starts blowing up my phone about how I didn't show up and I dissed him and he waited around and I wasted his day. And I was like, dude, I was there. You didn't answer the door. I waited around, and I'm a busy person, man. And I was coming over because I was like, well, if you came all the way out here on a bus and you really, he's like, I either want to be down for the cause or. So that night he starts text messaging me pictures of a knife that he's got in his hotel, and it was like a kitchen knife. It wasn't like some killer's knife. And I was like, unreal, man. Like, what the hell's wrong with people? And just blowing up the phone. And then, like all the trolls, he has my address. And he's posted my address. He's like, I'm coming for you. And I'm not even tripping. You want to come over, man? Trust me. You want to come over, it's probably going to be a mistake. You can bring that little, almost butter knife over here and threaten on property. You're gonna meet something. They say don't bring a knife to a what fight. So yeah, and I'm not threatening him, and I was just willing to meet with him, and now he's projecting what it's like my day got wasted, man. I drove over there and sat around. I mean, it ended up being like 2 hours of my day. I bust my ass every day. That's valuable time to me because I spent that time with sweet lady. She gets mad because I never spend enough time with her. But anyway, we end up hashing it out. So I start thinking like, oh, he's probably just kind of like off his rocker. He wants me to come over. He says it's a misunderstanding. He needs me to come over to the hotel. Again, there was no threat. It's all good. It's water under the table. He says he really has to meet me. He apologizes. So I'm like, I'm going to give this dude the benefit of the doubt. So I go over there, and this time he comes out. I don't even have to go to the door. He comes out of the hotel, and I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, you know what? Even if this dude brought the knife, I'm not tripping. This guy was so small. He was like maybe 5'2", and he looked like he was living on heroin, to be perfectly honest. He was like a pale ghost, and he probably weighed all of, in the gay community, I guess he'd be what they would call a male spinner, if you know what I mean. But He was a really small person, but his beard was huge. His beard was probably 25% of his weight. I'm not even joking. That beard was heavy and it was deep. He was like one of the seven dwarfs. And I was like, unreal. And what was crazy is the way he talked on the phone. I didn't think he was a white dude. I couldn't believe the way he talked. Where did he say he was from? He was from Memphis, Tennessee. That's where he was from. He was from Memphis. And he had a really interesting voice. But he gets in the car and he just starts coughing everywhere and he's telling me how sick he is. And I was like, and then he says that's the real reason he didn't answer the door yesterday, because he didn't want to get me sick. So I'm like, okay, this is getting weirder and fucking weirder. So he gets me to come over here, and now he's sick as hell and he's coughing everywhere. And I'm just like, at this point, I'm like, let me just test my damn immune system, you know? And what he wanted to do is he asked if I could drive him to the Safeway. He had to pick up some stuff at the store because he's making food on the microwave and little whatever they got hot pad in the hotel that he's staying at. So I said, yeah, I can take him to Safeway. And then while I'm driving there, he said what the real reason he came out to meet me is because he wanted to let me know that the satanic cabal is everywhere and they're watching at all times. He's like, they're watching us right now. And I was like, well, how do you verify that? Who do you know who these people are in the satanic cabal? So then he starts like looking at every license plate and he's like, because of Gematria, I figured out how to turn every number into 13. So he's just like doing crazy math with every license plate until he gets it back to 13. And then like somebody couldn't figure it out. And he's like, if I could write it down on paper, I'd figure it out. So then he goes to another one. And I'm like, okay, this is not what we do with Gematria. Just manipulate every damn letter and number on the plate until we get to 13 somehow. And I was like, this is so crazy. This dude came all the way. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, this is a crazy dude. This is a crazy person that I'm with. And then the thing is, you know, the dumb thing I did was give him my email, man. That guy would just create a new email account and spam the hell out of it. But here, you guys would not believe what I end up doing for this dude. So because I met him and I could see something was wrong, there's like a part of me, even though he's driving me nuts, that I got this compassion for. And he says like, man, I can't afford my hotel here and I got to get out of this town and the Satanists are all around me and I'm going crazy. He's like, can you drive me to Sunnyside? Well, Sunnyside's like 40 miles from where we are and 40 miles each way. So this is an 80-mile round trip. And he's like, I have a few things I need to move with me. And I'd really appreciate it because like I don't feel safe right now. And what do I need? Like at this point, the guy, he's threatened me with a knife. He's coughing all over me. He's talking crazy ass bullshit. And it feels like he's almost fucking with me. But then now he needs a ride to Sunnyside. And when I pick him up, he gives me some crumpled up bills. And it wasn't a lot of money. But then on the way there, he sees the Best Buy sign. He goes, oh, I need to go to Best Buy. He's like, can we go to Best Buy real quick? I got to get some electronic stuff. And then in one of the, okay, I didn't even tell you guys. When he said he had some stuff in the hotel. This dude had a huge, like the biggest water ice cooler I've ever seen. It barely fit in the back seat. I drive a Camry. I could barely get it in there. It was like door to door. I had to close it. I was like, who carries a water cooler around like this? And he had all this just like electronics and gadgetry and just junk and bags. My whole car was like loaded up like I was moving in my car. And I'm like, I couldn't believe how long we had to take to load up his car. And then what's crazy is when in Best Buy, he pulls out one of his bags he has and he says he needs to run in the store. The dude, I mean, he doesn't know me, right? He opens up this bag and I never see anything like it. Just all this crumpled up money of all bill denominations. I can see big bills. I can see plenty of 50s. I see some hundreds. I see a lot of ones, fives, 10s, 20s. All this crumpled money. And I couldn't tell you what the estimate of how much money was in there, but he shows this to me, right? And then he goes in Best Buy and he tells me he's going to be about 15 minutes. And I said, it was the day. Here's what day this was going on. Remember the day that Screech died? Mr. Diamond in the 44 ritual on the kill day, like we educate about? This is the day this happened because I ended up doing a video in my car just on what I could observe and it report just looking at the news story about Screech's death on the kill date, which we'd already had circled. So it was an easy thing to explain in terms of, if you guys don't know what the kill date it is, it's one day that comes up a month that has all this numerology, 44, 64 always, and either 28 or 17. And sometimes it'll have all four. But each month, one day comes up like that right now in the phase of the Gregorian calendar. And there's always some huge 44 killing. It was the actor with the DD initials with all kinds of 44 connections. D's the fourth letter. Anyway, I remember I was in my car while he's in Best Buy, and I have this bag that he just showed me is full of cash. And like, if there was ever a dude I should rob in my life, and again, I wouldn't do it. But I mean, like, this guy's giving me all the reasons to rob him, right? So I'm sitting in the car, and now I'm realizing, like, damn, he's been in there for about an hour. I did the video. I've been doing more research. I've been jotting things down here. This guy's just leaving me sitting in his car after he just showed me he has this bag full of money that came from God knows where. And dude, when we get to the hotel, it's one of those outdoors hotels that's open up to the balcony. And there's a first and second floor, and you got to go upstairs on the outside to get to the second floor that has like a balcony. You've seen hotels like this, they're everywhere. They're like track hotels. And they give him a room up on the second floor, and he says to me, he's like, damn, man, they don't have one on the first floor. And he's like, that cooler's so heavy. And he's like, there's no way I'll get it up there. You think you can get it up there? Man, and he didn't even like try to help. I'm hauling this heavy ass cooler up all these stairs. I'm not in the gym anymore, man. This thing was heavy as hell. It was huge, and he had it all full of shit. And I just look back at all this, and I just like, what's going on with these characters that have been hanging around the community. I'm like, what if all this time, like, this is like what this Mark Passio's been talking about? And that dude literally came out there and fucked with me like in every way. And then after I helped him out at Sunnyside, then all these threats through email, and he also makes weirdo videos, but he never puts my name in the title, but he's talking about me all the time too, but no one finds it because he's a psycho babbling into the wind like cuts. But I look back at this shit and I'm like, dude, I think like I just been getting here, you guys, Mark Passio is Jesuit educated. I've called his show so many times. It took me like calling there 20 straight shows before he picked up, and the only time he ever picked up was the 201st episode. And I'm like, I look back at that now. He never picked up after that. I called him the weeks back because he made it sound like he wanted to continue the conversation. We ran out of show at the end. He took it at the very end when there was only so many minutes, and then never talked to me again. Never picked up my call again. But I didn't even understand 201 back then. Not like I do now, anyway. I had a few things documented, like why it was so important that Tom Brady got his 201st career win over the Wins. That the ESPN had to do a huge story about the 201st win. And the guy born 201 years after the U.S. and Illuminati, and who's had 201 passing yards in his last NFL Super Bowl, and was married to Giselle, born on the 201st day of the year. By the way, that's July 20th, the day of the moon landing. Yeah, just for the record, the first man to walk on the moon, 201st day of the year, with the 201 name and the 84 and the 105 like order of Illuminati. Everything we covered if you've been keeping track of half of it. So anyway, Superior General 74, all these things 74. Holiday, like this nation's birthday. Jewish, like this idea of coding numbers into words. Like Joshua, which is the English translation for Jesus, who's from Judea, who's the basis of Christianity and the divider of the religions. Because some Jews say Messiah hasn't arrived and Jesus was a fraud. And that's a very personal attack on a Christian who says he's my salvation, and all that matters really is that I believe in that story, and kind of the sentence ends there. A lot of real Christians, though, understand it's not that you just believe in the story, it's that you live a righteous life. And I guess that's what makes me, some people say once a Christian, always a Christian. Again, I was raised Lutheran. My first 2 years of school were at Catholic school, which is ironic since I was raised Lutheran. But again, that's because they had all day care, and my parents worked all day. And my mom's point, I've always said it was free. And my mom says it wasn't free, but it was very affordable. So again, my parents didn't have a lot of money. It was next to free. You could never get that at another private school. And they needed it because they could drop me off early in the morning and pick me up late at night, which is what the deal was when I was growing up. And luckily, I'm not mad at the Catholic school because it was all nuns there. And those nuns were sweet ladies. Those were some real sweet ladies too. So anyway, I still remember their names, Mrs. Jenny and Mrs. Bird. That's who I had for kindergarten and first grade. But I was so proud when I learned in first grade how to spell Mrs. Bird's name. And I remember she smiled when I spelled it for her. I was like, that's the nicest thing I ever did for anybody. I just spelled their name right. I was so impressed with myself at age 6. Remember growing up and just learning the simplest things, like mastered it, and be like, wow, I'm on top of the world. Anyway, look at what they do to us. We were all such sweet kids once, man, but then the world full of all this got a hold of us. And a lot of it is this religion. It just messes with people. Man, you ever been in this situation? Here's something that happened to me. Here's something. Hold on. I'm getting a call right now. It's funny I'm getting a call from a woman as I was about to tell this story. I got to remember the story, but here, she doesn't normally call in. Are you calling in to be part of the live stream? Okay, I'm live streaming right now. All right, thank you. And that's why I wonder about people like that too. It's like the people who are always contacting me and calling me and texting me, it's like they never follow the channel. But, it's just like anyway, and nobody gets a notification, so I don't want to assume. But I do have people just always blowing me up that seem to never be following the work. I'm like amazed that they're calling to ask me that. It's like, I made a video on that today. You're not calling to ask me this just to take up more time on the same thing. Why not watch the video? But yeah, again, here's the things that ruins people, and these are things everyone can relate with. Have you been in this situation? This happened to me when I was growing up. Um, you know, that there was a girl, and we were real flirty, dirty, and she might have become my first real girlfriend, but I was younger, and she wanted to cross bridges that I just didn't think I was ready for yet. From my upbringing, it wasn't right to be sleeping around unless you're out of wedlock. I still had this mindset probably around 13, 14. And anyway, she wanted to cross bridges I wasn't ready to. And then next thing I knew, she was crossing bridges with an older guy. And then, like, she didn't want anything to do with me. And I just felt like such a loser in the moment. Like, oh, I really liked her and she was pretty and we were cool. And man, because I didn't step up to the plate. Look at what happened. Now this guy, there's always a guy like that in high school. He's usually wealthier, comes from good genetics, drives a nice car. The girls want to be with him because women do. Again, women are more intellectually mature, way ahead of men. That's why so many younger women want to be with older men because then they're like, oh well, at least this guy's sort of on my level. It's too bad he's already old and gray and wrinkled, but at least mentally we're on the same tier. Again, there's a lot of that to women with men, and there's a lot of women that it's sad, man. I mean, there's so many things that are true about our society. It's like women have not gotten their due in society, but then it's also women have a time of the month and can be really irrational and make bad, impactful, dramatic decisions that have super bad consequences, like probably Catherine the Great preserving the Jesuit order with 201 Jesuit priests. But yeah, anyway, it's like those things scar you in a way, right? And then that's like what makes you go, if it is wrong, if it's wrong to sleep outside of wedlock, I don't know that it is. That's a biblical thing, and it seems like is I think the real rule with sex is you should never lie to somebody to get sex. And people do that all the time. I can go to my grave knowing I never had to lie to anybody to sleep with anybody. And to me, that would just be weak. It's like, so I'm with her right now just because I got her like faked out. And it's sad that women are like that though, but women are looking for men that can provide. And man, you drop some lines on them and you're dressed nice enough that day. You might have convinced them you're the hot shot lawyer in town. Shit, you don't know anything about anything, but you got a piece that night and you're not calling anymore because you got the same game at the club next week. You just hope she's not there, right? But yeah, it's just like these are the things that scar us, right? And we're in this system and we watch this happen. And it's like, man, I was trying to do the right thing. I like this girl. I was like, man, maybe we'll get married when we get out of high school and then it'll be so good. But then it's like, shit, now you're in high school. And I was like, man, you better sleep with somebody or everybody's about to hit everybody. And then it's gross. It's like everybody's fucking everybody. And that's kind of how it's been for, I think, way before my lifetime. I mean, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I know that it was even crazier in decades before that. I mean, all of my mom's family, like all those girls in that family are pregnant in high school, wild times. But yeah, it's like you have these experiences, right? And it's just like it scars you. And then if it was right, it's like, well, now I'm playing the game too because I don't want to be, I don't want to be the last guy in town to cross home base. You know what I mean? So, it's just like you get sucked into things because the way the system is. And at the same time, I'm not saying it's supposed to be that way, but I do see how the religious teaching of sex and marriage could work. If you got together, I mean, let's be real. I mean, for a lot of people, I bet the person that they loved the most ever, it might have been the first person they ever loved, right? And then it's just diminished with each relationship since, because now you're like jaded, more jaded, extra jaded, jaded and jaded, so jaded. There's no chart for how jaded you are, And then now people are just like expecting the worst and passive aggressive, and a new common tactic for women to break up with their boyfriends is just leave their phone out after they slept with another dude and know they're going to get blown up and the boyfriend's going to see it. And it's just like, again, I mean, it's the world we become. I mean, there is something about being a human being and being attracted to many people and wanting to have sex and just, you got genitals that are ready to go. Then that's why you call it your head, right? Because it's a whole nother head and you got to battle with this head and that head. But it does seem like it's part of the spiritual game too. I think if some of us get chosen, like from creator to pass on more information, we get chosen maybe because creator is watching. He's got the whole world in his hands. Maybe it's not untrue. He's like, you know what? Out of all my creation right now, this one is doing the best in the game. He's got a lot of work. He's got a lot of work. I mean, there's a reason they don't tell the story of Jesus from 12 to 30. What do you think Jesus was doing? Man, can you imagine Jesus in the internet age? He probably like indexed all of Pornhub, right? That's what's sad, man. It's just so it's just like all this corruptible stuff has just hit people at the youngest age ever. Man, can we talk about Jesuit order and pornography? This damn code on everything. Look at it. Pornography and Jesuit order. I got dudes right now talking about Beelzebub and how teaching Gematria is unleashing the demons. It's like, dude, we're trying to see through these demons and what they're doing. You see all those numbers overlap with Jesuit order and pornography? If you're new here, I talk about these numbers all the time. And look at that 72. 72. Like Biden loses his wife and daughter in 72. And then when he's 72, he loses a son. And then when his wife turns 72, she's got COVID. And again, 72 names of God in Kabbalah and 72 demons in the Goetia. And again, the sun cult. The sun moves 1 degree on the astrological wheel every 72 years. But again, it's a weapon, right? Because it becomes more and more of a weapon as time goes on, because people are getting more and more separated. They're getting more and more digital. They're going through things like COVID, where they're now in their years where they probably should be having like their first sexual experience. And now they can't even be around another person because everything's on lockdown and you got to be 6 feet apart. None of the social places are open. And I mean, just like a whole generation right there, so it's like now all their like sex life has just been satisfying themselves to a screen. Whole society living in front of screens. Big tech and the Jesuit numbers all over the place. Psychopaths online pretending to be about truth, but then tearing down every positive thing that comes out of the community and never saying anything about their fellow network. I remember when that monograph threatened me for Christmas Eve before the car crashed through my house back in 2016. In his videos, he said, "You have no idea how many people are in my network that I employ." He referred to himself as sort of like the Illuminati, And I thought he was talking shit until all this crazy stuff happened. And now I start to think, dudes like the guy showing up in a luxury car every day, like he's probably been in this network the whole time, just playing the game. Try hang around for a few years, tear you down at the most crucial moment, like the day that everything's happening that you said was going to happen if we didn't stop it. Guys, they're taking us into some shit. Remember back in 2013 when we were looking at that Deagle website going, why in the middle of the 2020s is there supposed to be some big population dip? Is that a joke? Supposed to be some military intelligence website. It was considered legitimate with all factual stuff. A lot of people in the world know about that, who know about the old Deagle website and how it showed like the human timeline and why there's this big anticipated dip in the mid 2020s. Again, you guys, they got us all on the phone. Our whole life is the phone. So bored without the phone. What do I do if my phone's off? Oh my God, the internet's out. I don't even know how to live without this shit. Look at COVID, right? Stay in your house. Not anymore though. Now you can come out. Event 201, pandemic by the numbers. And now, you know what? Here's an opportunity to come out, actually, guys. Come out and stand up for your black rights. Not your black rights, your Black Lives Matter. Stand up for all race, all rights, all human rights. We're all humans. All rights are human. Anyway, they said, now you can come out to stand up for Black Lives Matter. And again, George Perry Floyd, 201, they had to tell you about his baby mama, Roxy Washington, 201. They had to tell you that he had a counterfeit $20 bill, and it was days after the Skull and Bones member, Steve Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, said that they're not going to do the Harriet Tubman $20 bill anymore. And the next thing you know, the only Confederate statue in D.C. was torn down on June 19th, 2020 in the riots. And then 201 days later, it was the staged January 6th insurrection, which was simulated at Jesuit Georgetown on June 12th, 2020 with the Transition Integrity Project. Confederate 201, the American Civil War, blamed blamed on the Jesuits by Lincoln. They've been doing it the whole time, man. The whole time. Playing us for fools. You know what blew me away when I went to Oklahoma City? Remember Oklahoma City bombing? It was before two towers became zero, became one on 9/11, and they blamed it on Timothy. Not how you spell his name. Is it like this? That's how you spell his name. They blamed it on Timothy McVeigh, you know? And again, it was on the day in history that Ignatius of Loyola became the first superior general of the Jesuit order. You see how Timothy McVeigh's 177 and 201? Just like the Jesuit order is. And again, Ignatius of Loyola, the founder, April 19th, when he became the superior general. His name's also 75, going with this whole Israel 75 thing and this mega Jesuit ritual. I got to perfect my 75 list. I can't remember it all like I can remember a 201 list or a 56 list. I don't know what it is about 75. But I gotta master that 75 list because it is deep as hell. And that's why we've been saying we got to watch out when Israel's 75. You see how the Jesuit order is 177, like we just talked about? Look at New World Order, right? 177. The word propaganda is 77. The first use of propaganda, that word in history, was by a Catholic Pope. Look it up. Facts. Again, the English language comes from a Catholic month, the calendar that's all synced up with. Catherine the Great's husband died on 17/7, and then she saved the order with 201 Jesuit priests after the king of Russia died. Again, the huge 201 ritual with Russia and the U.S. for Ukraine. And then the war starts in the Donbass region for another 201. And again, they met on Pearl Harbor Day, which goes with World War. And Hawaii was made a state exactly 201 months and a day after Joe Biden was born. Look it up. Facts. JFK gave his weather control speech. And the first act of weather warfare was admitted to on the Jesuit order's birthday. Last year, Wyoming got wasted, the national park, on the day leaving 201 days left in the year. Gavin Newsom, the Jesuit, went against his thing to take down all the nuclear plants in California, saving the one at Diablo Canyon, like the Devil Canyon, 201 days from his birthday. And remember, there's a biblical phrasing for Satan, that old serpent, which is 177 and 201, like the Jesuit order, like how you have that room at the Vatican where the art makes it look like you're like facing the head of the snake. The serpent in the garden, the trickster, the smooth talker. No one could accuse me of being a smooth talker in this video. Or really ever. Smooth talkers, their shit doesn't add up. You get hustled and you realize you got hustled. Whoever came here and felt like they got hustled, if that's you, you hustled yourself. I didn't hustle you. You know, the only people that are really bitter at me are people who heard from their friends, like how many weeks we just smashed the NFL and they signed up for the first time in the wrong week and it happened to be the bad week. And they got hurt and they bet too much. And I never told them to go out and bet $10,000 on my information. I teach people how to turn a $5 bill into 100. And I've always preached it, you know, play small, lose small, play small, smart, win big, build up your pile, then think about a bigger bet. I just try to teach people how to have fun, use the knowledge, see you throughout the game's rigged, and get ahead with the grocery money, but never in a way that's irresponsible. I say, listen, if you keep it to $5 a day, if you lose it that day and you're disciplined, you can get your $5 back the next day by just making your next meal at home. But you, instead of wasting the money at the fast food spot, you put a chance into the matrix trying to take advantage that day to hit the big jackpot. We do it a lot. Again, you guys all heard the calls on Thursday night after Thursday Night Football, what we said the Bears were going to do and why Justin Fields would have 4 touchdowns and DJ Moore looked good for 2 and why the tight end for the Bears should also score in the big upset. Again, laid it all out in Gematria we have so many times. When we see it that clearly, and sadly it takes death like Dick Butkus for the game, but when you lay it out all that clearly and see that clearly and understand the pattern of what they keep doing every week on Thursday, lucrative opportunity. And if you don't want to gamble on the system, you know, more power to you. But if you're someone who thinks that's wrong, but then you go and, you know, get a check from a slave job and pay taxes into the slave system, what's really the difference? That's what I'd ask you. Like, have you really thought about the way you define your boundaries and what you think is moral and acceptable and not? Are you being logical? I mean, because to me, there's people in this community who don't have a slave job anymore because they just do this, taking advantage of the rig sports, and now they're putting out content in the world and waking people up too. And I'm like, that seems better than any slave job I know. They're waking people up along the way. Seems like it's a mutual benefit all the way around. So don't start confining yourself with rules that maybe came from your religion that maybe don't make sense. Gambling, though, can kill people. It's just like people have addictive personalities. Those are the people who need community. And really, the real problem is that's why you need community. So if you have an addict who needs somebody around them to help them keep them from doing that thing, whether it's injecting themselves or, you know, drinking too much of this or betting too much on that, they need that person that's like, no, I'm not letting you do that today. Not today. But we don't have community. Why don't we have community? Because we weren't even raised by our families. Our families were at the slave job the whole time. We were in the slave school ship, learned in the slave history. And again, you're not supposed to know this. That's why they keep deleting my channel. I give them reasons to delete my channel in this age of censorship. But I do. I want to test my free speech boundaries. I want to see how long my message can stay up for crossing the line or dancing on the line. You know? To me, that's important. That's a litmus test. Okay, I'm going to realize the day that I can't talk anymore because I can't keep a channel up for 15 minutes. There was a period back in 2017 where they deleted my channel every day. We went from channels 1 and 2 to channels 10 within like probably 15 days. Now we're up to GematriaEffectNews 25. All these channels deleted up to this point. All surviving. Gematria Effect Sports, Gematria Effect 22. Only things surviving thanks to Gematria Effect Sports, some stuff since the end of 2018. More than 5 years of content before that, all scrubbed because of this. Let's not forget at Event 201, the coronavirus pandemic simulation. If you haven't watched it, you can still watch it online. You should. You should before they turn off the internet. In Janet Napolitano's exit speech when she left the Department of Homeland Security, she said the next 9/11 is not if but when, and it's the national power grid going down. And again, they can blame it on any boogeyman when they do it. Probably be just somebody right here in your own government that pulled the switch. Blame it on North Korea, Iran, Russia, whoever. Another country just got involved. Another country on the map. You're hearing the name for the first time. It's real important to you, even though you can't point to where it is. You know? I haven't even got through this damn list. This video was supposed to take 5 minutes. We covered why it matters. Arturo Sosa 74. And again, just everything of, again, holiday, Jewish, Joshua, Jesus, cross, Messiah, parables, gospel, killing, English, gematria, nuclear weapon, energy, occult. The World Trade Center's on the 74th Meridian West. Again, in Afghanistan after 9/11 on October 7th, the big military day. This year, this just happened in Israel. And remember, we went to Afghanistan on orders from Ehud Barak, the leader of Israel at the time. He said, declare a war on terror. Afghanistan, Iraq, those are the targets. But again, look at military and earthquake in Gematria. Afghanistan yesterday as well got smashed with a powerful earthquake that they said killed people on 10/7. Earthquake 107, military 107. This book right here talks about 107 in the 1989 World Series earthquake and how obviously intentional it was. Again, Jose Canseco's full name in Gematria is 107. Baseball's 54. He was the last thing shown on TV before the earthquake began. And again, it happened at 5:04 p.m. sharp. Baseball 54, like 54 ounce in a game. And notice baseball's even 54 in 2 out of the 4 ciphers. And then it's 162, like how many games are in a Major League Baseball season. If you spell out Major League Baseball, it's also 162. And 63 is always huge with MLB. There's so much to say. 117, all these numbers matter. 351 is the 26th triangular number, like game is 26 and ball game is 26. And one of the game's biggest stars just died on the 26th, like what happened to Kobe once upon a time, because Bryant's also 26, and so is God, and so is Jordan, and the game is God. And again, Kobe dead on the anniversary of Bear Bryant, the 37th anniversary when Bryant's 37 in reverse, 26 forwards. Think about that. Dead on the 26th on the 37-year anniversary of Bear Bryant. One's a god in basketball, the other in football. In terms of what we say are gods, and gods are also known as stars, and Jesus, the Son of God. And I didn't even finish the point about how his birthday was declared by the Catholic Church on 1225 and 320 AD. Roman Catholic Church 320. Remember George Perry Floyd 201, like the Holy Bible? George Perry Floyd took out of a Mercedes-Benz ML 320 and killed in front of police cruiser 320 before the massive 201 ritual to set off the nation. You know, a dark-complected man like the physical description of Jesus. Roman Catholic Church 104, 10-4 over and out. Now we're in Jerusalem. Can't spell Jerusalem without USA. Did I mention that today is 35 days before the Superior General's birthday that they declare this war? Did I even get that far into this damn post? I said a Guinness Book of World Records for Tans Gentle in this video. I almost want to take a mulligan and start over. guys can let me know how bad it was in the end in the comments. But anyway, today is 35 days before the Superior General's birthday. Again, that's Arturo Sosa, born November 12th. Okay. 35 days. And remember, the first Catholic president of this nation, JFK, number 35. The second Biden inaugurated on the Pope's 35th day of his age. Notice how Catholics 35, like Holy See. Holy See is the territory the Catholic Church controls. Jesuitism. Look up the definition of Jesuitism from back in the day. Trickery and deception. That was from Webster's back in the day. Jesuitism, trickery and deception. Europe, 35. Again, they used to rule over Europe. The word I equals 35. Football has that gematria 35. The first Super Bowl, the first winning score, 35 points. Super Bowl can be remixed to superb owl. Owls have great vision, sight, rituals with windows at the White House. You know, fulfilling a picture, observing, keeping surveillance. A lot of military surveillance technology coming out of Israel. Genesis 3:5, about the eyes of God. Again, I, 35, EYE, 5 plus 25 plus 5, right? It's 35 and 46, funny enough, like Catholic. You see how I is also 10? In that same cipher, so is God. And I is 35. And the old name for Jesus, the Roman name Jesus, is 35. 1225, 1225, that number is the number 1225, like the date December 25th. 1225 has a square root of 35. Think about that. Or hold on, this is the lack of sleep right now. I think 1225 is actually the 35th triangular number. 35th triangular number. If you add 1 through 35 together, it's 1225. So it has this mathematical relationship. And again, the occult belief is that the sun is the eye of God. The sun is the eye of God. Just like when your eyes are open, there's light, right? But when your eyes are closed, it's darkness. So when God's eye is closed up in the sky, it's darkness, nighttime. And, you know, it's funny how night does have Gematria 58, like secret society, and how these people do operate in darkness, and their symbolism is light and dark. And again, knowledge is being preserved. Knowledge is light. The majority of humanity does not have knowledge. This knowledge. They have knowledge, but they don't have this knowledge. It's being used every day. And it just in the funniest of ways. You see how what happened is 58, like Freemasonry, Freemasonry, secret society, in Solomon's temple where all of Masonry's secrets are. Notice how it's all in the same cipher, all 58. Again, Trump announced he was running from the 58-story Trump Tower for the 58th election. He won it. Hillary put out the book, What Happened About Why She Lost, another 58. And again, Trump was the apprentice, which is the honorary degree of Freemasonry, the apprentice, the honored apprentice. And again, to get your first degree of Freemasonry, you have to fill out the tracing board. And there's one for each of the first 3 degrees. You have to do a tracing board for the first 3. Those are the Blue Lodge degrees. And then when you get through that, you can choose other branches of Freemasonry. Popular ones, Scottish Rite, York Rite. But there's all kinds of options out there. And not all Freemasons are bad, right? There's people just like you and I who go down to a lodge and sign up. And if we get through the blackball process, then we're members of the lodge. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're Illuminati, but now you've joined Freemasonry, and maybe within that ranks, if you're recognized, maybe you do get that could also be another recruiting area. I mean, it's kind of like you're saying, are you willing to join a society where we keep secrets? You hear it's all about fun and games, right? But I'll remind you, Biblical's 58, and again, King James, who was a Freemason and a Rosicrucian, dead at age 58. And then remember Kobe Bryant. LeBron passed him in points scored in Philly, Kobe's hometown, biblically named Philly. Kobe Bryant, 58. Los Angeles Lakers, 58. King James passed him in points scored, dropping Kobe to 4th in points scored all time, 4 associated with death, and the whole ritual with him and Moses Malone, 4 years apart. And what happened back in the 83 finals in Philly, only for the helicopter crash that equals 83, while the Pope's 83 on his 41st day of his age, Kobe dies at 41. You can follow everything I just said, but Los Angeles Lakers is 175 and 58, like Pope Francis. That's also part of the reason they did Kobe so synced up with the Pope. But yeah, again, think about it. And then the Kobe Bryant cartoon on Comedy Central, Chamberlain Heights, where he dies in the crash, that came out November 2016. And then 1611, that day can be written the 16th day of the 11th month. The King James Bible came out in 1611. AD, after death, the Latin words I can't think of right now that are actual the real words for AD, the calendar, which is considered with Jesus' life. But Gematria is harder to do when you only sleep for like 1 hour. Shit. Anyway, big numbers, big patterns. We talk about them all the time. They go from the Oval Office to the sports court to history to the next ritual that's coming. But also Jerusalem, right? Big one right now. Jerusalem. And Donald Trump so tight with Jerusalem. And Donald Trump, who gave us the emergency alert system, he's the father of that, like the jab in his world. And if you missed everything we talked about with the alert and on 10-4, right before all this, you got to go back and check out that work. I was a lot more straight line and got through a lot more information faster than needed to be getting through. By the way, this Hamas, I noticed it was established on December 14th. Why does that date come up so much in history? you know, here, Adam Peter Lanza, for example. You know who he is? His name's 56. There was a school established in 1956 that got shot up in 2012, 56 years later. And then supposedly one of the first responders who saved the kids at that school, Patrick Dragon. Sandy Hook was in the year of the dragon. Supposedly he died from coronavirus. And then the media was nice enough to put out a picture of Patrick Dragon next to a license plate where all you could see was 56. And again, what are the odds of all these 56s? And then the first vaccinated person in America, she got the shots, the COVID vaccine shots. Sandy Lindsay, first vaccinated American on the anniversary of Sandy Hook. And then 3 has the big relationship with 56. And when Bill de Blasio was saying get your third booster after passing out free hamburgers for shots, because that's great for our health. It's all about the health and not about the dollars. What were they giving out? Free porn, free lap dances, free hookup with porn stars in some places, free everything if you go out and get a COVID vaccine. Chance to win a free car, But 3, 56 like Abrahamic, like God makes light in the 3rd verse of the Bible. Steph Curry setting the 3-point record on December 14th in New York. Remember, the pandemic was declared the day of the NBA lockdown. That was the 11th of March, 113, the 11th day of the 3rd month. Coronavirus pandemic, 113. The National Basketball Association, we call it the 113 League. Been calling it that since probably about 2014. The National Basketball Association, 113. Kobe Bryant, 113, buried in Corona Del Mar, right as things are popping off. The memorial for Kobe on February 24th, the day in history the Catholic Church rolled out their calendar. Michael Jordan crying his ass off. A little bit worried about MJ at age 60. If you've seen my work on Kobe, Moses Malone, and Daryl Dawkins and what all their deaths have to do with 60 and Exodus in the Old Testament, where Moses sees the promised land from Jordan. Again, Moses Malone drafted in 74. Kobe dead in the 74th NBA season. Jordan's father dead on the side of Interstate 74. When you spell out 4 as a word, it equals 60. Moses Malone said fo, and won the finals 4-0 while Kobe was 4 years old in Philly. Those finals started 60 days after Moses Malone's birthday and ended 281 days after Kobe's 4th birthday, the 60th prime. Malone equals 60, dead at age 60, drafted out of high school like Kobe, but drafted by Utah, who Kobe finished his career against. Utah's also got the 58. Notice again, Moses Malone, 58, 41, like Kobe Bryant. And remember, Daryl Dawkins died at 58, also drafted out of high school, Philly player like Moses Malone and Kobe. Daryl Dawkins died at age 58, and his name equals 60. And Moses Malone dead at 60. Then Kobe drops 60 against Utah. Then he dies 4 years after both of them, 60. Mount Rushmore, 4 faces, each 60 feet long. Trump's 4th indictment in the 4th state, Georgia, where MLK got smoked in the Jesuit ritual. The word order is 60, by the way. The order. It's also 75. But the news broke that Trump was going to get that fourth indictment in the fourth state on the 60th day of his age. In the upcoming elections, the 60th, and Donald Trump 60. And after 1860, the Civil War broke out. And after 1960, JFK got smoked like Lincoln got smoked after 1860. So 60, 60, 60 in death, 60th election upcoming, all this division, all of these traps being set, getting censored to death because we've been wrong. Nobody's really helped out to help get back out the word about what was taken down. People have been hanging around the community, never helped out. Now jumping off the train at the most crucial moment only to attack. It's like, man, these people must want to see, maybe like in their Church of Satan or something. I think Satan's about to emerge and just make life way better. They're about to have 10 times more prostitution and whatever else they want in their life, living for things of the flesh. And again, we all got to live for things of the flesh. That's why God gave us flesh and the right to experience, but you can't just live all for the flesh. You got to feel the spiritual component, like, okay, maybe everybody else is doing that, but I still shouldn't do that because it's not right. If everybody's doing it, man, there's no hope left. Remember how Donald Trump's ex-wife died 45 years after their marriage, buried on the 201st day of the year, and died exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, which ran more than a calendar year. Remember that one when we covered it live? We said, it's the fact that Trump's going to be there. Now he's trying to repeat history, do what Grover Cleveland's only done when he had his 2016 convention in Cleveland, and he's going to turn 78 the year of the election. If Biden doesn't finish his 46, there will be a number 47 before Trump, and he could potentially come number 48. Donald Trump, 48 and 60. You know what I mean? Cleveland, 48. 60th election. Hollywood, comes from Hollywood like Reagan. You know what I mean? 48 laws of power. Yeah, I can't believe I even got to this part yet. 1968, World Trade Center construction began. 911 made the national emergency dialing code. The Quran code was discovered that says the Quran's based on the number 19, going with the 19 hijackers on 9/11 and the oldest born in 68. 2001 A Space Odyssey out in 68. Boeing, all the planes on 9/11 were Boeing. Boeing debuted the jumbo jetliners in 68. Boeing, founded by a member of Yale Skull and Bones like George W. Bush, the sitting president on 9/11, who graduated from Yale and Skull and Bones in 68. Coronavirus coined in 68. Fentanyl approved in 68. 9/11, we kill the Taliban. We bring back the poppies. Opioid crisis worldwide. Opioid crisis worldwide. After 9/11, after we bring back all the poppies in Afghanistan, because we killed those evil Taliban that took it out. They knew that plant, it's medicinal, but man, is it destroying a lot of lives. People can't handle that medicine. Too damn addictive. Now, after all these years, after, all the scandals are sorted out, and the Sackler family had to pay something and give it up, now there's something more powerful than Oxy, and it's fentanyl, and it's worse. And now new people are profiting, like Pfizer. It's making money all kinds of ways from the policies of the day. Why is fentanyl even legal, guys? This is the same government that made weed illegal and put all kinds of people in cages. Something you can grow in your backyard. Not that dangerous. Probably not good for your lungs if you smoke it over the long term. Smoke, all things good and bad. But maybe at the same time, maybe it eases your pain and stress. And the pain here to the lungs is being offset by the benefits it brings to your life. All things a scale. But you should never overdo anything. But again, 68 is the number of terror, you guys. You see how in Gematria, terror is 68. It's also 94. The World Trade Center is open on the 94th day of the year. World Trade Center equals 94, like Roman Catholic Church. Terror is 40 and 41, like Al-Qaeda in Saudi Arabia. 9/11 happened on a 41 date numerology, and today has 41 date numerology. And Zionist, also the same way, right? Zionist. 40, big Old Testament number. Old Testament, Genesis 11:9, the Tower of Babel that divides the world. The story ends in Genesis 11:9, right from the Old Testament. 9/11, the 11th day of the 9th month, major division in the world, been instigated from movies, Hollywood, video games, all these angles of culture that are controlled by this cabal. Doesn't mean everything is bad. Doesn't mean every movie's bad. Every music's bad. There's no absolutes, but you can see who's plaguing up the well of information and why things are the way they are. I mean, take a look. I knew it was a bad sign when that call it was like, I can't remember what Xbox number it was, but I remember it was like the mid 2000s. I remember just seeing it. My buddy had it. The new Call of Duty video game at the time. I was blown away. I hadn't had a video game machine for a minute, and the new Call of Duty was like it felt like real life. I was like, damn, it's like killing Arab people. They got this. They got them talking with the accents and the voice and all. I was like, this is the new post 9/11, man. Where this is just some straight up training right here for what they want you to be and the way to see the world. Muslims. Those are people you kill. It's fun. It's fun. And then they'd be doing like a 60-minute special, and they'd be like, what's amazing? What people in the military are saying, that if you can play those video games as realistic as they are, you're an easy transition into a rifle, and you can handle a lot better than somebody who's never played the game before. The game really does add an element of training, and so they know they're training. And we show how they release these video games by the numbers all the time. When's the new Call of Duty come out? They got one that comes out every year. Call of Duty release day. Is there one that's coming out? November 10th. That's the day leaving 51 days left in the year. 2 days before the Superior General's birthday. The 3rd. Oh, it's 3. Oh, that's good. It's 3. Perfect. Perfect. As they tear apart the 3 Abrahamic religions. 356, right? 3 buildings came down in New York City. Buildings 1, 2, and 7. Again, they called it Ground Zero. Ground Zero 127. Yesterday, all day, CNN kept up the same headline: Israel at war, 127. If you're new here, buildings 1, 2, and 7 on September 11th, 2001. They called it the new Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor on December 7th. Again, Scottish Rite of Freemasonry is 127. Bavarian Illuminati is 127. Illuminati plans to infiltrate Freemasonry, government, education, pretty much everything. What they just did in Maui, if you missed my work on Maui in 127, it's wicked. It is super wicked. But it all looks so nice. They got the Disney actor, the center of it. Who could ever think he's a bad guy? The Rock, he's such a cool guy. He introduced the new live action Moana. 127 days before Maui burned up. The trailer begins with an island bursting into flame. And Maui's a Polynesian fire god, and The Rock's Polynesian, and Polynesia's 127, and the million other things. The only house to survive, Dorothy Milliken. I'm clearly spelling her name wrong. Maybe it's 2 L's. All right, I got to go back. Shoot, that's going to kill me now. Huh. I got to go back and revisit it. It's been too long since I wrote about it and talked about it. The only woman who was fired. No, this will not go unchecked, because it's a really great example of what I'm saying. Where's Dorothy at? I think we got a 104-year-old skydiving Dorothy too. So we got Dorothy with the only surviving house. Hold on. Her name was Dorothy, right? Or am I tripping? Maybe it wasn't Dorothy. Let me try just Milliken. Oh, it was Dora. That's right. Just like the winds were blamed on Dora. That's what it was. Dora Milliken. I'm thinking, I got Dorothy in my mind. Is it 2 L's? It's 2 L's. Dora Milliken. Her middle name is Atwater. I remember this. Dora Atwater, like on the beach, on the island. Dora Atwater Milliken, 127. Dora Milliken, 127. And just the surname Milliken alone, 127. And again, can't tell you how many times we talked about Pearl Harbor. And again, they compared this to Pearl Harbor. The governor even compared it to Ground Zero, where buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell. And, now again, on the anniversary of invading Afghanistan, all day CNN had up Israel at war. They didn't change their headline all damn day. Israel at war all throughout the day. So, again, we know who we're calling out. And realize how it went down too. Again, Israel at war 80, 127, Bavarian Illuminati 80, 127. These numbers come together a lot. What just happened on Thursday Night Football? Dick Butkus dead at 80. DJ Moore with the big game, sync with MJ between his 2 cities, Washington and Chicago. 60 points scored like his age. But 127 is the 31st prime, and 31 is the 11th prime. Like 11 is the master number. Like 9/11 went down in New York, the 11th state. Commander bit 11 people, and then they had to take him out of the White House the day the Commanders got beat on Thursday Night Football right after Dick Butkus' death, getting beat by the Chicago Bears. Dick Butkus' team, who was also on the TV show Las Vegas when the Super Bowl's in Vegas this year. You know, maybe there's something more to think about. Maybe it could get that crazy. Remember how they used the Pittsburgh team in the Batman movie, where they blow up the stadium and they show you 3-2-2 Skull and Bones? Because again, Skull and Bones is connected literally to the Batman history. Look into it. Bruce Wayne's grandfather founded Skull and Bones at Yale. That's part of the lore of Batman in Gotham City, New York. R.I.P. Heath Ledger. Earlier this year, April 4th, he would have turned 44 years old. Donald Trump was in court that day right after they filmed the latest Joker scene there when the last Joker movie came out, why Joaquin Phoenix was 44 years old. Trump was number 45, but the 44th person to be president. Anyway, the whole Pittsburgh Steelers are used in that scene, and I'm thinking about that now in light of this Super Bowl 58 and everything that's going on and Batman and Skull and Bones and predictive programming. I've always thought that they wouldn't really ever touch the Super Bowl. But maybe this is the year we should use their fear and paranoia tactics. I really do doubt that people would get hurt at the Super Bowl. It's just such a moneymaker. I could see after it goes down, some crazy thing happens in the world, and now it's full blown. It's what we've been worried about. Now we're in what we've been worried about. Now we're seeing where the Deagle stats came from. Maybe it's sometime not long after, right? All these biblical things coming to a head. And, well, at least I got my Taylor Swift. They were so cute. And I mean, they've just been doing us dirty. Remember how for that same movie they changed the South Hinckley neighborhood to Sandy Hook in the film, and then they even put out a toy map and they changed it to Sandy Hook. And the next thing you knew, you had the Sandy Hook shooting right after Aurora. And remember what day the Aurora shooting was? Remember what day it was? It was on July 20th, the 201st day of the year. Except for that year, it was a leap year. So you remember like when people remember the anniversary and go there and put flowers, it's typically the 201st day of the year. But it was also a leap year. So it was technically the 202nd day of the year, which goes with Skull and Bones. That's why the first Skull and Bones president was number 41 and born on June 12th, the day leaving 202 days left in the year. But again, Skull and Bones, Batman shooting. Batman's like a vigilante with wealth and authority. Trump says he's Batman. A lot of this crazy 201 shit that happened all at once was while he was in office. And after the Sandy Hook shooting, they kept making it a theme of stories like hero teachers that were killed in school shootings who really liked Batman. We were documenting that like way back in 2013. We're like, how don't people see this, man? Like, why is nobody looking into anything? Because to be awake to it and understand it, it's like they're literally making news stories that make fun of us every day. They're making fun of us by doing this. I mean, there's no reason to have to in every other school shooting story that you're going to put in the nightly news. Because again, there's like a Sandy Hook where everyone knows. And then for the next year, there's like 20 more school shootings. Alarm just got a little tiny quick blurb of attention. Maybe one or two others got more attention, but there were some that just passed by. And maybe that night they put out in New Mexico tonight, you know, here's an example that's coming back to my mind. There were several children being killed in costumes, Batman. I mean, so many things we documented, but hopefully the post is still here. Shit. It could have been taken down. They've deleted so many posts. That should be pulling it up because it was about here. New Mexico teacher shot dressed up as Batman. This is the kid that got killed in Batman. Maybe they're starting to take down stories because people are catching on. So Google's like, let's just scrub those. Those ones aren't having any impact for our agenda. We don't. That's the thing that annoys me about this 1984 Orwellian age. See, when I started on this website, Google did not own this thing. They didn't own Blogspot. They bought it in the time that I've been on Blogspot. And now in recent years, they've deleted a bunch of posts. And I'm pretty sure that's why that's not coming up right now. And it super annoys me. Hold up. Let me use my book. It's got to be in there. I have a huge chapter. I want you guys to see this stuff. What we've been talking about for a decade. The joke on humanity. How many times do I reference Batman in this book? I bet it's several because it really is integral to what's going on in the predictive programming and the mockery and how it's been laced into talking about Batman on page 6 of this book. Page 9, more Batman. I need to get to the teacher, though. It's going to be deeper in the book. Page 69, some more Batman. Trump saying, I am Batman on page 216. It's funny it ended up on that page. He had his convention in the 216. None of that was by accident. I wrote this chapter by chapter, and I compiled it all at once and just PDF, and boom, it's off. Let's see. There's a lot of Batman things here, but I want to find the one. It's got to be in here. Sparks, Nevada Middle School. Maybe I was in Nevada instead of New Mexico. The teacher was a former Marine who often dressed for class in Batman costumes. This is on page 387 of Letters and Numbers. And again, you can download my books for free, or you can buy them from my website. If you want them for free, just search Subscribe Star Zachary K. Hubbard. It'll pull up this page right here. And all you have to do is just click the links with the paperclip. It'll download to your download file. They're PDFs. The Green Books, Letters and Numbers, where I talk about this on page 387. So you can verify exactly what I'm talking about. More about a shooting, page 429 with Batman. What they did with Heath Ledger. There's more examples in here. There's a lot of examples of where Batman fits in with society and predictive programming and the jokes, and it's been going on. I mean, we said at the beginning of this year when Trump was doing that thing in the courtroom, synced up with the latest Joker movie, and how it was synced up with the NBA season winding down and Joker for the Nuggets. We said, man, this could be Denver's year to win the finals. And you see how Skull and Bones is 41? Nikola Jokic, the Joker of the Nuggets, won the NBA Finals 4-1, outscoring Miami by 41 points, and won it on number 41's birthday. He's dead now, but George Herbert Walker Bush, June 12th, the day leaving 202 days left in the year. It was the 76th anniversary season, and the Nuggets joined the NBA in 76. So, and then they also, speaking of 104, French Open's 104 in game one. The Nuggets won with 104 points. And again, the other Joker from Serbia, he won the French Open. Back-to-back days, Serbian stars. And then they put out the image. Nikola Jokic child image Denver Nuggets sweatshirt. If you guys haven't seen this, this image was put out in the mainstream right after Jokic won the finals as a 5-year-old, like basketball's 5-on-5, holding a tennis racket. And again, the two Serbian Jokers win these big championships in the world in back-to-back days where it was all synced together. And we saw this coming from a mile away. We've called so many of these tennis stars, especially Jokic, or Djokovic. We've called so many of Djokovic's tournament outcomes over the years, not even doing anymore. I mean, we've proved our point. We predicted almost everything about his future for several years straight. Again, this stuff is so scripted. And it's not to say they're not talented. It's just to say the game is rigged. These people were trained from a young age to be what they are on the world stage. They were given the right genetics. Project Paperclip. They were carrying on Nazi experiments. Remember, the Nazis were trying to figure out how to genetically modify and improve people. Think they figured it out? Today, the day Israel declares war on Sunday, the Catholic Church on Sunday, it's 70 days before the Pope's birthday. Francis and Vatican, both 70, right? Star of David also has the 70. The number goes with the destruction of the temples, too. Herod's temple. Look at this. You see how Herod's temple is 58 and Solomon's temple is 58? And the prophecy is that the Jewish Messiah will arrive when the third temple is built. Third temple is also 58. Trump did a lot of 58 rituals after winning the 58th election with Jerusalem and moving the capital there. And guys, these people are moving by time and the stars, and they know where we really are in this astrological belt. It's like people who study astrology, there's a debate. Where are we really in the astrological time clock? These people know. And these people made it confusing, and that's why there's all this debate. That's why no one has clarity on anything, because these people, they've harnessed what's true and real. They know what's worked because they've been around for the ages, what's time-tested, and then they let us fight over all the new information and contradictions and conflict and paradoxes. And again, we're just being played with. These guys got the vaults of what matters. And then every now and then they'll unveil something from the vault. Oh, Catholic churches found they knew this all this time. I'm like, oh, I'm sure that it was just nobody knew until today. Thanks. I mean, you guys, we're getting slapped. Pow! Day after day with these stories. Just like we're dumb. Like we have an abusive parent that loves to mock us each day, and then when we cry, beats us for crying, punishes us even more. You know, it's like this person just likes dominating us. They just like to dominate, man. That's all it is. They'll do anything to dominate. It's so important to be in charge. So important to play God over humanity. Anyway, look at the numbers. Francis, Vatican, overlap in 3 out of the 4 ciphers. September 11th, 11/9, Star of David 119. New Jersey, got the 119 Gematria, the dancing Israelis arrested in New Jersey in the 201 area code next to St. Peter's, Jesuit school. Had that big Cinderella story in the tournament. St. Peter's Peacocks. Last win on Peacock Day. Big payout. And Delnardo Webster died a year to the day at Elgin Baylor. And what they both had in common is they're both college basketball stars for Jesuit schools who both died on 3/22, the Kabbalah Day. 3 pillars, 22 paths. Genesis 3:22, tree of life. Kabbalistic model. Good and evil. Star of David is also 178 like Kabbalah. Etzah Chaim 119. That's the Jewish name for the tree of life. Orthodox is 119. Ashkenazi Jews is 119. There's a lot to these numbers up here. But again, just think about them today. And remember, yesterday, the day that the terrorist attack happened from the Superior General's birthday, November 12th to October 7th, was 47 weeks. And again, Vatican 47, Francis 47. Look at this, you guys. We're going to have the first Super Bowl ever on the Vatican's birthday, right? Jerusalem 10458, one of their prized creations, here to probably be the final catalyst for when everything goes to hell. But Super Bowl 58, 104th season. Again, the history of the Templars. Templar also with that 104. Okay. Taylor Allison Swift made a part of this season. Swift 58, 58, 104. Tupac Amaru Shakur, who was raised in Baltimore and killed in Vegas. All of a sudden, they get his killer during the 104th NFL season, and his name's 58 104. You know what I mean? And again, the Machiavelli ritual and him dying on Caesar Borgia's birthday, and Machiavelli's The Prince is about Caesar Borgia, who's white Jesus, and then Tupac on the cross, and Machiavelli, Tupac, rapper, cross, Jesus, they're all 74, like killing. And then Prince dies, and then Tupac's mom's death is announced on the real Machiavelli's birthday right after. Again, Machiavelli wrote The Prince based on Caesar Borgia. You see? Black Panther 213. Black Panther 213. Tupac's last album on 213. All Eyes on Me while he's alive and then dead 213 days later. The story is drive-by shooting, which is 213. Witnesses who say it was a real killing said there was no drive-by. They say there was a parked car there waiting for him to come by, and then that's when they shot him. They weren't really driving. And then people say that the car didn't even drive away. It just stayed there. Like it wasn't even worried for a while. And then it eventually left, but it didn't like pill out and take off right away. It chilled. Again, look into the supposed Tupac assassination, that theory. Now, I'm not saying that's true. That could just be more useless speculation. But if you've seen the movie All Eyes on Me, it begins with his mom at the courthouse as a Black Panther. And again, all the Black Panther meetings began in Catholic churches. And Black Panther Party is 74, like Holy Roman Empire, like Roman Catholic, like, Roman Catholicism. That's what it is. But again, it's all these words, right? All these words. The Ides of March. Remember the killing of Caesar on the 74th day of the year. Killing 74, stabbing 74, how he was killed. What happened to Bob Lee, R.I.P., on 4/4 when Caesar was killed in 44 BC. If you haven't seen my work on Bob Lee's stabbing, they even had to tell you that his killer lived in apartment 201. Covered all that earlier. And again, on the Ides of March, the new the new digital Fed system went live on the 201st day of the year. And again, they announced on the Ides of March they'd begin certifying the system And then Bob Lee, who essentially invented CashApp and Square, he dies on 4-4, like a square's four-sided, again, like Caesar in 44 BC, and stabbed to death. But it was all foretold on the Ides of March, which, by the way, is another Fat 56. But yeah, think about how perfect all this is. Can you believe these devils are coming? Look, Devil 52, Pope 52. You want to know who these people are under the spell of? Maybe they're under the spell of the Pope. All these little devil worshippers, hanging around, acting like there's something only here to cause problems, put schisms. Maybe these agents around us, they understand the sorcery. They're casting the fairy dust. Why are all these people that just hang around and do the weirdest, wackest shit? How can so many people be just like trying to slander me right now while we're exposing what's being exposed? Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention, you know how they killed George Floyd on we got the news on the 26th, but he supposedly died on Memorial Day, which was January 25th of 2020, which came out of the Civil War, and then the Confederate statue fell and all the 201s that we talked about earlier. But this King Javier Black story, killed June 3rd, 2023. Oh, hey. Sometimes I got to vet things. The person who left that post, I thought it was legit. They told me they were 1,229 days apart, which is the 201st prime. That's not true, unless there was something to June 6th with the story, because that would be a span of 1229. I do see the 175, though. That's another part of it. Anyway, but this King Javier Black, if you missed my coverage of that, again, his name is 63. He was killed on June 3rd. Racism is 63. Watch the video on it. Racism's 99. Who could forget what they did with Mr. Garner, choked out by the cop with the 99. And King Javier Black is also 99. All these stories are from the same agenda, meant to divide and conquer and manipulate and instigate and play on your feelings and what you learned and where you came from. I mean, we're just getting played, you guys. We're getting played worse than a fiddle. It's sad to watch this. And it's sad to watch people coming up out of the dirt right now and still slandering. It's like, do you guys not know what time it is? Okay, maybe you guys are all in some satanic cabal. Like, what is your end game? Do you guys want to die? Do you guys want to be more enslaved? Or have these people been given some promise that, yeah, they know what's coming, but their place and it's going to be better than everyone else, and that's enough for them to sell out humanity for the time being? Their attitude is, fuck it, we can't do nothing, so might as well just secure my position in hell in a better place than the next guy. That might as well be the modern day mindset, because we all know that it's hell on earth. Making hip hop albums about that. Hip hop. What is it? You learn Gematria and you start to see why they gave it all these names. Rapper. You can't tell you how many Jesus rituals they did on the rapper. Rapper 74, like Jesus, like Tupac, like Machiavelli, the play on it, right? Like cross. Oh, by the way, triclavianism. Those are the three nails in the Jesuit order's logo. That's the capital punishment of the Roman times. Triclavianism, 201 and 93. Of course, crucifix is 93. God's Son's 93. Nazareth, 93. The sun, 93 million miles away. Order of Illuminati, 201 and 93. Going with the whole heliocentric thing. Triclavianism, also 150 like heliocentrism. The sun, 150 million kilometers away on average. 93 million miles. Also 60 like order. Like Kobe crucified on the Pope's 41st day of his age. In the time I've been rewriting this Kobe book, I made sure I didn't let any of these little things fall through the cracks. I'm like, this shit makes so much sense now. Remember how Kobe died at age 41 on his 157th day of his age, and then the All-Star game was set at 157 points, and then the Lakers went on Father-Daughter Day, 41 weeks after LeBron's birthday, when King's also 41 like LA. And then the 17th championship in his 17th season. NBA 17 like Moses, who died 17 days from Daryl Dawkins. Moses speaks to God. These people playing God. Basketball courts, 5-on-5, 5 books of Moses. Kobe turned 5 the year Philly won the championship. He was 4 when it happened and 5 shortly after. He was in his 5th year of life thus. Oh, by the way, from Netanyahu reclaiming office. Remember, Netanyahu stepped down on June 13th, 2021, the day leaving 201 days left in the year. And then he returned on 12/29, like 12/29 is the 201st prime. But 283 days later, that's the 61st prime number. Today's date numerology is 61. And look at these things that equal 61, right? Church, Jesus, cross, and the list goes way on, you guys. It doesn't end there. Christian, 61. Christmas, 61. Christmas, 61. Christian, right? In Jewish gematria, God equals 61. The flower of life, which represents God in sacred geometry, has 61 overlapping circles. This ritual goes down today, again, 283 days after Netanyahu came back to office, the 61st prime, on a date, 10 plus 8 plus 20 plus 23 was 61 numerology. And again, gematria means geometry and language. That's why all these people who are so hung up on the pronunciation of gematria instead of geometry, it really doesn't make sense to me phonetically, and it seems like bullshit in the language. We say, if it means geometry and language, do we say geometry, geometry? No, we don't. We say geometry, gematria. That's why when I was learning this, because I was learning about it in a book, and I didn't think to look for YouTube videos on it. I read back then and did my own research, and I did do a lot of web searches looking for information. But I didn't become really a YouTube video watcher until I became a YouTube video maker. Because somebody said to me one time, I remember, they're like, "Do you ever watch videos on YouTube about this stuff?" And I was like, I don't really do that. They're like, "There's some really good information on there." I was kind of late to start watching YouTube, but I realized there was some really good stuff on there, and then it inspired me to want to share something. When I learned this, I was like, "This is worth sharing." I studied this for a year though before, I really put a lot out there. Um, but think about it today. It's 10-8, you guys. It's 10-8 geometry. In gematria, if you have like, this is literally a part of the language, the plural, because it's understood in Hebrew. There's multiple ciphers, so when you have a word that has multiple overlaps, and instead of saying like gematrias, you have this new pronouncing, gematrio or gematrio, but it's 108 and 45, like geometry. And did you notice how it's also 54? Special number, like Sun is 54, and Jesuit Order's 54, and John Carroll's 54, who established the first Jesuit university at age 54, and then Anthony Fauci just joined Georgetown after 54 years of public service, as they put it. The guy that had been in DC since 84. Um, the word 45, you see how it's 5445 when you spell it out? And 54 is 5445. Isn't that interesting? And then the Jesuit acronym IHS is 45, and 45 is the ninth triangular number. And 54, of course, numerology is 9, and 9 was thought to be the number that was like God, because it essentially, the reason Pythagoras made 9 about God is because of this right here. In numerology, if you add 9 to a number, so like if you add 36 plus 9, it becomes 45. The numerology of 36 is 3 plus 6 is 9. The numerology of 45 is 4 plus 5 is 9. If you add 9 to any number, its numerology does not change. That's not true for any other number. Any other number besides 9 that's added will mess up the numerology. Unless you're doing a multiple of 9, like 18 or 27 or 36. But that's still 9 in numerology. That's why it doesn't matter. So everything goes back to 9. Also, if you multiply a number by 9, any number multiplied by 9 takes on a numerology of 9. 1 times 9 is 9. 2 times 9 is 18. 3 times 9 is 27. All of these numbers are 2 plus 7 is 9. 18 is 1 plus 8 is 9. 9 times 4, 36. 3 plus 6 is 9. And then your fingers. Again, the 9 trick with your own hands. 9 times 1 is 9. So you put down your first finger and you count your fingers up. You have 9 fingers in a row up. 9 times 2. You put your second finger down. 9 times 2 is 1. That's the tens digit. And you have 8 fingers up. So 9 times 2 is 18. 9 times 3. You have 2 fingers up. That's 20. You have 7 more fingers up in a row. You see what I'm saying? 27. I have 2 fingers up a break for the 3. This is 9 times 3. So a 2 and a 7 for 27. 9 times 4. You got 3 fingers up for 30. You got 6 up in a row after the break for 6. 9 times 4 is 36. So we can do this with our fingers too. So Pythagoras said 9. Most special number. It's like in all things. If it takes on that thing, it becomes that thing. So it's like God in math. And again, I mean, you can see that these people they're aware. They're aware. The 9th of the month in the 11th month is when the Berlin Wall came down. The 9th month, the 11th day, when September 11th happened. 11 is the master number as well. So you have the master number and the number that Pythagoras thought was gone. And then, funny enough, right between those, in Gematria in English, God is 10 and 55, and so is Satan. And Marilyn Manson has that song, when you say 10, or excuse me, when you say God, I say 10. And he spelled it out Sayten, like the number 10. And notice Fibonacci is 55, and the 10th Fibonacci number is 55, and numerology is 55. And if you add 1 through 10 together, it also equals 55. God and Satan both have this in it. Kabbalah, letters, numbers, gone. A good half, an evil half. Here's what the evil half looks like. And you know what the evil half looks like when you turn on the TV? Before I was doing this stream, I was just getting so mad. I was getting so mad watching the people on TV. It just reminded me after 9/11. These guys in the suits that look nice and talk nice. And, they don't seem like they're bad guys, but they're saying we need to initially be backing up Israel. The U.S. military needs to be deployed and ready to go. This is what we're here for. This is our relationship with Israel. I mean, this is all over the news today. And you're going to see this no matter whether you watch CNN or Fox. You'll see a little bit more questioning on Fox, but for the most part, people are going to be down for the cause, just like they were all down for COVID. Remember Sean Hannity when he gave his rant against COVID mandates? And then at the end of this rant, and he goes, by the way, I have all my boosters. I highly recommend the product. I think you should go out and get vaccinated today too. I was just like, God, this Orwellian age, man. He just became the vaccine salesman after his heavy rant about how disgusted he is by these mandates and that people should have to do this. But then you better go out there and get it, because Sean Hannity just gave the recommendation too. It's like, oh, you can't see that these people are just total frauds as they go to commercial break, and sponsored by the pusher. The pusher man. But this might go down as somewhere between the worst and best live stream of all time, because it has all elements. I should have done it way better. Don't forget the Russell Trust has the 329 connection. That's the money behind Skull and Bones that made their money through the opioid trade way back in the day in India. Shout out to D26 who gave us all that information. And it makes sense. Poppy Bush went to Yale, the campus built off the opioids, and then his son's in office when we go to Afghanistan and kill everybody and bring back the opioids, and another crisis, and everybody's being held accountable, but those who actually caused the problem. And in a moment like this, where we've made it all so clear what's up and what needs to be done, supposedly the people down for the cause, all they got time to stream about is, if you guys don't know, a guy who's been around for years, he put out a conspiracy video on me yesterday, said it's checkmate for me, and he realized I'm a government shill because he found some website that somebody put up that says GematriaEffectNews is making billions of dollars a year and operating worldwide like the New World Order. And I'm just like, man, if anybody falls for this shit, nothing would make me quit, but every day I'd be like, if people fell for this, man, people think I made billions of dollars. I mean, you must be tripping, man. We didn't even raise any money, and we made jack shit. I used to have a job when I started this, my own business. I wouldn't become a billionaire from that, but I'd be a lot wealthier. I'll tell you that much. There'd been a sacrifice. This hasn't really brought any reward into my life. This made my friends think I'm crazy when I'm not. Sometimes I present it better than others, but this is not crazy what we've been on about. Man, this is ice cold right here. Look at this photo. They got to have Poland, right? Because World War II started in Poland. And remember the ritual they did with Poland and supposedly the missile scare? And at first they blamed it on Russia back at the beginning of this year, March 9th. They had to do this on 9/29, this picture here, right? The Jews in Poland's what got World War II jumping off. Here's why it matters. 929 again, 929 chapters in the Old Testament. United States of America and Jewish Gematria, 929. 929, right? The news broke about the death of Dianne Feinstein on September 29th. She died the night before, but they broke the news. It didn't break anywhere until 929. Jewish senator, California, broke all kinds of barriers. I mean, and we've been talking about this for years. For years and years and years. Kevin Durant, who has that birthday, 9/29. Remember when he was traded to the Golden State Warriors? on the nation's birthday. Again, and I pointed out that I said, see, it's something about this, having that birthday, how American his date of birth is, how this, if you guys haven't read the first book I ever wrote, it's actually not one you can even download. It's just chapters are posted on my first book or on my first website, just posted chapter 1, chapter 2. It's called Revelation and the Birth of a Nation, and just how the nation's biblical. And the point I've always made is, besides that 929, again, United States 40, US 40, Old Testament 40, and 40, big biblical number, 40 days and 40 nights, 40 days in the wilderness, and a whole lot more. And by the way, this war they started, they said it started with Article 40. Remember, it was 1940 that the New York Times pledged the New World Order to Jews. New World Order 75, it was 75 date numerology, October 6, 1940. And now Israel's 75 years old, and how it goes with Catholic Church and all the stuff we talked about, Templars, all of it. But yeah, if somebody's been noting all the 75s I've dropped in this video, and like I said, I have to get them all on the better straight list in my mind. I can go back and do it, but man, we need a good 75 meme on the web for Gematria. And what an example here. Just like we predicted. Again, I said when Israel turns 75, some real bad shit's coming. 223, the synagogue of Satan, 223. It's the year 2023. Philadelphia equals 223. Again, the Yom Kippur War started 50 years earlier, October 6th, 73. 73 books in the Catholic Bible, 50 years ago. Again, you guys look at it. America, right? How it's synced up with America's invasion of Afghanistan, what's going on in Iraq. America 50, Jesuits 50, Washington 50, emergency 50 and 40. 50 and 40. They used Article 40 to declare war, and this happens at the 50-year anniversary right after we did the 10-4 emergency test alert, right? And like I said, man, I said, I wasn't tripping out today that my phone was going to kill me. I said, what's scary about this is they're giving us this right now at this time. The trumpet's blowing again. Remember, it's the trumpet, you guys. The Trump-Pence ticket. Holy Bible, 45 forwards and backwards. Mike Pence, 45 forwards and backwards. We've been talking about this since day one, since they were called president-elect in the early hours of November 9th, the fall of the anniversary of the Berlin Wall. Berlin Wall, 45. 63, 2016, the 63rd triangular number. The Prophet Muhammad dead at 63. Muhammad Ali dead in 2016 on 6-3. And we predicted years in advance why he'd die at 74. Muhammad, Jesus, Jewish, killing. 3 of the first 5 presidents dead on 7-4. Independence Day, other 74. Again, how this headline up here, we started up here with this headline. Israel declares war, the new update. 173, the 40th prime. The 40th prime number. Article 40 to declare war. Knights Templar, the old military order carried on by the Jesuits. You know what I mean? It's all right there in the language. Knights Templar 205. You see how Jerusalem has these numbers? Again, 104. We talked a lot about that. Roman Catholic Church 32. From America to the Scottish Rite to the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite, sharing the Admirum Dei Gloriam motto with the Jesuits, who have 32 sun rays. The Dodgers winning the first World Series in 32 years. The alphabetic order in reverse, 139. Like Freemasonry, like America, like Bavarian Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati. 58, again, Super Bowl 58, 104th NFL season. Nuclear football, predictive programming, 9/11 Patriot Act Patriots. What could happen with Super Bowl 58 with all these biblical things coming into motion? And, recently as COVID was jumping off, one of many biblical rituals they pulled off on us. Remember how they had to say the first case of COVID, it was confirmed on January 21st, 121. That's when they first confirmed it, and they realized it came January 15th. But Revelation 121, right? January 15th, 15/1, like pandemic. You know what I mean? Could say a lot more about all those numbers up there, but Isn't it crazy? World Trade Center construction 68, open on the 94th day of the year. How they do all these numbers. Catholicism 68, Roman Catholic Church, Helios 6894, the sun, rituals and time. The CIA established in the Mega 201 ritual. 201st day of the Pope's age. The Hunt for Red October thing. That was part of how we predicted October 7th, too. Just where that might fit in. With Alec Baldwin, who smoked the Ukrainian woman on the set of Rust right before Russia-Ukraine. Did it 201 days after his birthday, again, compared to Brandon Lee's death on The Crow, which was compared to Bruce Lee's death during Game of Death when he died on the 201st day of the year. Ooh, man. Where's the post I want to show you? There's a post I want to show you. No, it's not this one. I got to revisit some of the things that we talked about yesterday. Man, it's crazy how good they got us. You know the other part about 50, you guys? I was just showing how all those things are 50. America, Jesuits, Washington, 50 states, 50 years time. The word circle equals 50. And in spelling, like spell casting, not like language spelling, but spelling, casting spells, the first thing you do is you make a circle. You know, you make a circle. But here's what I wanted people to say. The day before, just how we were looking at everything that went down. 10-7, right? Military 107 and 44. Israel 44, like Netanyahu, like Zion, the man who had a 44-second of silence at the UN, who put up the beast statue by the numbers in recent times, showing you what they're about. The words military, soldier, infantry, trooper, officer, execution, kill, 44, long history of 44 and killing. Soul dyer. I spelled it wrong again. I still haven't edited it. Whoops. Soul the sun, die under the sun at age 18. That's when you can sign up. R's the 18th letter. Soul dyer. Hamas in war 42-15 on a 15 date numerology as Afghanistan gets rocked with an earthquake, and they first report at least 15 dead on the anniversary of us making war with them when the military has the earthquake technology. Hamas in war 42, exactly 42 weeks after the Pope's 86th birthday. 86th to get rid of. Arturo Sosa, again, 47 weeks after his birthday, from Vatican to Francis to Star of David to time to authority to government to Republican to Democrat to Whig to president to Caesar to White House. All those things equal 47. Even the letters DC, when you run it in reverse. 47, the number of time and authority. Right back to the Vatican. Religious authority, governmental authority, information authority, science authority, military authority. I don't want to conform to any of them. You don't know how bad these numbers killed yesterday in Major League Baseball on Saturn's Day. The Astros and the Phillies pick up their 93rd win of the season. Some other teams grab the 42. Baseball's all by the numbers. Diamondbacks having a big day. Big bats with the Diamondbacks. Snakes. The Serpent. As this shit's all going down. They win it 11-2. Oh my God. What a transition. Watch this. It's funny people think I'm tripping. Watch this. Their score yesterday as this shit's going down. 11-2 yesterday. Woo, in LA, a city we've been saying you better watch out for. Justin Timberlake showing how the blackout could come to LA and what it would look like. That whack music video. How did he become famous? Mickey Mouse Club. Walter Elias Disney, 201. Walt Disney World, 201. Exit 201 to get to Walt Disney World. Knights Templar, the Jesuits, the whole... if you don't know... De Molay, they're modeled after the Templar who was burned at the stake on Friday the 13th. But here, 11-2. I told you at the beginning of this. Probably the closest I've ever come to psycho-babbling this video because I just can't keep it straight. But Balfour Declaration. Here, let's read it. This is dated November 2nd. I'm going to show you why it was dated November 2nd. Has to do with the Jesuits operating in 112 countries. That's part of it. Has to do with why the Vatican's birthday is on the other 11-2 date. February 11th, November 2nd, February 11th, the 2/11 or 1/12 dates. But this is the whole conspiracy community. They think this is as deep as it goes because they don't know how to see through it. Dear Lord Rothschild, which means red shield, like how the Templars have the red shield, like how Nightfall, how the main Templar, he's really concerned about looking out for the Jews in France. The Jews kind of are used as like a shield by the people running the show. They're put out there on the front stage. Look at the Hollywood pervert. Look at Anthony Weiner, the jerk off. Look, they run all Hollywood. They're poisoning your minds. They run the record studios that are poisoning your minds. But again, there's there's this hidden hand that's a lot more hidden. And again, there's a reason we're not on the Hebrew calendar, we're on the Catholic Church's calendar, and we're speaking their language. There's a relationship here. There's an alliance. There's a reason The Sopranos came out in 99 on Jesuit run HBO, and Sopranos equals 99, and Tony Soprano died on the 99th day of Pope Francis being the first Jesuit pope, dying in Italy, where the mob's from. But dear Lord Rothschild, and again, in like every good gangster Italian film, there's always like a Jew banker connected, right? It's an alliance. They work together. What do they say? The hand washes the other hand. R.I.P. to the actor who just died on 83 on 8/3, who was part of Pacino's gangster film Scarface in 83. That was blatant. Murder by Numbers in 83. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. So again, this is dated November 2nd, 1917, during World War I. And in our 13 years of slave school, pledging to 13 stripes, learn about 13 colonies, but no Illuminati and 13 families, or why there's 13s all over our dollar bill, or how to be smart with money, or really smart in life, just as our time's getting eat up where we don't learn the things we needed to learn, like Gematria, this truth was there the whole time. And let's not overlook that November 2nd, if you just add 11 plus 2, it is back to 13. But look at this. Look at where 112 matters. Somebody's like, that was Diddy's R&B group. R.I.P. to the very Jesuit death of Tupac and Biggie. Zionist 112, right? Zionist 112. Judaism 112. But Catholicism 112, and the Jesuits claim to operate in 112 nations. Look it up. Look it up. Mathematics 112. 1 plus 1 is 2. Let's go back to mathematics and Catholicism. Let's compare. You see the 112, the 185, the 68? Think about what we were talking about with Kobe, killed on a Sunday, age 41, Pope's 41st day of his age, when Crucify is 41. And again, he died in a helicopter crash, which is 83, while the Pope was 83. And again, his death goes back to what was happening in 1983 when Moses Malone was winning the championship. Fo, like 40, kind of like mathematics. Again, like Crucify. Like, again, Zionist, right? Article 40. Old Testament. Oh. But I meant to say, here's what I want to get to. Basketball. How basketball is 185 and 68, just like Catholicism and mathematics. Doing these rituals with basketball players. They do it with other people too, but some really big ones. The Moses Malone thing is huge. Again, in 1982, they had him doing the ad for Nike, holding the staff. In Exodus 4, God makes Moses' staff into a snake, tests him. Black Mamba, Kobe, the court in Philly with the black Mambas on it. LeBron's passing him in points scored, making him 4th all time. Exodus 4, Kobe's dead. Next thing you know, it's all mathematics. It was all planned out. Kobe Bryant in November 2016, they put out the After Death shoe, Nike, the same one that did the Moses ad for Moses Malone, playing on the biblical symbolism. Again, watch the new movie on how Nike came to be. It's a bullshit story. Nike's a Jesuit enterprise through and through. But Nike literally equals Jesuit, equals Saturn. Their symbols are a ring of Saturn. Nike, Saturn, Jesuit. Look at it. If you missed my work on that film and look at this. Look how, this stuff that's going on in this world, you guys, man. And I'm not going to lie. I got some Nike clothes that I've had since high school. I still wear them. They still fit. They were actually quality stuff. But I try not to wear a lot of stuff because I don't want to put their symbols out there. Pull this up. So Nike's out in Portland, Oregon. If you don't, they're in the suburb of Beaverton, and you see how Nike's also 39. Beaverton is 39, and anyway, look at this. In 92, when Jordan beat Portland in the finals, again, he's Nike's big athlete, beating the team where Nike is. From his birthday to the day that he won the finals, 118 days, right? Just do it, 118. And he'd win another finals, and then his father would be dead. After winning 3, his father died 33 days later along Interstate 74. NBA Finals is 33. Michael's 33. Jesus on the cross at age 74. Jesus also 74. His father was dead where Interstate 74 crossed Route 95. 95, the Jesuits created to counter the 95 Theses. The song Sirius is what Jordan came out to. The Jesuits recognized by Rome on September 27th, the day leaving 95 days left in the year. Again, I just want to make it all make sense, you guys. What's being done, how these things have been built up, how we've been told stories about how they came to be so powerful that really aren't real. Yeah, if you want to come back and read this post, there's a lot more information here, but this is what it's been our whole lives. Logos, corporations, materialism, a rigged game to steer us down a path that's spiritually broke. Be all about yourself. That's spiritually broke right there. You really are just so, like, without the material world, this world's nothing to you. A lot of people are that way. That's spiritually broke. But it's not anybody's fault, right? It's because we were born in. I mean, in a way, it's not. People could have had more responsibility, but we were born into a system that was meant to do exactly what it did to us, and we're all flawed by it. It's like, here, let me make a point about myself. I wonder sometimes, like I ask myself, I have conversations with God too. Or a real conversation with God is like using what God gave you, your brain, to like think about things. Might be out loud. You might be talking to yourself for a minute just to think about it. Let me hear what that sounds like out loud. Should I say that? Is that the right thing to say? So you need to hear it out loud and be like, nah, that doesn't sound right. Doesn't mean you're crazy. It's like you're using your faculties to make sure you're preparing yourself for the moment. You're thinking about things. You're asking yourself, am I doing the right thing in life? Is this wrong? Do I need to fix things? And sometimes you realize you need to fix things, but it's hard to fix them. But at least you're aware and you're working on it. You're consciously putting your mind to it. You're probably doing this wrong thing because it's been instilled in you through all the years you didn't realize, or something that happened to you, or some trauma, or some great frustration, or there's no other alternative. But here's the point I want to make. I'll ask God. I'm like, God, am I more full of good things or bad things sometimes? God, people are really attacking me. Maybe I'm worse than I realize. Am I this bad? Let me think about it. Am I this bad? People always come at me with Jesus. And a lot of times I'll say back to them, they don't really think about it. They don't think about like who I am by even saying back what I say to them. I'll say like, well, you're so about Jesus. How come you don't have his right name? That's not even his right name. They changed his name. Why not just call him his real name? Maybe that one dude who flipped on me, maybe that guy has all these different names. Anyway, I always tell people his real name's Yeshua. So if you're going to talk about him, you might as well use his proper name. I'm more inclined to think that maybe there is a Yeshua. Maybe that is the name of the good spirit. Somebody figured it out because the sign came to him. The sign came to me about numbers. I look back at my life and I think it was all meant to be, in a way, to have this fight at this time. And a lot of people have been documenting how all of these years, don't misinterpret what I'm about to show you, because I'm going to show you both sides of it. I'm going to show you both sides of it. Don't even come to a premature conclusion with where we're about to go. But like I always say, you guys, I really think the truth is that we're all the children of God, and Yeshua is a spirit. And if you want to call the other half Satan, or whatever name you want to put to it, Beelzebub, whatever you want to call it, that other half. There's also some other stuff floating around that's not good. And it takes advantage. It's just like all the cartoons with the good angel on one side and the bad angel. The bad angel's clever, right? Bad angel's like, come on, you wanted to do that. Come on, look how fine she is. Your girlfriend's not even going to know. You really want to pass that up? You know, that's the devil in your head. I bet she wouldn't know, man. She trusts me. Man, this girl's fine as hell. That's the devil, right? That's because what happens? Let's say you listen to the devil and you go cheat and you get away with it. Girlfriend never even finds out. You got away with it. The devil was right. But what's in your heart now? Now in your heart is a little bit of guilt. A little bit of guilt's probably taking time off your life. And again, I mean, you don't have that in your life. You pass that moment up. Maybe also part of your mind's like, damn, would have been the experience. But you know what? You got a sweetheart that you wrapped up in high school. She's been your lady your whole life. You love her so much. You wouldn't want to give up all the memories and all that you created. Nothing's worth more. I mean, that's what it should be about. It can be about that. That's why I also think there is part of it in your life where it's like you should have some good sexual experiences, get experience, know what makes you happy, what's right for you, but then also find that person with the right chemistry. I mean, that's essentially how people try to do it. But then I guess the downside is people develop an appetite for multiple partners, and then nobody can control themselves. If at 5 years of marriage, they're jonesing. That's the devil though, in the angel, right? You gotta fight it. Like again, you take some oaths and you put some things on your finger and you make all these promises. You better be about it. Otherwise, why'd you go through that ritual? Just to be a fraud. So anyway, I know that there's good things in me and I know there's bad things. And what I want to talk about is the spirit of Eshua and the spirit of Satan, all in light of myself. And again, I was raised Christian. By the time I was 12, I thought religion was bonkers, but it didn't make me throw out the baby with the bathwater. I still thought the golden rule was all about it, and you should live a righteous life. And you probably shouldn't be sleeping with everybody. You might have a baby before you're ready. You should find the one and lock it down and make a great life. I had a lot of the right ideas in my head. I just threw out the religious part. It just felt like Santa Claus, and it was like I got to believe in this just to get some eternal reward. That feels like a gimmick. How about just be a good person because that's what the world needs? You know, I got devils on my shoulder. I'm trying to fight them. And the thing is, in life, there's been times where the devil won, and I look back, and those are all my regrets. But I know the angel won a lot too. More, definitely more. But there were some devil times. Anyway, I always make the point about Yeshua. You guys ever watch me on the street? People come by and talk about Jesus. When I was out in the Seahawks fans at the beginning of the year, week 1, telling them why the Seahawks were going to lose to Matt Stafford, why he'd get his 94th win in 94 laying Seattle. Exactly what happened. A guy came by and said something about Jesus, and I said, hey, how come you don't use the name Yeshua? And he stopped and he thought, he goes, that's a good one. He had Jesus on his shirt too. I said, do you want to know why they changed the name Yeshua to Jesus? So I told him about how just take the alphabetic order, how there's ancient practice of Hebrew letters and numbers. It's in English. I said, look, Jesus, cross, Messiah, gospel, parables, they all equal 74. Funny enough, so does Lucifer. So does occult, killing, Masonic. 3 of the first 5 presidents dead on 7-4, holiday equals 74. This guy's like, whoa, I see where you're going with this. But he goes, understand, I'm not bad. It's just like, Jesus, I get what you mean. But think about why we don't use the name Yeshua, right? That's the point I was making. And he liked that. Just a nice little exchange with this guy. And we've had plenty of exchanges like that on the street. That's the fun thing about being on the street and just interacting with humanity and sharing information and getting people to think. And look, you guys, if you didn't know this, the coldest day in history is July 21st, 1983. And something really cool happened that day, besides it being the coldest day in recorded history. You know when they say when hell freezes over? You know what happened on that day? Yours truly was born. That's the day I was born, right? July 21st, 1983. So everything going down in Israel right now is 40, right? Article 40, right after the emergency alert, Old Testament, U.S., all this. So I'm 40 years old right now, right? After harping on about how this is coming for a decade, symbolic amount of time, right? Start thinking 10 Commandments. But from my birthday and the anniversary of this coldest day to when this popped off in Israel was the 79th day of my age. Today, when war's declared, is 79 days later. And isn't it funny how in Gematria, Yeshua equals 79 and 83? I was born in 83, 79th day. And then, Yeshua, his mom's birthday is celebrated on September 8th, which is weird because my mom's birthday is September 8th. And no, I'm not saying I'm Yeshua or Jesus. I'm saying, I'm one of many of God's children. It just so happened that these funny things happened. And maybe this is energy in the world. And maybe because I was born on that day, maybe there's some spark of extra energy just traveling around, It was God's plan. But again, from a young age, I remember I always tell you guys about my 6th grade teacher. I love thinking back about her name. I didn't think about it when I was a 6th grade, but her name was Miss Peak. And I would always make her cry. She couldn't believe the things I would write about, the things I wanted to change the world, and how someday I was going to stand up and fight and change all these things. And she really thought I was going to be the president of the United States someday. She always said, she says, Zach, you're going to be the president. You're going to change the world. You're going to be good. And she'd always cry. I'd always make Miss P cry. And then the other thing she cried about that year is she saw I was so bored in math, and she wasn't advanced enough in math to help me get into anything else. She said, "Don't worry. Next year in middle school, you'll be able to." She just knew I was really bored, and I communicated to her that I wanted to learn some other things because all the other kids in my neighborhood were in middle school, and they were learning all this cool stuff that I thought was interesting, but I didn't understand. And the things I didn't understand is like where letters fit in with numbers and multiplication. Like when you're getting a problem like 1 times x equals 7, I'd be like, what does that mean? I didn't realize it meant like, what does x have to be to equal 7? It's just so simple, 1 times 7. And, through all of the 6th grade, I couldn't believe that my teacher didn't tell me that because I asked her that and she like didn't know how to communicate it. I think back about that now about Mrs. Peak. I'm like, how could she not know how to communicate that? She should have been like, yes, imagine, Zach, 2 times x equals 14. That means you have to find out 2 times what equals 14. I can't believe looking back that my 6th grade teacher could not tell me that. She said she didn't know how to teach it. Some people don't know how to teach the simplest things. I used to be a school teacher, by the way. And when I went to class, I was less stoned than I was at the beginning of the stream, but I had a headache, and rather than take pills, sometimes I smoked some weed. And I had a headache because I didn't get enough sleep, but stoned and tired, and that's why this video has been the way it's been. But let me finish the rest of this point, right? So, again, I just think that as a young child, I was in my mind, I was making myself about the right things, and I was praying to God and promising to God the right things and help me out because I'm going to do this for everybody. It's not just going to be about us. I was like bargaining with God every night with my prayers, and then they never seemingly got answered. But maybe that's you have to live a life to realize. It's like maybe some of your prayers come back later. Maybe these prayers when I was younger helped me stay on a tighter path, and maybe that's why eventually when I was age 30, I think about that now. I'm like, isn't it funny? Like, literally, guys, I'm not making it up. It was 12 when I got kicked out of confirmation class for asking too many questions. That's where the story of Jesus ends at age 12. And then I was 30 when I found Gematria. That's when the story of Jesus gets picked back up. And again, I'm not saying I'm Jesus. I'm just saying I'm a human being, like a child of God. And maybe there really is something to these numbers. Notice Bible's 30, right? And Saturn has the 30-year return. And some people say Saturn's the God of the Old Testament. And anyway, I mean, you look at this. I mean, isn't this kind of crazy that this is happening right now? And I've been warning about this for all the time. And, a lot of people could say I'm a false prophet. And I've always said I don't see myself as a prophet. I just see someone who's been working real hard to understand what's going on in the world and expose it. And I figured out how they're literally planning out our future. All this planned deception by this numerical code, this biblical code, the 4th book of the Bible, Numbers. 40 in numerology is 4. But the way these 79s land and the fact that born in 83 and just so happens on the day that it was so damn cold. And then here's where it gets more interesting. Again, 40 right now, this stuff straight out of the Old Testament was going down. The Virgin Mary's birthday, September 8th. That's my mom's birthday. She's born September 8th, 52, right after the Jesuits were doing their weather warfare and admitted to it later in history. But my mom just turned 71 years old, right? This pops off 71 days before the Pope's birthday. See, for all the people who think like this instantly means Zach is a total shill, again, like I've always said, you have to use the knowledge in an intelligent way. You have to look and say, well, is that person trying to ruin my life or is that person trying to bring light to things? Well, you're trying to take people away from Jesus. I've always said, don't leave your spirituality over me. I'm just telling you what I think and what I see in the world with religion and how it's keeping people complacent. I've always said I have a problem with Christians who believe in Jesus, but they're about action and doing something and not waiting. The waiting thing is my problem. A lot of people waiting because of religion. But, I find it funny how my mom put me in Catholic school as a Lutheran, and now she just turned 71, and 71 days for the Pope's birthday, as Vladimir Putin's turning 71, all this is popping off, right? Just like, this is crazy. And last year I had the major prediction about the Queen, why she'd die at 96 and why 140 would be part of it. She died 140 days after her birthday on my mom's birthday, 201 days after her COVID diagnosis. Like, this stuff is getting weird. Stuff is getting weird. And the thing is, the day I was born, the day of the coldest record temperature, that was a Thursday, right? And Thursday is what Jupiter's named after. And Jupiter is Zeus, Jesus, the Greek god, The Greeks, the New Testament originally written in Greek, but Zeus is 71 as well, 37, Zachary's 37, also 107 in reverse. This thing's popping off on 10/7. And for the record, Zachary the other way is also 35, like 35 Thursday. And again, what does Zachary mean? It means, what does Zachary mean and stand for? The name Zachary, it's a Hebrew name. A lot of names are. It means the Lord has remembered. It is the English variation of Zacharias, which is derived from the Hebrew name Zachariah. It didn't become popular until the Protestant Reformation. Martin Luther, raised Lutheran. My dad's full name and my full name both equal 89, and my mom's birthday is the 8th day of the 9th month. There's 89 chapters in the gospel. The record temperature the day that I was born, where's it at? Okay, I feel like Google's messing around, man. I wonder if it's just because of my own data. But when I search for this, it doesn't normally pull up this way. It doesn't normally pull up the Arizona State University recording of the coldest temperature at negative 89 Celsius. Everyone has the same thing where it's recorded. But when I was putting this post together yesterday, never in all the years when I Google searched this has it ever pulled up this way. I went to Arizona State University. You know what I mean? I'm like, is this like the new data thing where they tailor the data to you so the data comes up from your former school? Right under that was the University of Oregon, and I grew up in Oregon, so I was like, why are these being the first two sources for the coldest day? But yeah, again, father, son, we're both 89. My parents didn't name me with Gematria. You know, I used to always ask my parents how they got my name. There's no Keefs in our family. We're not Irish. There's no Zacharys. Again, my dad was adopted by another man. My dad knows who his real mom is, but he never had all of his brothers have different fathers, and one of the fathers who stood around for a while also adopted my dad, so that's where we got the last name Hubbard. But isn't it funny just looking at how it all works out? You know, and again, it's a reminder that there is something to these numbers. Again, Kabbalah says God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. So there is a God side to this. For all you guys who can't learn where to discern, I mean, look at how contrived the things are in the news. Look at the way they're snickering at us. Remember the Snickers candy bar with the 56 toilet papers hours ago in this stream that I won't end? Till I feel like I've said enough because I'm so sick and fed up of this thing and where it's going and how much worse it can get from here. But, you know, I look at this and I'm like, yeah, this has been God working within one of his children who happens to be me, you know, and that's why I was, you want to use the word possessed. I mean, in 2013, when I found this, I was just so frustrated. I saw where things were going, all the censorship, more than a decade after 9/11, no justice. I could just feel that we're getting closer to another climax where we don't want to be. All the signs were so on the wall, they'd been there. I couldn't justify just like working a job and trying to make my life about money and getting ahead. It had to be something else. Start speaking out, figuring out more what's going on. So that's what I put my mind to it, and boom, I found this, and I said, wow, I've really found something here. And I remember sharing this information with my mom at first. She thought it was kind of kooky and I sounded kind of weird and probably should just stick to teaching, or if I want to go into accounting or do something else or go back to law school. I was like, nah, mom, you are wrong. There's something here that people need to know about. Here, check this out. My dad's birthday is April 18th. My mom's is September 8th. Their birthdays are a span of 144 days apart. What do 89 and 144 have to do with each other? They're both Fibonacci numbers. 89 is the 11th Fibonacci number. Again, 89 chapters in the gospel, the story of Jesus. 89, the 11th Fibonacci number. Religion equals 89. King James equals 89, but Jesus also equals 11. And again, that's not what I'm saying I am. I'm just saying that, you know, I might have been born right place, right time with God's language of the universe, you know, giving me an extra spark to maybe make me slightly more righteous than a lot of our other fellow men. You know, I did a lot of things for a lot of people that nobody would ever do back for me. You know, being a young guy that the girls were attracted to, I had a lot of my friends growing up because people aren't loyal, and it's just sad. People are out for themselves. I mean, I saw it everywhere, and it grossed me out growing up. But I had friends, girlfriends multiple times, like trying to cheat with me. It's like, I don't want to cheat on my friend. Yeah, you are cute. I would like to have a nice time with you, but I'm not going to do that to my friend. Man, I had some friends that I didn't do that to them. They ended up, you know, doing that to other friends. And I realized, like, oh, but it's not like I made me go back, man, I should have gone back and done it to him. Because no, that's just messing up the world. That's just adding that jaded thing. That's why so many people are so broken and they just can't stand another relationship because everything's been lies and deception and everybody out for themselves and cheating and lie. It's so bad. And for all you guys who think I'm so bad, bad men don't hold down relationships. You can tell Sweet Lady and I don't have a dysfunctional relationship. She doesn't like what I'm doing, but she lets me do it because she knows I'm passionate about it. And she sort of sees as time's gone on how things are getting worse and worse, the jabs and the war and what even happened in her own Burma after Captain Tom died of the Burma campaign. Another sick Jesuit joke in the world, another big 56 special. Yeah, that's been crazy too, just to have Sweet Lady in my life. And without her, I probably wouldn't have gone back and read the Bible and really started to put all this together with the Manly P. Hall teachings and all that. She's been a part of it. But then watching her country fall in the Jesuit ritual, I'm just like, this is crazy. Her birthday's George Orwell's, and mine is Ernest Hemingway. She's born June 25th. I'm born July 21st. Got author birthdays. But yeah, 144 and 89 are Fibonacci numbers. Yeah, 144 is big with the Jesuits. Time number. Doesn't mean they own it. They put it on it because it has power. I had to look up what my dad's name means. It means God's honor. My name's in remembrance in God. His is God's honor. So here, let me give you the other half of this because I said I was going to cover the God and Satan part. Well, here, I actually want to say this too. Remember, Jesus and Lucifer both 74. But again, for all of my life, I felt like my name should have been Joshua. And the reason I felt that is because people always call me Joshua. It still happens. I'm having to go do some paperwork and I come back in the office for the second time and he's like, "What's up, Josh?" And I'm like, "Man, I don't know what it is. That's been happening to me since I was like 7 years old." And they're like, "Really?" And they're like, "I don't know why I called you that." "Yeah, I know your name, Zach." And I'm like, "Trust me, man, I've had this exact reaction like from 1,000 people in my lifetime. Being called Josh, 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 Josh. And what was funny is when I was in fifth grade, the first time I ran for student office in elementary school, I wanted to be president of whatever it was. You couldn't be, sixth grade was the highest position, but fifth grade was like the second highest position. I was going for that. And a kid who was actually named Josh beat me. And I still remember why. The reason he beat me is because I embarrassed myself on the stage. I was doing well at the beginning of my speech, but then I got so nervous in front of everybody. He didn't. He was like a smooth operator. And then I kind of looked like I wasn't ready for the big stage, and Josh beat me. But anyway, whole life been called Josh anyway. And I think back about that story now, and it seems funny. But Joshua is the English translation of Jesus. Joshua is 74, like Jesus, like cross, like parables, like Messiah, like gospel. And again, we're all the children of God. This is the new spelling of Jesus. Again, English, Gematria, energy, super special number 74. And you know what? Out of the 50 states, only the 33rd state, Oregon, equals 74. And as silly as that might sound, it's almost like, is there somehow putting the word on it, the spelling? Does it enhance the power of that number? Is this part of the reason people call me Joshua? I mean, again, there's so many questions to still be answered. But it is true. My whole life, people have called me Joshua. And then it's funny to just look at all this now. It's like, it's weird the name mean Jesus, and my mom's birthday is the Virgin Mary's birthday, and then just the whole 89 thing, and my parents, and the Fibonacci numbers, the numbers of God. It's like, and again, everybody in humanity is special and has their own calling, and not everybody discovers their own path because we live in a system that wants to make them conform. I think the reason I found a lot of my own path is because I always bucked authority. My report cards always said, smart kid, good kid, doesn't respect authority. Needs to learn to respect authority. I mean, just constantly written on my report card growing up, spent a lot of time in the principal's office because, teachers would get frustrated. Like if I had a problem with something, I'd let it be known I have a problem with it. I don't like this lesson. This lesson doesn't make any sense to me. How do you commit suicide and nobody finds your body and it goes down in the history book? How's a guy discover a land where people already lived? Sunday school, burning bushes, people in Wales. How come it doesn't happen anymore? Anyway, always questioning the hell out of everything. And I think rightfully so, because it brought me to some important answers to what's really going on in this world that we're all being lied to about, being played for fools. And when I posted this yesterday, what was weird, within about 20 minutes of posting this, I got a notification on my phone for my YouTube video. And this person had not read this post I just did about Yeshua. And I still need to get to the Satan part, which I will. But here's the weird thing. This person leaves this comment on my video, and people left a lot of video comments like this because people know that I'm not down with the religion thing, so I get a lot of comments like this. But people don't usually drop the word Yeshua. And unless somebody's just playing with me, maybe he did see my post. I don't know. But this came shortly after, and they never responded back that they saw the post. Zach, you have to understand Christianity as a Catholic creation, not Yeshua. and it is falling apart because Yeshua did not create it. So just the person leading this comment has never really listened to me, because I've always expressed that, like, whatever Jesus and Satan is, I'm definitely on the Jesus side. I just don't like the religion to use these terms. It's just God gave us faculties within. We know right and wrong. You know, we see when we do what wrong, how it is, the guilt we feel inside, the problems we cause for others. It's all there. The internal mechanism is there to correct the problem. And it's like, you can turn off that internal goodness and just become, oh, fuck it, I'm out for myself and all my pleasure and all me. People do that and it probably happens because somebody did it to them. And that's why the golden rule is so important. When people stop abusing the golden rule, then I guess we're to the darkened rule, or whatever you want to call it. Actually, I don't want to call it the darkened rule, because the media is always trying to make it look like darker complected people are worse people, and probably stigma there with that. And that's not what I mean. I'm just saying, like, the world, the void rule, where it's just like, fuck everything, it's all about me. That's where we are, and that's why society's fucked unless we do something about it. People say, like, I haven't done enough. It's like, I don't know what more I can do. I've laid it out. I've said who's doing it. I say we got to revolt. We got to do it for the kids. We got to hear why Thomas Jefferson said there got to be a revolution every 19 years. There's just not a lot of people willing to step up to the plate. We go out and we're looking for the team, and not enough people come out. And it turns out the people that are coming around, seems like a lot of them who are most invested, there's some straight up snakes. They might be part of this very thing. Mark Passio might be right. These Satanists are all over the place. That weirdo guy who came out and acted all crazy, maybe he was dropping half truth about them all over the place. I've had so many people just weird as hell just come mess with me. But yeah, they're lecturing me about Yeshua and how I need to get in tune with Yeshua. I just dropped a post about, how could you leave this 20 minutes after I just left this comment? And I'm saying, see, to me, this shows that the good parts I got out of religion, there probably is some truth to it. There's this spiritual component, and I've been righteous and true to most of these things, and lived a life of service, and made sacrifices, and helped out others, and gone out of my way to help others. And yeah, I could understand maybe why God might trust me a little bit more to try to do something right. And maybe if the world had a lot better people, then I wouldn't be in the running. There's probably a bunch of other people, if they're aware of this knowledge, they could look and be like, damn, look how interesting that is. I see Yeshua in me too. So here's the synagogue of Satan part. The synagogue of Satan. And again, you guys, I kind of think how, like, big tech in a way kind of shaped my online personality. I'm pretty authentic, but sometimes I could be more reserved because I go too far, people might say, and it ultimately does more damage than anything else. I learned from the algorithm that when you rant hard and say crazy shit that resonates with people, that your subs go way up. And if you act like Mr. Rogers teaching the knowledge, it's like people don't care. But technically, look at this. And what I'm also going to say is I don't think the sinning started with me. If the sins are the whole sin thing is right too. My mom was born September 8th, 1952, right? My dad was born April 18th, 1953. He's a little bit younger than my mom. And 222 days later, interesting number, right? 222, as above, so below. Two people come together to make another one. And you could also say that's a span of 223 days, right? And we know this 223 number can get pretty wicked. It's not to say that it's all wicked, but we know that's the number of the synagogue of Satan. And it's also the letter to the Church of Philadelphia, who's the other side of the equation. So it's dualistic. Like I'd say, I got good things in me and bad things. And, my mom, she was doing things she wasn't supposed to do as a young child. Getting all inspired by that Elvis. Woo! Elvis had the girls open. But, next thing you know, she's pregnant as a teenager. And my mom's scarred from her upbringing. Where she went back then, late 60s, pregnant already. Mid-late 60s, pregnant as a young girl. And yeah, late 60s. What am I saying? My sister was actually born Pearl Harbor Day 71. So my mom, or maybe my mom got pregnant at what is that? If she's born December 7th, 71, I guess my mom would have got pregnant at the beginning of 71. But I'm guessing, she was probably around the block a few times before the pregnancy happened. Like a lot of girls are, like a lot of young teenagers are. I remember one of the prettiest girls in high school. She's a Mormon girl, You know how they say about those preacher daughters, something they go bad way, man. She was the girl that everybody had. And then, there was a day where she was coming on to me and it was my day. And I was like, hell no. I mean, she was hot, but I don't want to. No, I don't want to smash some chick that everybody in the class smashed. No way. To me, that was gross, and I just felt bad for her. I was like, man, you're such a beautiful girl, and like, I don't think any dude's ever gonna want to like if he knows what you've been up to, man. I don't think you're ever gonna get that respect. You know. Again, there's like limitations. There's overdoing things. You slept with like 30 guys in the last 50 days after you lost your virginity. You just getting smashed by everybody. Oh my god! But this is going on, right? And now HBO's making shows about it. It's called Euphoria, and they got adults watching suppose like 16 and 17-year-olds fucking each other. It's like, how weird is this? As this stuff just spreads more and more. HBO with the same gematria as pornography. More and more just like gay sex and all this stuff being introduced through HBO and these shows that are critically acclaimed that everybody's got to watch. Do you guys like Game of Thrones? How everybody plugs each other in the ass? It's got to be in every episode. So, you guys like the new video game show where they gave you an episode about Fallout World and one whole episode was about two men in bed together through the whole episode? It's like, damn. And again, to me, I do think that some people are born gay. I just don't think we need to be. I don't think we need to be demonizing gay people, and I don't think we need to be promoting being gay as a cool thing, as a rebellious thing, as something to make yourself part of this generation. Lose the genitals, fuck the other sex, be part of the sex war. I said fuck the other sex. I guess not fuck the other sex. Fuck your own sex and get the fuck away from me, other sex. That's like what they're doing to society. I went in the smoke shop the other day, and it was a different crew that I'd never seen before. But the last time I was in there were some, some cute girls that were kind of flirty, and I don't flirt back, but I'm nice. And the other day I went in there, I was like, whoa, totally different staff. It was 3 girls. They all had shaved heads with like really low hair with the color purple. I was like, I'm pretty sure all these girls probably, smoke and then, what did we call them in the 90s? Carpet munch. But anyway, that's the new thing. So anyway, the synagogue of Satan number with my parents, and my mom would bitch about my dad when they were together and how he's cheating all the time and bringing home crap. So I know he's not necessarily living righteous, but he's also not a bad person. It seems like if my dad had a flaw, he couldn't control himself sexually like a lot of other men, and then resentment and anger and frustration and messed up household, and you're learning bad shit just like almost all of us are. So it's like it's all around us, but what are you going to embrace? To me, like I said, I'm sad to see this thing's breaking out, but just it breaking out, and who's got the first piece of knowledge out in the world to show people what's really up for like the nth time in the last decade. And my whole work is just so validated, unfortunately, in things like this, because it's, again, I mean, we've laid it out. Every last thing that happened, we understood. We taught about it. We said why it's coming. We said why it's got to be stopped, how it's all going to be biblical, how it's going to end up here, how it was written about by Albert Pike in a letter addressed on the Jesuit order's birthday way back when, August 15th, 1871. 71, Catholic, this popping off. 71 days for the Pope's birthday on Vladimir Putin's 71st birthday. Orthodox Church in Russia. I don't remember the Gladiator movie on HBO. I just put eyes on the chat. Thank you to the super chatters. I appreciate the generosity. HD's quality says, great work as always, Zach. World War II started 84 years ago. Yes, it did. 1939. 39 books in the Old Testament. Is this war a precursor to the next World War? I mean, isn't it obvious that we're going there? We've been pointing this out the whole time. Why they did it on Pearl Harbor Day and the big 201 ritual. Shout out to Nathan. Nathan's a real one. Thank you again, Nathan. Shout out to John Mendoza. He's a real one too. Thank you. Shout out to Rumham Solo 607. Welfare Gematria. I'm just a poor on Christmas. Thank you. $2 is a lot. Imagine if everybody in the stream pledged $2. I'd have enough for a plane ticket to bust my ass over to DC and say, see, sweet lady, my super stream today, there was only 300 people in there, but they all dropped $2. Easy for the plane ticket and hotel. If they do it for me tomorrow, they got me for another day. And again, that's why we say if enough people just pledge $1 a month, man, we'd set up a permanent Gematria Effect News operation in DC where we're out getting out the word every day and letting our politicians know we're on their ass and we're not backing down. And we set one up in New York City and everywhere else there needs to be. We do what they were the thing that was done to me yesterday, making it look like I'm secretly running a multi-billion-dollar operation worldwide. It's like some kind of stupid joke because isn't that what I've been saying we need to achieve to change the world? These little funny satanic puppets around us. Rumham Solo. Dude, you didn't have to do that. Too many poor people. Turn on members only chat. I see. See, he's trying. I've thought about that, you guys, but I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to make it so that only people who donate money can be in the chat. Not at this time. I understand that the world's messed up right now and things are hard, but I wish more people would have heard me a lot earlier. Pledged $1, dollar a month, $12 a year, man. Should have been 1 million people that were feeling what I was saying. And I think there would have been if it wasn't for all the censorship. Shout out to Carl. Hey, Zach, thoughts with Spurs winning NBA with hockey? Carl's ready to sports gamble. Carl, come on, man. The world's ending. But I appreciate the donation. Carl's a great supporter, but Carl's going out gambling. Carl, remember, 1984. 1984, George Orwell quote. George Orwell, all it took to fill up the horizons of their minds. Here, let me see if I typed enough to pull it up. There we go. The proles, the people of the 1984 times. It's got to be the quote. So long as they, the proles, continued to work and breed, their other activities were without importance. Left to themselves like cattle turned loose upon the plains of Argentina. That's funny. That's where the first Jesuit pope's from. They had reverted to a style of life that appeared to be natural to them. Remember how we nailed the World Cup last year? How come that didn't get 1 million people supporting a month? Damn, we got to get on what he's talking about. Changed a lot of people's lives, as we've done so many times, to take advantage of these rigged sports leagues. Why the day after the Pope's 86th birthday, Argentina would win it, who hadn't won it since 86. Now it's synced with Diego Maradona's death, and why it made sense to beat France for Pope Francis, where France could fall to 2-2 in championships. In the sport of 22 men on the field at the end of 22 in the 22nd World Cup all time, exactly what happened. Jesuits, the plural, 22. Like cattle turned loose upon the plains of Argentina, they had reverted to a style of life that appeared to be natural to them, a sort of ancestral pattern. Heavy physical work, the care of home and children, petty quarrels with neighbors, films, football, beer, and above all, gambling filled up the horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. So, here we are. Here we are. You know what I mean? But Carl Streiner, please don't take that as any kind of slight. Love you very much, Carl Streiner. He's going through a health battle. He is a very good dude. He's very generous. But Carl, today is just, it's not the day. Like I was supposed to do a sports live stream already. People are going to be mad that I didn't do it, but I can't stand, like I've said, you guys, someday all this sports gambling stuff, it's going to feel so dumb that we wasted our time and energy on that when you realize the world that we've now entered in when it's too late. And we're getting close, man. We're getting close. That's why all these things are going down. The digital systems in place, the Patriot Act's in place, the overthrowing of America, it's well underway. Deep in the game. You're watching the takedown of New Rome by a code. I definitely can't sports gamble today. But Carl, you got the knowledge, brother. You can do it. You can figure it out. Thank you very much for your massive donation, Jashawn. Most of these so-called biblical events are manufactured by the DS. Yah bless you. Thank you. By the way, I didn't give you the full synagogue of Satan thing. The synagogue of Satan, 223 and 79, right? I was saying where the 223 goes with my parents and maybe good people, but you know, they got the Satan in them like all of us. That's what we refer to it, right? When we do things that we probably shouldn't do, they usually have consequences in our life. They might create unnecessary stress. I realize all the decisions my parents made. See, I think that's why they put so much emphasis on sex in the Bible, because if you make sexual mistakes, they can cause the biggest problems. I mean, how many people are killing each other over sex? Some people are like literally killing their wife so that they can feel like they can relieve their marriage because they're about it. Until death do us part, they're like, well, shit, I guess I got to kill her then. Then I can get out of here and be with my hot young secretary. Get her life insurance policy, too, to pay for the honeymoon and the new dress she wants at 60 G's. I mean, isn't that crazy that we live in a society like that? People spend like that kind of money on a wedding dress, and then another 40 on everything else. They're 100,000 in broken debt, and now they serve themselves. I mean, it's like a system meant to ruin the marriage, because now they didn't realize how much this is going to cost and the interest, and they can't keep up with the bills. Now they're fighting, and it's like, was it worth it to blow 100 G's in a day to have all this stress when you could have been like, why don't we just like, kick it with our friends and family in the park, have a nice ceremony, and say, hey, we're here to say that we're an item. We love each other so much. We want to spend the rest of our lives together, and we want you guys to be a part of it. And you're also part of the reason is like, because there's other guys that have been like maybe going with it too. And you're putting down the boundary, like, my wife is now off limits. She's mine, right? We're making it official. So there's lots of other pretty girls to go find, but this is what we decided. Anyway, it's like, look at all the broken homes, you guys. I mean, all the ways this has been done to just destroy society. Nobody can keep up with anything. Everybody's at the slave job, kids at the slave school. How did it get to be this way? It's like this machine's just been working against us. All these little pieces. But yeah, this system, man, it's meant to pull you into the dark side, and you got to fight hard to stay above board. And I feel like that's what I've done, and that's why I've done a lot of things that I regret. But when I met Sweet Lady, for example, she came into my life at just the right time. She came into my life at the end of my 20s. I'd had enough girlfriends, enough experiences, broken enough hearts. Something here, I'll tell you a lie that I've said on stream. I have said that I never cheated on a girlfriend before, and that's actually not true. And the reason I felt like I could even say that in the past is because, like, I had a justification at the time for why it was okay to cheat. Like, oh, we're going to break up anyway. I could already see it's over. I did some of that along the way, but I never got caught cheating. I've never been caught cheating, but I did that. Then that's why I know about the guilt. You feel bad. Even if you're not married to him, you're like, I shouldn't have done that. That was wrong. And then like, one time it was close and she was asking me, I was like, no, of course I didn't do that. But I was like, damn, she knows. How does she know? It's her intuition. But yeah, anyway, I mean, it's just like, but you learn from that. And by the time I met Sweet Lady, I had matured enough in life, and I said, I don't want to make these mistakes anymore. And this person I've met is super special, and she's beautiful, and she's smart, and I never had a woman laugh like this, and she's so direct, and I've always needed that directness. I've always wanted this directness. I couldn't believe that she came over from a different part of the world I'd never heard of before. Where's Burma? I got to look at the map. Maybe I need to send some of my friends to Burma. This nation's making some nice women. But yeah, she just, that's the thing too. You meet the right person, right? It makes you want to better yourself. That's about hanging around the right people. You hang around the right influences, things are righteous. You hang around the wrong people, things are not. And that's the way. We're living in a society where there's just more and more temptation and bad influence and steering the wrong way. But yeah, I just get tired of all these people coming. It's just so annoying to be judged by Christians. It's like, don't you know your religion says thou shalt not judge? That's God's place. You don't know what it is to be somebody else unless you've been in their shoes. So anyway, more people need to embrace the good in them, and realize, like, we're in a bad time, and it might be too late. It might be too damn late for what's coming. These people want to fulfill this biblical prophecy, end times, skies full of fire. That's warfare. Wouldn't it suck to be like, it's your last day on earth? Shit's going down today. Enjoy every last breath today, because today you can tell it's probably coming. And you just think back, you're like, man, it wasn't that long ago that I could still go out and hang out with my friends and get, hopefully it never gets as bad as that, but there's a chance it does. None of the world wars have come to America yet. Of course, if World War comes to America, the world will go on, but you might be in the wrong spot at the wrong time, like other people have it in World War, and you become casualties of war. You might remember that day, like, oh, I remember what Zach was saying, man, because we don't get justice for 9/11. It's going to happen again, and it's going to be a lot worse. You might actually be in the tower for the next 9/11. You know what I mean? You might be Maui. You might be Paradise. All the other spots they hit. Everything going on all over the world right now. The crazy flooding, you know, weather warfare admitted to on the Jesuit order's birthday. I know all the stuff we talked about and brought to light, we weren't tripping. And all the people right now coming out of the woodwork to flip on me and say that this is the wackest thing ever, and I'm some crazy shill. I can only assume that you guys are part of the synagogue of Satan. You sold out because you gave up on the world. That's why people would do that. They'd give up on the world and just sell everyone out because they said fuck it. I never said fuck it. Every morning I get up, I'm like, I say it the other way. I'm like, fuck it. Today it's gonna work. I know it hasn't worked. I've been busting my ass. I feel like getting up. Fuck it. Let's do it again. That's my kind of fuck it. It's different. I'm gonna do it again, even though it seems hopeless. It's getting harder and harder. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it anyway. Again, language. You gotta understand the intent. You don't understand intent, you know. So anyway, thank you again to the super chatters. Thank you to Michael McGee. Says, Zach, you will know the trolls by their fruit, especially when they share your hater videos and tell you they can't share yours. Indeed. Indeed, man. And it all makes sense. Dude just hanging around, flashing money, driving every kind of luxury car. And then you realize you're like that you let that person hang around and you gave them the benefit of the doubt because you felt like shit, there's nobody else out there, and man, they're actually down for the cause financially, but they were just trying to buy your trust with money. There wasn't really anything ever there. They were around for something else. Thank you, Frank. I could not go back and listen to this stream myself because I hate listening to myself when I'm too tangential and I'm just like, what the hell? God. Smoke less weed, son. And by the way, you know what? I was just talking about being good to your sweet lady. I'm super good to sweet lady. And I took a long break on smoking weed, but I am having to lie to her right now. She doesn't think I'm smoking weed. And sometimes I come home and she's like, you smoke? Your voice sounds a little off. I'm like, oh, nah, it's probably just something in there. She's like, okay. I'm lying to her because she hates when she wants me to stop smoking weed. But when I'm writing and doing shit and trying to get stuff done, I'm so much more productive with weed. And you know what else? I always got to do yard work. And she doesn't do any yard work. I like yard work, but I think the name weed came from when you have to do the weeds. Man, you give me some weed to do the weeds. I feel like I want to go join the other poor Mexicans. Sorry, poor Mexicans, but I just saying, Mexicans always doing the yard work. They're so damn good at that. But smoking weed and doing the weeds, man, there's nothing wrong with it. Bring them over here. I think I'd actually have some friends. But seriously, I'd rather spend my days that way these days. Just smoke a nice joint, go weed my neighbor's yard. When I lived in the retirement community, I did. I weeded the old people's yard just to be nice to them. They were so grateful. They're like, thank you, Zach. It's hard for me to bend over. I'm like, I know. I can come get these weeds for you in 5 minutes. No biggie. I always like doing nice things for people. Old people, kids, they're the best to do nice things for. They need it. Old people are often the loneliest. I got these people saying how bad I am. It's like, shit, man, I've been living a nice service and holding open doors and trying to make people smile. But yeah, I'll make some people get real mad too with the things I say because my words can cut. Thank you, Awkwardly Social. I appreciate that. Thank you, Yoga Matt. Man, you gave another $100? Is that two different $100 super chats from the same person? You don't ever have to donate again. Thank you. That's so much to donate. We are Revelation 20, where Satan hasn't been released from the abyss to deceive the world. The millennial kingdom has come and gone. Yah is on the move. They know their time is short. They are in panic mode. I like your optimism, but I don't see it that way. I see that they're winning. That's what I think. I think they're winning, and people better wake up because they keep winning. We're going to go into a new phase that nobody wants to be in. Like I was saying the other day with the 10-4 thing, when I told you why this was. If you did not watch my video on October 4th, before any of this happened, you guys, I said this is pointing to October 7th. Terrorist attack, Vladimir Putin's birthday, all this encoded stuff that they put in the 10-4 news. And here it is, man. It's just the Gematria proves yet again what is going on. And I guess I'll go over that for people who missed it. Well, I mean, you can go back and watch the video, but I'll recap that here. So I'm not saying you're wrong, Jashawn. Jashawn, thank you very much. I like your optimism, but man, I feel like if we can't get the spark and people to stand up, the same horrible things that happened in history, world war, mass death, mass starvation, mass heartbreak, mass murder, for a massive agenda, it's all going to happen again. It's going to push forward further. It's happening right now, is exactly what I would say. Positive Power says, I started doing a 12-hour mini Shabbat, sundown to sunrise in August. Even that increased my spiritual knowledge and presence. Or prescience? You got better vocabulary to me. Hold on. When you see a word you don't know, look it up. And my fifth graders used to love this because they'd always be amazed at the words I didn't know. And I'd say, see, you guys, it's okay to not know things. I gotta look it up too. Sometimes I'd be reading books to them. They couldn't believe I didn't know what the word was. Sometimes a fifth grader in the class actually knew what the word was. I was like, man, that is impressive. See? Smarter than your teacher. But, and again, this is from, for people who don't know, I grew up in a poor neighborhood, poor family. The poorer you are, the less vocabulary you have. It's a real stat too. The fact of knowing something before it takes place, foreknowledge. I've heard of that concept before, obviously. But okay, nice. Nice. Appreciate that. Yeah, fasting's powerful, you guys. That's why anytime I'm out speaking on the streets, I'm just fasting all day. I'll just fast away all day. I got endless energy when I'm fasting. And that's the thing too about the guy who's turned on me. When I was doing the whole thing about autophagy, he started making all his videos about how fasting's like this liberal, false, stupid idea that he's never done. And I was like, well, dude, there's a time and a place for fasting. I was like, why is he making this about what all his videos are? This is my number one supporter. Seems like he's almost trying to passively aggressive undermine what I'm teaching about autophagy right now. Anyhow, you guys, thanks for the tremendous generosity. Yeah, that's true. Will you even get paid? If not, it was the thought that counted. Man, we've gone over 4 hours, huh? Been a long one. And I didn't get any of my work done today. Sorry to all the sports people. It's just, and again, you guys, I mean, I wasn't ever here to make money off sports picks. I was here to wake up the world. And I know I helped my sports bill make enough money already this week. So I'm taking the day off from sports, even though I said I wasn't going to. Apologies. But I'm just so sick to watch this right now. You know, I am sick to watch this right now. It just grosses me out. It is gross. Evil is winning. And they tricked us into it. They tricked us into not even knowing what evil is. I started to understand after 9/11 when people were just, all they cared about was entertainment and materialism and didn't want to talk about anything, a substance, or what might really be going on in the world or how big the lies were and are. Here, let me get the 207 piece up here on why we saw what was coming on October 7th. And then, again, you guys can download my books for free. Zachary K. Hubbard, subscribestar.com. Nothing to sign up for. Nothing. No email, nothing. You can just straight download the PDFs from there. And they're PDFs. As long as you have a PDF reader, you can read the book. Look at this. Russia, October 4th. So if you did not watch TFR, we covered this. The TFR Wednesday night episode, the day of the emergency alerts in the U.S. and in Russia. Again, Russia started at 10:40 a.m., which was the 40th minute of the day for the west coast of the U.S., where we got Alaska, for Russia, military, strategic purposes. But here's what we pointed out, just how attention remained calm equaled 2:07. And they posted this article at 2:07 a.m. And when I see the media do that, I start to investigate. And I noticed Hunt for Red October's 2:07, a movie about a nuclear threat between Russia and the U.S., starring Alec Baldwin, who again smoked the Ukrainian woman right before Russia-Ukraine in the church shootout scene, again on the set of Rust, 201 days after his birthday. Again, 201, Catholic, Jesuit. In The Hunt for Red October, he's the Jesuit CIA agent, Jack Ryan, when the CIA was established on the 201st day of the Pope's age. And I talked about how the day he shot the woman was the day leaving 71 days left in the year, like Catholic 71, and how, again, October 7th was 71 days before the Pope's birthday, and Putin turned 71 that day. And all these other things equal 207. New World Order, the number of the beast, October 7th, foreshadowing terrorist attack. And again, that's the headline that we have now. They're calling it a terrorist attack yesterday. And again, 9/11 anniversary. And who really did the terrorist attack? New York City, New York 207, like Statue of Liberty. Factors in with 9/11. Trump, the emergency alert. The storm is coming, 207. All this stuff with Trump, the calm before the storm. The storm is coming. The leader of Turkey, who's right at the center of this, his name 207. The guy who made Kabbalah so famous in modern times, Sabbatai Zevi 207. The magician, tarot cards 207. Tarot's another big 74. The hangman card on 9/11. The World Trade Center's on the 74th meridian. Tarot is 74 and tarot cards is 119. The oldest tarot deck that remains goes back to Italy. It's older than that, but again, just all things going back to Rome. Murder by Numbers 207. Know all about it if you're around here. The emergency alert on the day leaving 88 days left in the year. Trump 88, Russian 88, the Trump-Pence ticket, the warnings in Revelation that are trumpets, the emergency alert test from Trump, this biblical thing with Jerusalem after the 10-4 test when, again, Jerusalem is 104, and you can't spell Jerusalem without USA. USA 41. Today, 41 date numerology. War declared. U.S. has Israel's back. News coverage all day. Part of the reason I'm streaming so long, talking so much, is because I know the news media right now is at it super hard, selling the latest lie. And the latest reason that we should sacrifice our young and whoever else is in the military right now for some more BS. And again, it's going to get there. How fast it gets there remains to be seen. Remember, and they live with all the Jesuit clues. 2025, they have the full takeover of the world achieved by 2025. The big solar eclipse next spring. Take the path of that and the path of the last major eclipse in 2017, back when Trump first took office. Now we're back in an election year. Got a big X over the nation. The paths of those solar eclipses. And you got Twitter with the Jesuit puppet Elon Musk and the rebranded X. X marks the spot. X, the 24th letter, rebranded on the 24th of July, 247, while the U.S. and the Illuminati are 247 years old. They put up a big X, and then it gets taken down because 24 people petition against it. Again, just everything a numerical ritual. Here, one more thing about the X. Again, X is the 24th letter in numerology. 24 is 2 plus 4 is 6. So XXX is 666. Remember, Apple priced their first consumer computer at $666. And in Sumerian Gematria and in reverse Sumerian Gematria, which is the alphabetic order times 6 both ways, computer is 666 forwards and internet is 666 in reverse. And they say the majority of traffic on the internet by a huge amount is sexual and pornographic. And then the next biggest component's entertainment, which is also full of sex. And again, I'm not against sex. Like, sex is part of us and part of our system and the way it's supposed to be, and stress relief and pleasure and health and happiness. It's part of being a human, but it's also something that when it's abused, it can become destructive and deadly. And they've made it more and more that way with, all the stuff they manufactured, HIV, AIDS, and RIP Kerry Mullis, who let us all know how it was, how instrumental Anthony Fauci was in that scam as well. If you don't know who Kerry Mullis is and what he said in the 90s about Anthony Fauci and HIV and how he was misusing the PCR test that he invented. Kerry Mullis invented the PCR test and died right before Event 201. Go figure, the COVID simulation. You got to go back and find those interviews. But again, was this all a plan from the beginning? Computer 666, internet 666, very clever people that know how to manipulate humanity. To me, the story in the beginning of the Bible Adam and Eve, doing what God said not to, the forbidden fruit, the bite out of that fruit. Apple is a bite out of the fruit, their logo. By the way, Genesis also has the 666. Cliffoth, that's the evil side of Kabbalah. That's another 666. But again, you got the bite out of the apple, priced at $666. Of course, there's other companies besides Apple, but Apple's essentially taken over the computer world because of the iPhone, the ultimate device. And again, you have a society that's just like not really happy, on drugs, lonely, but sexually stimulated. The women got all the toys. The women got the porn too. The men got the porn. Again, I mean, we got to think about this. While we're sharing this information that could save the world, how many people will never hear it because all they do online is either play video games or watch Netflix or jerk off? That's, check the sports game. Some guy's like, I also check the sports game. Sometimes I look at the New York Times front page. Okay. But is that it? I mean, what can go on humanity's tombstone? We jerked it away. We jerked it away. Yeah, maybe that works. Maybe that'll be my next book. I can't figure out which one to finish. We jerked it away. Writing from the remains of humanity. Day 56. I never wanted this, but they strapped me down too fast. I couldn't reach for my rifle in the night. And on day 56, I can't believe it, but I literally have a coronavirus test up my bunghole right now. You know what I mean? Could be all of us in the future. Strapped down, COVID test up our ass. You got to leave it in there for 56 hours. For the next 56 days, at least 56 minutes a day. What's the big deal? They did it in China. So. Thank you, Eloy Garcia, for being a member. I appreciate it. Thank you, Eloy Garcia, for an additional $2. Appreciate the recognition. I wish more people had. Jashawn, who's Jashawn, $220. Come on. That's too much. We might all need our rainy day fund. But I appreciate your generosity. Hamas is controlled by the Mossad. Oh, I completely agree. Iran was overthrown by the CIA. Again, you guys, that's what's so annoying about this world. Thank you for that last super chat. I've done the work on why the CIA overthrew Iran when they did. It's all this same Jesuit thing. And again, yeah, Hamas comes from Iran, and Iran's been CIA controlled since the 50s. I mean, you guys, this is why it's so sad. It's so sad that people haven't figured it out. And because they're not paying attention to a president leaving office and giving a warning about a military-industrial complex that exists and is growing to something horrific and can become our worst nightmare. I mean, that was said. That's not a conspiracy theory. What Janet Napolitano said when she left DHS wasn't a conspiracy theory. She told us what's coming. Hasn't come yet. She said the next 9/11 is not if, but when, and it'll be a national blackout. And they've been forecasting that. She said that in 2013, a decade ago. And remember, Channel 4 of the UK put out a fictional but realistic-looking thing. What could happen if there was a blackout in the UK and there wasn't power for, a week, how crazy it could get in this society where no one works together and everyone's out for themselves. Channel 4 did that for the number of death. It gets real deadly. And the National Geographic Channel put out one in the US, just like the Channel 4 one, but a US version where people are killing each other in no time because they're so desperate. And I'd like to think that it's actually not going to be that bad. But see, they've already put that out there and planted that seeds in the minds of the populace that it's going to be every man for himself and slitting everyone's throat. And I'll tell you how I'm going to be in the fallout world. I'm going to be with my head on a swivel, but I won't shoot at you first. If I'm shooting at people, it's because you opened up fire on me. I'm not killing anybody so that I can breathe and eat for another day. That's not my code. But I'm going to try to work with people so that we can also ride together. But I ain't going to steal from anybody or kill from anybody to get ahead. And these are things you should be thinking about because you might live in this world in your lifetime. And then you might be forced to live out these situations. And then you'll find out what you're really all about. There might be a situation where I really am going to die if I don't kill somebody else. And again, I don't want to go out like that in this world. even though I'm not a Christian and I'm not all sold into the heaven and hell thing, I haven't dismissed it all the way either. And in my beliefs, I think God will look back at your resume on earth if there really is some deciding judgment day and you get to either go to the good place or the bad place. If that's real, I'm not living for this. But if that's real, I feel like I got a good chance to not go to the bad place based on the things I've done in my life. You know, hey, I know some of the things, like if you had to talk to God, that he'd ask you about. Here, I'm just being real honest about this whole stream. Like, I think back about the worst thing I almost ever did to a girl when I was younger. I didn't do it, but I was close. You know, we were hooking up and making out, and it was going to happen, and she was just too drunk and she passed out. And, you know, as a guy, you're ready to go, and you're like, what the hell? Come on, I didn't realize you were that lit. And for a minute, I was starting to undo her jeans, and then I just stopped myself right there. I was like, "What the hell am I doing, man?" And you know what? That worked out in the future because what was meant to happen, it ended up, or maybe it wasn't meant to happen. But I almost did it in that moment. And I see how people do it. It's because you're drunk and you're there and you're like, "Well, whatever. She wanted it anyway." And but no. But I think back about that. I just wonder if, like, just because I even started before I stopped, I wonder if God would be like, Zach, you really almost crossed a line there that day, and you're gonna have to sit here and, like the Catholics said, in purgatory for another month before we might think about letting you in. But when I look back at my life, you guys, those are the things that, like, I think about where I'm like, that might have been the worst thing I ever did, and it's not really that bad. I mean, I almost did it, but I didn't. And again, I'm sharing these things because we probably all have this kind of stuff in our life, and maybe we feel guilty and we never got over it. But sometimes it's good to talk to people about things too. And at the time, I told my friend that I nearly did. He was like, and he didn't even think it was bad. He was like, well, what would have been the difference? I'm just like, nah, man. And see, some people have done stuff like that in their lives and they don't think it's bad. They're like, well, what was the harm in it? Like, she didn't mind and it was good for me and it was going to happen anyway. But that's not the way I think it's supposed to be. No, no, no. I had to make sure, you know, I had to ensure, not assume. And it didn't seem like, you know, when you're going there and anyway, we've all done things in our life. Some of us have done worse than others. The nice thing about Christianity, that belief system, is if you've done wrong things, you can atone for your sins and try to make it right. And they make the main thing like, you got to believe. You got to believe. And it's like, I don't think that's how atonement would be. I think it'd be like, you got to go back and do something right. You fuck some stuff up, you better go back and make it 10 times more right. And that's how I punished myself in my early 20s. I had that nice real estate job that paid well, that was undeserved, that was somewhat fraudulent, but I justified it because everybody else in the industry was doing it too. You know, next thing you know, major economic collapse. And it's because all the people that were scamming. And I was part of those scammers. And so were millions of people. I was out of college. I had a boss who said, listen, this is the way it is. You're doing a good job. You're more honest than most of them. Just keep doing it. You're getting paid well, aren't you? Don't you enjoy how well we're paying you? And I did that for a while. But then one day, just enough was enough. And I quit cold turkey. And I went and I found a job at a group home. And then I worked for minimum wage for the next year and a half and put myself back in college and went and taught in a school. And instead of making money, it was about helping out children every day. And I felt damn good about myself. You know, it was nice to make 2,000 a week, some weeks 5,000 in this real estate game. You know, the most I'm ever going to make at the group home is $400 before taxes. It was $10 an hour back then. And most weeks you couldn't even get a full shift. And a lot of times I'd hang out there even and not get paid just because I was enjoying helping the kids, just helping out some extra staff, some volunteer time too. And again, that was something they allowed you to do. Come in on the weekends and volunteer and teach the kids arts or a craft. You know, I was just having a good old time for no money at all. And people in my family thought I was a whack job. Why'd you give up a good job to go work in a group home for jack shit? Like, how's that going to help you in the future? It's like, well, it's helping me right now. I don't feel like a bad person. And yeah, again, I was trying to prove that my life wasn't supposed to be about money. It was supposed to be about doing something. And I feel like I've done something. And sometimes I wish I'd done it better, but this is the way I did it. And then shout out to Eloy Garcia again. Thanks, friend. So anyway, Truth Seeker, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks to everyone who hits the like and the share. Feel free to cut up, you know, your favorite segment of this video if there's one part that's really good and post it somewhere and maybe somebody will watch it because it's a minute long or 30 seconds long. But Again, you guys, the jokes are biblical. The jokes are numerical. The fourth book of the Bible is Numbers. They've been teasing us the whole time. Just walking us to the cliff. Appreciate it, Logan Thomas. Thank you. R.I.P. Mr. Boston. I don't know how to take naps. I got a whole bunch of work to do. But yeah, I do need to get off and move on to some other things. And again, thank you to everyone who hits the like and the share. And for all the snakes in the grass trying to sell me out right now, I start to think about like one of them who's doing it. He has always said that he wants to see the world burn. And I say the same damn thing. But then I start to realize him and I might both want to see the world burn because we're so frustrated. But the difference is like, I don't really want to see the world burn. I want to see the world wake up and stop what's coming. But then I see all the apathy and how no one's doing anything. And they're hating on the people that are. And it makes me think like, just let the world burn then. People deserve what's coming. And again, it's not that I really want to see that. But again, as I say it, like I said, for being unrighteous, for being ungrateful, for, just obeying evil and never questioning. I mean, actions have consequences. And it's like a part of me just wants to see them play out. So we can accelerate this process of where they're taking us, destruction. I feel like, just like they say, order out of chaos. Maybe if they bring enough destruction, there's a chance to grab the people and they snap out of it, and we stop the further chaos and create a better world that we all deserve. World that's about family and neighborhood and community. Isn't it funny? Isn't that all everybody wants anyway? Isn't that all you really want right now? Good people around you, laughs, fun time, memories, jokes, games, people you can trust and be around who you enjoy being around. Isn't that all humanity really wants? Isn't that what like humanity is in terms of our relationships with each other? And then of course you want food and clean water. And isn't it funny how the earth, like it provides all that, it's all there. How people used to live on this land who don't make the history books, who lived off the land, in tune with the land, in tune with each other, didn't destroy the place, didn't need to bring about radical climate agendas and spray the shit out of the sky to save us from global warming, and nobody saw the game. They didn't think about the ancestors that weren't doing this and how we got to be where we are. Shout out to Nathan again. Cheers to the good ones. I don't know how to get to that, but thanks, Nathan. All right, True Seeker. We'll leave it there, and yeah, I hope this doesn't get as bad as it looks like it could. I hope somehow we still got another 19 years before the next psychopath mega ritual like 9/11 and COVID. I hope we got until 2039. It's not even 19 years anymore, but again, we've been saying this period as we get to 2025, it looks dangerous because of what we allowed to happen. So, all right, I'm out of here. Thanks again to everyone who hits the like and the share and who spreads the word and who creates their own content and gets the word out in whatever way possible. We only change the world if we get the word out. Martin Luther King Jr., a lot of people say he was a shill, but you know what? He said some things that matter, like it's a time to break silence. And he also said that if you are silent to all this injustice, then you become part of the injustice. Those words, those are words that have always inspired me and many other people. Malcolm X was reading his quotes the other day, inspiration. Until next time. Actually, almost until next time. Here, let's make sure that they demonetize the video. Let's make sure they demonetize. And somebody said I should have played this song the other day. So let's go out of here with another song. The other day we went out with Marvin Gaye's Inner City Blues. And Marvin Gaye, he just got the collection. He has got the collection of songs. Somebody said I should have played What's Going On. So we're going to go out with what's going on, and just think about what he was singing about all those years ago before he got taken out by that 44 code on his last day of being 44, like MLK on 44 and Malcolm X on 44 date numerology and all the other people killed by the kill code that they tell you about that goes all the way back to Caesar in 44 BC. William Henry Harrison, the first president to die in office on 4-4, etc. The World Trade Centers opened on 4-4, and we all know how deadly their ending was. So, you know, what's going on? We're exposing what's going on, and thank you to everyone else who does. And Marvin Gaye was doing it with his music. And these are also seeds that were planted in my life. And, you know, my mom, she just loved Marvin Gaye. And my mom's favorite song is Let's Get It On, which was a sign of her, you know, her past that got her into some trouble. Because we all got those, you know, impulses, and sometimes we got to control them a little bit better. But, you know, that's a nice song, too, by Marvin Gaye. It's not the one we're going to play. We're going to play, again, What's Going On, in light of what's going on.
There's far too many of you. So you can see what's going on, what's going on, yeah, what's going on, oh, what's going on,
Oh, snap, I hit the wrong button. My bad, and I had the wrong audio setting on, too. Sorry. This is what happens when you don't get enough sleep. I'm reminded that sleep is so important. Started over the right way, because I didn't even have the right audio setting on.
There's far too many of
Hey, what's up now? Brother, what's up? This is a good recording, man. I can dig it. Stop right on. Hey, what's your name?
Mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find talk to me. You can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Right on. Right on. Right on.
So which song is more fitting, that song or this Marvin Gaye song for this moment? I think personally is this one, but I want to see in the chat. What's the more fitting song for this moment in time?
Everybody thinks we're wrong. Mother, who are they to judge us? Mother, mother, simply cause we wear our hair long. Mother, mother, ooh.
So there were some Bob Marley requests, and I'll play them, but you guys didn't request this one, and I actually think it's really fitting. So I'm going to play this one first. Bob's got songs about all of them. Remember, they got to fulfill the book. We know they're fulfilling the book. Remember how we said before COVID that sometime shortly after August 2019, after 400 years of slavery, a biblical thing about how the nation would be punished. And, you know, Bob sung about 400 years too with Peter Tosh. 400. Isn't it crazy? Acts 7:6 about 400 years of slavery, and Rasta equals 76, like slave, like Negro, like blues, like Barack Obama, like Black History Month recognized by the feds in 76. It's crazy how they got it.
Until the philosophy which old one race superior and another inferior is finally and